You're quite tough. Han Sen gave Zhu Ting a thumbs up and grappled at him again. Zhu Ting suddenly screamed and twitched like crazy. The pain was unbearable for any normal person. Although Zhu Ting had a pain threshold much higher than a normal person, he couldn't stop screaming either. All I'm telling you is true. I really don't know anything else. It's just a message from older generations in the family. Zhu Ting screamed and said in broken sentences. Han Sen stopped and asked, "What is it? Do not lift your hand again. Ask whatever you want, and I will tell you everything." Zhu Ting felt scared. "Cut the crap," Han Sen said impatiently. Zhu Ting was so depressed at this point. What Han Sen was asking was no secret. He did not mean to hide anything. Being tortured by Han Sen, he doubted whether Han Sen had more interest in torturing him than knowing the answers. Pervert. Moron. Idiot. Zhu Ting cursed Han Sen with all the words he knew inwardly, but replied in compliance. "I don't know much about it. I just heard from the older generations that when God's sanctuary was first discovered, my ancestor found something that proved there should be another level beyond sacred blood. The Chens had worked hard to prove that speculation, but the creatures we suspect to be of the higher level are simply so strong that no weapons in first God's sanctuary could hurt them." "Isn't your family name Zhu? How come you are one of the Chens?" Han Sen gazed at Zhu Ting. "I'm a bastard, so I took my mother's family name. Do you know Chen Zichen? We have the same father," Zhu Ting said hastily. Han Sen was not interested to know whether Zhu Ting was actually one of the Chens. He thought about it and continued to ask, "Why did you become a spy in Starry Group? Don't tell me it's because that's fun." Zhu Ting became pale and said, "Since I have told you everything, there's no point in hiding this. The ancestor of the Nings worked in the same department as my ancestor. When they discovered those things, they were together, which was why the Nings had the same speculation and had also paid a lot to prove it. You know that Starry Group is very strong, and the Chens are not on the same level as them. With me as the spy, if they discovered something, we could also benefit from it." Zhu Ting paused and did not continue. "What is the name of the department?" Han Sen asked casually, but his heart was racing, because he thought of the work permit of his great-grandpa. "How on earth would I know that? It was such a long time ago." Seeing Han Sen's face became grim, Zhu Ting added, "I heard it's something rather secretive." "The full name," exclaimed Han Sen coldly, feeling excited inwardly. What Zhu Ting was talking about seemed to be the Secret Service written on the work permit. If that was true, then he could start to piece together what had happened. His great-grandpa, the man of the Nings, and the man of the Chens should be working in the same department. Very likely, they found something in God's sanctuary. Since Han Sen's great-grandpa left the words, "super gene," maybe the other two persons had left the same message, or even more details. After all, the work permit of Han Sen's grandpa showed that he was just an investigator. Maybe the other two persons were the team leads. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Starry Group had accumulated such fortune in a few generations. "I really don't know. My father mentioned it randomly. You know that I am just a bastard son and have not spent any time in the clan. How would I have any chance to know about the family secrets? If they didn't need me to become a spy, I wouldn't have learned these either," said Zhu Ting bitterly. Han Sen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions but did not manage to get more information. Han Sen knew that Zhu Ting was still hiding a lot of information, but he understood that it would be hard to tell the truth from the lie if Zhu Ting said more. So far, Han Sen did learn some useful things from Zhu Ting. "Mr. Han, I have told you everything you want to know. Please let me go," Zhu Ting begged. "Since it is none of my business that you are a spy, I would have let you go. However, you tried to hurt me, so I can't just do that. I will hand you over to Yang Yongcheng, and it's up to you whether you can live or not." Han Sen smiled and said. Zhu Ting suddenly shuddered, gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Han, how about I pay for my own life? Could you name the price?" The thought of Ning Yu made Zhu Ting shudder. If he ended up in Ning's hand, he would rather die. Although Han Sen was cruel, he was as lovely as a child in the kindergarten compared to Ning Yu, according to what Zhu Ting knew about the young master. "All right, so, Tell me what is your worth? You are the young master of the Chens, so you wouldn't let me down, right? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting curious. I am just a bastard son, and no young master. What kind of young master would risk his life like this? 100 million for my life. What do you think? Zhu Ting gritted his teeth and said. Han Sen did not speak but smiled at Zhu Ting. 200 million? Zhu Ting said the number as if he were selling his own daughter. I don't think you really want to live. Han Sen immediately walked to Yang Yongcheng, checking whether he was about to wake up. No matter how Zhu Ting yelled, Han Sen ignored him. It was impossible that Zhu Ting had brought so much cash with him in God's sanctuary. Han Sen did not believe he had even 20,000. Just by listening to Zhu Ting, Han Sen knew that he did not plan to pay. Han Sen used some common approaches he learned from the school, trying to wake the rest of the group up. But none of the approaches seemed to be working. No wonder Zhu Ting was so proud of his drugs. Stop wasting your energy. Without my antidote, they cannot wake up from the knockout drops. If they don't wake up in 3 days, they would become vegetables, and even I cannot save them. Although Zhu Ting had a swollen face, he was smiling happily. The one thing Zhu Ting was scared of was that Han Sen did not need anything from him. As long as what Han Sen needed something, he had ways to protect himself. Seeing that Han Sen was silent, Zhu Ting continued, Don't try to search for the antidote on me either. It's too important for me to take it with me. If you know how to make drugs, you can use the materials I have to make the antidote. Or I can make it for you. You think I would care about their life and death? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting interested. Of course you would not. However, all of them are Ning Yu's men, which is why I only dared to use the knockout drops instead of poison. If they die here because of you, you think Ning Yu will let you off the hook. You have reminded me of something. Han Sen nodded and summoned his dagger, walking toward Zhu Ting. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear me? Zhu Ting became shocked and angry, terrified of Han Sen. However, Zhu Ting's joints were dislocated, and he could hardly move, let alone run. As long as no one goes back alive, Ning Yu would not know that they died because of me, Han Sen said quietly. Stop. What good would it do to you if you kill me? Ning Yu is a smart guy. Even if he saw nothing, he could guess something and suspect you. Killing me will do you more harm than good. However, if you save them, not only Ning Yu but the rest of the group would also thank you. Wouldn't you prefer that? Why do you have to kill me? Zhu Ting wondered what was wrong with Han Senator. Couldn't he think like a normal person? Because I don't like you. Isn't that a good reason? Han Sen then slashed at the dagger at Zhu Ting's neck. Stop. What do you want? Tell me and I will give it to you. Zhu Ting felt that he had the worst luck ever. He regretted so much that he had crossed a pervert that was not so smart. Doesn't this person understand that interests are more important than killing someone? That arrow will do, Han Sen said casually. Which arrow? Zhu Ting pretended to be confused but felt shocked. Zhu Ting did have an arrow, a sacred blood one. He cherished the arrow like a treasure and did not use it often. After all, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was very rare, even more rare than a beast soul bowl. Many archers were hoping to get a sacred blood beast soul arrow but could not. Zhu Ting was extremely lucky to have this sacred blood beast soul arrow. When they were in danger against the giant snail, Zhu Ting summoned the arrow but did not make a shot, afraid that the arrow would be broken against the snail shell. After they became safe, Zhu Ting quickly took it back. He probably held the arrow for just 10 seconds. Zhu Ting could not believe that under such intense circumstances, Han Sen still saw the arrow and recognized it to be a sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen immediately grabbed Zhu Ting's ear and was about to cut it off. Yes, okay. You can have it. Zhu Ting screamed immediately. If you talk more crap, you can have it for yourself, Han Sen said quietly, not letting go of his ear. Zhu Ting wanted to ask whether Han Sen would let him go if he gave Han Sen the beast soul. Checking Han Sen's face, dagger, and hand on his ear, Zhu Ting gave up the idea, swallowed and transferred the sacred blood beast soul arrow to Han Sen. Meeting you as my worst luck, said Zhu Ting with a sad look. Sacred blood beast soul of bony fish gained. Han Sen saw an oddly shaped fish beast soul in his mind. A sacred blood beast soul arrow at last. Han Sen celebrated inwardly. Because he had never gained a sacred blood arrow, Han Sen had not been able to use his archery skills. Mr. Han, I have given you the beast soul you asked for. Can you let me go? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen and asked, worried. He did not know what kind of person Han Sen was and could not tell whether Han Sen would go back on his words. Did I say that I will let you go? Han Sen curled his lips and said, didn't we agree to trade this sacred blood beast soul arrow for my life? You can't eat your own words, said Zhu Ting, cursing inwardly. It's for your life, not your freedom. Han Sen's words startled Zhu Ting. What do you mean? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen with a blank face. Han Sen did not reply, but twisted Han Sen's joints back in place. The crackling of the bones and Zhu Ting's screams sounded scary. Go make your drug and wake them up, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow, playing with them. After recovering, Zhu Ting did not feel anything weird. Looking left and right, he wondered how he could run away. Glancing at Han Sen, Zhu Ting suddenly felt terrified and gave up the thought of running. Han Sen was aiming the spiked white bony fish arrow at him. Just with a glance, Zhu Ting felt the arrow would hit him any time. Looking at Han Sen's position, Zhu Ting felt that if Han Sen released the arrow, he would die right there. Ahem, we have agreed that I paid for my life. If I wake them up, they will bring me to Ningyu and I will still die, Zhu Ting explained, freezing. Han Sen did not say anything but aimed the arrow at Zhu Ting again. Zhu Ting quickly took out a dozen small bottles, mixed the powder in them with a certain proportion and blew it into everyone's nose. After waking up, the rest of the group quickly understood what had happened. They shot murderous looks at Zhu Ting, and someone even drew his weapon out. Han Sen stopped him. That person asked Han Sen, Mr. Han, what are you doing? He paid me for his life, so you will let him survive, said Han Sen quietly. In addition, if you want to kill him, you should ask your young master first. The reason that Han Sen had saved Zhu Ting was because he wanted to find out what Ningyu would say to Zhu Ting, which might give him more clues about the Chens and the Nings. The accident of Han Sen's father was so mysterious that it would be hard for Han Sen to learn the truth. Otherwise, Han Sen would not have saved Yang Yongcheng and the rest. He would probably have killed Zhu Ting as well. However, Han Sen had to be more thoughtful than that. The first thing he needed to figure out was whether the Nings were his enemy. Something made Han Sen feel confused. With the power of Starry Group, it would be easy for them to investigate the Hans. If Han Sen's great-grandpa had something to do with super creatures, why did the Nings never find them? Maybe they knew who Han Sen's great-grandpa was and had targeted the Hans in the first place. However, in that case, why would Han Sen's father have asked him to seek the Ning's help? Han Sen did not think his father was a stupid person. On the contrary, Han Sen remembered his father to be mild-tempered but quite smart. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to develop a workshop into a medium-sized business worth 100 million. Although 100 million was nothing in the alliance these days, it was hard to earn that much for someone with no background. Since that is the case, let's do what Mr. Han asked. Yang Yongcheng stopped the rest, nodded and said. The group of people marched back, taking Zhu Ting as their prisoner. Han Sen was tired of hearing them cursing Zhu Ting. It seemed that it had never occurred to them that Zhu Ting was a spy. Han Sen, will you save me for real? Zhu Ting moved his tightly tied-up body close to Han Sen and whispered, when it was Han Sen's turn to watch him at night. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Zhu Ting continued. Seeing that Han Sen was still ignoring him, Zhu Ting frantically whispered in an even lower voice, do not give your dagger away for any reason. Otherwise, you will face death. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting but did not speak. Beyond sacred genes, there are super genes. For more than a century, both my family and the Nings have paid unimaginable costs to figure it out. However, until now, we have still found nothing. The only weapon that could possibly be used to kill a creature beyond sacred blood creatures is the dagger in your hand. Ning, you will get it at all costs. As long as you have the dagger, you can still live. However, if you don't, you will not be far from death. Zhu Ting continued. Since no one could kill those creatures, how did you know that super genes even exist? Han Sen kept his face calm though feeling incredibly excited. I told you before, my ancestor worked together with the ancestor of the Nings in a department. Do you know what the department is called? Although Zhu Ting was asking Han Sen, he did not mean to hear a reply. He lowered his voice and continued. The department is called Secret Service. When the teleport technologies were first developed, the department was the first to enter God's sanctuary. And they were the ones who left us the information about super genes. Han Sen calmed himself down and whispered, how is that possible? Even nowadays, humans could not kill the creatures you're talking about. When we first discovered God's sanctuary, we had even worse martial arts and genopoint counts. How could they have killed those creatures to gain super genes? I don't really understand what had happened. However, they did leave us some information. Otherwise, the two families would not have spent so much effort in pursuing super genes. You couldn't imagine how much we have paid and how many lives it has cost in these years. What is the information they left? Han Sen raised his eyebrows and asked. The information is very limited. The majority of the Secret Service died in God's sanctuary, only a few survived. And after they teleported back to the Alliance, all of them died at the same time with no obvious sign. Before they died, they were still excitedly investigating something and did not realize death was about to come. We only found some clues in their belongings, but the information is fragmented. Han Sen frowned. It seemed that the information Zhu Ting gave him matched what was left by Han Sen's great-grandfather. However, something seemed to be wrong. I am just a bastard son and do not know much about it. The only thing I am sure about is that the families of the survivors in Secret Service are all looking for super genes. Zhu Ting continued. What you want me to do by telling me this? Han Sen asked Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting suddenly had a mysterious look on his face and said, rest assured, I will not ask you to cut me loose. I am only telling you these to make you understand that you can never give the dagger to Ningyu. Also, you'd better not try killing that creature. If you do, never give Ningyu the beast's soul or meat. Once the Nings have the ability to kill those creatures, do you think they will let you live and compete with them? Han Sen knew what Zhu Ting wanted. He said all that to talk Han Sen out of helping Ningyu. However, Zhu Ting's worry was unnecessary. Han Sen never planned to kill a super creature for Ningyu. Han Sen understood everything Zhu Ting was saying. Han Sen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions, but Zhu Ting did not say much. He did not beg Han Sen to let him go either. Very soon, Zhu Ting fell asleep. Han Sen did not know how much of what Zhu Ting had told him was real. Although he had learned more, Han Sen now had even more questions. The second night after Zhu Ting told Han Sen those words, Zhu Ting was tied up with special ropes, managed to run away. The person who was in charge of watching him died on the spot with all his skin black. Obviously, the guard was poisoned. Zhu Ting was kept close to the rest of the group, but no one heard a thing. The guard never made a move or sound either. Yang Yongqing only found his body when it was Yang Yongqing's turn to watch Zhu Ting. Damn it! Yang Yongqing's face was stern. Han Sen also frowned. He had been underestimating Zhu Ting as well. With such a belief, Zhu Ting should have left on the first night. However, he deliberately waited until he told Han Sen those words. When they returned to the faith shelter, Ningyu had already arrived there. When Yang Yongqing told Ningyu what had happened, Ningyu only smiled and thanked Han Sen for saving his men. Ningyu also told Han Sen that all the procedures had been completed for Han Yen to be admitted to a posh school. Then, Ningyu had prepared everything and left for the primeval forest again. During the process, he did not mention anything about the cursed wolf dagger. Nor did he ask which creature the beast's soul was from. It was as if Ningyu had no interest in the dagger and only wanted Han Sen to kill the creature with them. Han Sen admired Ningyu's patience. No matter Ning actually had no interest in the dagger or was simply pretending, such patience was a rare quality. People like Ningyu would always launch a deadly strike in the most unexpected way. This time, the group leaving for the primeval forest was even smaller than last time. Including Ningyu and Han Sen, they were only 5. 2 of the 5 were new guys, so Han Sen only knew Yang Yongqing and Ningyu. The 3 persons had all maxed out on their super geno points. Before they left, they all finished their evolution in the evolution pool in the shelter and became evolvers. It looks like Ning Yu wants to kill the creature badly. Han Sen was calculating what he should do. There was no way that he would help Ning Yu kill the creature. Even if Han Sen could make sure that he was the one who made the last strike, he was still reluctant to let anyone see the life essence. The bodies of the super creatures would disappear, except for the golden growler which died in a natural way. If I could stay far from the rest of the group, make the last strike and take the life essence without them seeing it, they would not know about the existence of the life essence, but only wonder where the body was. Han Sen planned. The Nings might be friend or foe. Han Sen would not help them since they were still the biggest suspect in Han Sen's father's death. Since Ning Yu did not have the best health, he would cough a lot even riding on a mount, which was why the group was much slower than last time. When they were on a break, Han Sen would focus on the beast souls he had gained. Among all his beast souls, there was only one that he did not know how to use, which was the Beetle Knight. Han Sen did not find any information on doppelganger beast souls wherever he looked. It was a rare beast soul for sure. However, Han Sen did not know how to use it, which made him feel puzzled. Han Sen had tried many ways, but Beetle Knight was never summoned. Doppelganger? How does it work? Maybe he will live on my behalf when I die. Or can he do something for me like a stunt double? Watching the Beetle Knight in his mind, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen was thinking, he went to the creek to get some water. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was reminded of something. When he was fighting the Beetle Knight would constantly go to the lake. It did not look like the creature was taking a bath, since the weather was so shallow that only its feet would get wet as it rode on its mount. Doppelganger, lake. Maybe the Beetle Knight did not go to the lake for the water, but for the reflection? On this thought, Han Sen's heart leapt. Damn it! This is so straightforward, but it never came to me for so long. I've been so stupid! Han Sen almost shouted, looking at his reflection in the water. He wanted to test his speculation right away, but the rest of the group were still nearby. Han Sen had to calm himself down, return to the camp, and start to boil the water. As the water was boiling, Han Sen was deep in his thought, wondering about the Beetle Knight. If what I think is right, then I could resolve the issue of Dollar's identity. Before I go to Second God's Sanctuary, the beast souls owned by Dollar could be returned to me in public. No one would ever guess I am Dollar again. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen, no need to be nervous. The other guys would distract the creature and make sure you're safe. All you need to do is to launch the deadly attack at the right moment. I guarantee with my life that as long as the four of us are alive, the creature could never hurt you. Ning Yu said to Han Sen with a smile, thinking that Han Sen was absent-minded because he was afraid of the creature. Thanks so much, Mr. Ning. Han Sen did not want to explain. Call me Ning Yu, please, said Ning Yu and started to cough again. He covered his mouth with handkerchief and said, Han Sen, do you believe in fate? A little. Like a normal person, Han Sen felt reverent of fate, but did not completely believe in it. Maybe you don't believe this, but I believed we would be friends the first time I saw you. Ning Yu smiled and said, my great-grandfather had a good friend whose family name is also Han. That friend saved my great-grandfather's life. Maybe we can be friends like that as well. And this time, allow me to save you. Han Sen was dazed. All of a sudden, a million thoughts came to him. Han Sen did not believe that Ning Yu never looked into his background. Either Han Sen's great-grandfather was a friend to the Nings, or the death of Han Sen's father had something to do with Starry Group. Ning Yu's behaviors were strange. What is the name of the friend? Maybe he is in my family, Han Sen probed with a smile. Han Jingji, Ning Yu said without hesitation. That is such a coincidence. The name of my great-grandfather was also Han Jingji. They are not the same person, are they? Han Sen simply asked. It should be easy for Ning Yu to find out such information, so there was no need to hide. Ning Yu said in a gentle manner, they should not be the same person. The friend of my great-grandfather is much older than your great-grandfather, and he never got married. Han Sen was confused by Ning Yu's reply, and then understood what was wrong about Zhu Ting's statement. His great-grandfather Han Jingji was not even born when God's sanctuary was first discovered. However, if Han Sen's great-grandfather was not the friend Ning Yu was talking about, why did he have the work permit? Han Sen felt more and more puzzled about what had happened and what Unit 7 had seen in God's sanctuary. A friend of the Ning's must be a celebrity as well, right? Han Sen asked. Ning Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, he is an incredible person. And that age, the God's sanctuary was only just discovered. Before mankind started to gain genopoints and hyper-geno-arts were developed, Han Jingji was already a famous Qigong master. Qigong master? Han Sen became dumbstruck. He had learned in history class that the Qigong masters were all basically just con artists. It's not what you think. Han Jingji had incredible skills and was the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force. Ningyu said with a smile, knowing what Han Sen was thinking. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force? Han Sen became more shocked. Blue Blood Special Force was still the elite force in the Alliance. Even an ordinary member of the Blue Blood Special Force was surpasser. It was easy to tell how good the troop was. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force at this point was a famous demigod. Han Sen became more confused. If his great-grandfather was really the Han Jingji whom Ningyu was talking about, it seemed unlikely for the Hans to be so poor. In addition, Han Sen had never heard about any Qigong in the family. Han Sen wanted to ask more about the instructor Han. But it was already time to set out on the journey again. Ningyu got up and told everyone to depart. What am I missing? Han Sen felt like he must be missing something in these connections. Han Sen had to put the thoughts away because they had already reached the primeval forest. What Han Sen cared most was how to kill the super creature. He must kill the super creature, but he could not let the rest of the group see the life essence, which was not something easy to accomplish. More importantly, Han Sen did not know much about the creature so far. He had to use Ning Yu's knowledge of the creature before he could determine whether he could kill it. Otherwise, Han Sen would have come back and killed the creature when the group was drugged by Zhu Ting. Ning Yu and Han Sen were carefully protected by the 3 other members, who had already become evolvers. With higher fitness index, they felt the tasks much easier. When the group of 5 came to the mountain again, they climbed up at Ning Yu's command this time. The mountain was huge, although it was not steep. Han Sen followed the rest of them to go up. When they were about to reach the mountaintop, everyone became careful. Hush! Yang Yongcheng, who was leading the group, signaled them to be silent when they were about to reach the mountaintop. The mountaintop was a stone platform about half an acre. The giant snail with the jade shell and red body was resting, hidden in the shell. The red meat was concealed completely. Young master, Mr. Han, wait here for a second. We will draw it out, whispered Yang Yongcheng. Be careful. Safety first. Ning Yu nodded. The 3 evolvers agreed and approached the creature. They summoned beast soul bows and started to shoot Z-steel arrows at the shell. Boom, boom, boom. The Z-steel arrows were smashed against the shell. All 3 revolvers shape-shifted into humanoid figures. With their fitness level as evolvers, they became extremely strong. Han Sen checked the way that the Z-steel arrows broke and found that they did not break because the revolvers were strong, but because the jade-like shell seemed to have a bouncing effect, which crushed the arrows. Super creatures are never easy, Han Sen thought to himself. After taking several arrows, the snail stretched its red meat from the shell and fixed its eyes on the evolvers. All of a sudden, it rushed toward them. If it was before, the revolvers would have chosen to keep their distance from the snail. However, this time they must approach the snail to make it leave its shell so that Han Sen could kill it with his dagger. In addition, the evolvers felt more confident since they basically represented the strongest humans in First God's sanctuary. Therefore, they were not as scared of the creature. Very soon, they found that they were too naive. The strong physique of evolver did not make it easier for them to fight the creature. The evolvers were so close to the creature that the snail suddenly turned into a snake with wings and left its shell, throwing itself at one of the evolvers. The person quickly wielded his broadsword at the snake. Yang Yongcheng and the other person also started to attack. The rat snake did not even try to dodge and let the weapons cut into its meat. The evolvers became overjoyed. Currently, their fitness index should be over 30. With a sacred blood weapon, they might not be able to cut the shell, but they believed the weapons should hurt the soft meat. However, as their weapons hit the meat, they realized how wrong they were. The thin blade cut the soft meat as if it had cut into glue. Not only was the meat intact, but all the force they used on the weapons was also absorbed. Then, the red snake suddenly changed its shape. The red meat moved like liquid and wrapped the three weapons up. The evolvers tried to retrieve their weapons, but found it was impossible. The weapons were bundled together with a strong force that they could not be taken out. What was more frightening was that the red meat started to develop tentacles looking like snakeheads, moving toward the guys. The evolvers had to give up their weapons and come back. When they tried to summon their beast soul weapons, they found it was no longer possible. The three weapons were wrapped inside the red meat and melting. All three evolvers became irritated. Initially, they thought after their evolution they could pose threats to the creature. However, the moment they launched their attacks, they lost three sacred blood beast soul weapons. The red meat did not stop its attack. Its body could be twisted into any shape to attack in any form, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. On the other hand, the three evolvers did not dare to touch it. They didn't even dare to use their weapons and were suddenly trapped in an awkward position. Once the red meat touched them, even their armor started to melt, which looked horrendous. Fortunately, although the creature came very fast after coming out of the shell, it was not as fast as the cursed wolf. Otherwise, the three revolvers would have died 1,000,000 times. Even so, the evolvers were hardly able to make it to the place where Han-san and Ningyu were hiding. Han-sen shapeshifted into Fairy Queen and seized the cursed wolf dagger, wanting to go out and help the evolvers. In fact, he was trying to look for an opportunity to kill the creature himself. Before Han-sen dashed out, Ningyu pulled him and said calmly, "Don't hurry. This is not the time. Wait for them to draw the creature here, find a good spot, and make sure you kill it in one strike." Han-sen glanced at Ningyu and saw the guy had a blank face, as if he was chatting in his living room. The fact that Ningyu was not nervous at all made Han-sen feel that the three evolvers were nothing to him. Seeing through Han-sen's thoughts, Ningyu said calmly, "If you go out now, then the risks they are taking will be wasted." Before Han-sen replied, Ningyu summoned a slim sword and walked toward the creature. Han-sen was surprised. Ningyu was so sick and had not evolved yet, so why would he go there himself? Holding the slim sword, Ningyu quickly stabbed at the creature at an incredible speed, which actually hit it. His sword was not stuck in the red meat either. Impressive, this Ningyu. Although they are twins, he is much stronger than Son of Heaven. Han-sen felt a bit shocked. He could tell that Ningyu had not evolved, but Ningyu was able to distract the creature and avoid its attacks. In addition, his sword skills were unexpected. Although he only had one move, he always attacked in the most surprising angle. Only his sword could be retrieved from the red meat which none of the evolvers dared to touch. Although the creature was not hurt by his sword, it became irritated. Under the extremely intense circumstance, Ningyu looked so calm that Han-sen could not tell that he was in a deadly battle. The behaviors of the evolvers became more and more organized since Ningyu joined them. They moved around the creature and gradually led it to Han-sen. It is such a shame that Ningyu has poor fitness level. His fitness index should be around 15, the number of a normal person with sacred geno points maxed out. Even with the cursed wolf dagger, I don't think he could kill the creature. After watching for a while, Han-sen learned that speed should be Ningyu's main strength, which should be around 20, while his other items should be around 15. Seeing that the creature was led to him, Han-sen gripped his dagger. He had been watching long enough to determine the fitness level of the creature. As long as Han-sen did not use heresy mantra and overload, he could injure the creature with the dagger but could not kill it, which was what Han-sen wanted. He could not kill the creature in front of the group. Eventually, the creature approached Han-sen. Han-sen dashed out without hesitation and quickly slashed the dagger at the meat. The meat that the evolvers could not hurt using sacred blood weapons was cut deeply by Han-sen's dagger. The injury was about 3-inch deep and blood immediately flowed. The creature screeched and quickly shrank its body. To everyone's surprise, after the red meat contracted, the injury disappeared as if it was glued up. Han-sen joined the rest of the group. However, it seemed that the creature was scared by the cursed wolf dagger and did not dare to touch it again. It kept moving away from Han-san and attacked the rest. Although Han-san found opportunities to stab it a few more times, it was useless. The red meat had an incredible ability to cure itself. "That's it. My shape-shifting time limit is up," exclaimed an evolver. Ning Yu's pupils contracted. He commanded coldly, "Let's retreat." Hearing Ning Yu, the evolvers started to go back together with the young master. However, Han-san marched forward instead, making his way to the creature. Han-san more or less had learned the strengths and shortcomings of the creature. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. The shape-shifting time limit of the evolvers was up, so that they no longer dared to fight the creature closely. As long as Han-san could face the creature alone, he will have his opportunity. "Mr. Han, let's go back first. We will organize another campaign," Ning Yu exclaimed at Han-san with his brows knitted. "It's okay. You go back first. It fears my dagger, so I can try again," replied Han-san, throwing himself at the red meat. Ning Yu failed to talk Han-san out of it and surprisingly came back as well, helping Han-san distract the creature. However, the evolver could no longer take the pressure of going over the time limit. They quickly turned back to themselves and became much weaker, which made the situation direr. Ouch! An evolver's arm was swept across by the red meat, and his muscle suddenly melted, his bones exposed. Han-san took this opportunity to make another cut at the red meat. This time, it seemed he had cut a vital part of the creature, which immediately screeched and returned to its shell, never coming out again. Han-san approached the shell and quickly cut at it. Ding! Han-san felt a strong force came through, almost made it impossible for him to hold the dagger, while the shell was only left with a white mark. "Let me try with dagger." Yang Yongqing approached Han-san and yelled. Han-san did not answer, backed up, and looked at the rest of the group. His attitude was evident. "Mr. Han, I will not lie to you. You should be able to see that this creature is significantly different from all the creatures we have seen. Maybe it is a being beyond sacred blood creatures. If we are able to get its beast soul and meat, human beings will make another leap in the evolution history. Your strength is not enough to break its shell. You can choose to lend us the dagger or sell it to us. After we succeed, you can have half of the benefits," said Ning Yu. Before Han-san replied, a tentacle of the red meat reached from under the shell at an evolver. That person was paying attention to Han-san's reaction and did not dodge in time. He was caught by the red meat and quickly drawn into the shell. Blood was spilled, and screams were heard. The person became quiet in a moment, shocking the rest of the group. As Ning Yu was about to say something, the creature moved toward the cliff with the shell on its back. Han-san uses of the dagger to slice the red meat exposed under the shell, which did not do much because the injury healed quickly. The creature continued to the cliff, which was shaped like a reversed pyramid. The creature quickly went down and glued itself to the mountain wall, while none of the humans had such ability. "Mr. Han, what do you think of my suggestion?" Ning Yu asked. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in lending or selling the dagger," Han-san said quietly. 5 sacred blood beast souls for the dagger. And you still get to keep half of the meat after we kill the creature," Ning Yu said and suddenly stabbed the sword at Han-sen's throat. This move was so unexpected in the middle of a sentence that even an evolver like Yang Yongqing would probably have been killed. However, Han-sen was an expert in this aspect. The moment when Ning Yu moved, Han-sen had wielded his dagger as well. Crack! Ning Yu's sword was cut in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Ning Yu looked surprised, but did not stop attacking Han-sen. Yang Yongqing and the other evolvers were helping Ning Yu as well. It seemed that they had decided to kill Han-sen. Huangfu Pingqing said, "You are someone who always go by the rules." It seems that she is mistaken. Han-sen moved around the 3 persons, using the dagger to defend himself. "I only go by the rules because I don't want others to fear me and misunderstand me. You are not someone who fears me though." Ning Yu was extremely calm. He summoned another slim sword. Although it seemed to be of a different style, it was still a sacred blood beast soul. "Even if you kill me, You will not be able to obtain the dagger, said Han Sen. I'd rather not have it than let others have it. Ning Yu's sword became more and more swift and deadly. The two evolvers also did their best to attack Han Sen in the fiercest way possible. Huang Fu Pingqing was right. You are indeed a scary person. However, there is one thing that you did wrong. Han Sen dodged several attacks and said, What is that? Ning Yu did not stop his sword. You misunderstood who is in charge here, Han Sen said calmly. He suddenly held the dagger backward and his footwork became extremely odd. His heart beat like an engine, and Han Sen was no longer who he was a moment ago. The moment Han Sen passed by Ningyu, the dagger in his hand moved like water, cutting the spear in Yang Yongqing's hand. In a flash, Han Sen moved to the other evolver and beheaded him. Blood sputtered everywhere. Ningyu froze for a second. Yang Yongqing yelped. They could not imagine that Han Sen could improve his strength so tremendously in a sudden. When besieged by two evolvers and Ningyu, Han Sen even killed an evolver. You are also an evolver. Yang Yongqing widened his eyes. Unless Han Sen was an evolver, Yang Yongqing could not explain Han Sen's speed and strength. You found out too late. Han Sen moved like wind, dashing past Yang Yongqing. Yang Yongqing became shocked. With his speed, he could not even move away in time. All he could do was to summon a broadsword to block Han Sen's dagger. Crack! Both the dagger and Yang Yongqing's neck were cut by the cursed wolf dagger as if they were made of tofu. The blade was broken, and the man was killed. The body without its head fell to the ground. Ningyu watched Han Senator as calm as him, his heart sank. After all the calculation, he failed to predict Han Sen's strength. At the ring of the VIP section, Han Sen only showed how sharp the dagger was. Ningyu did not know that Han Sen had the strength of an evolver as well. I am right that we are the same type of people. Ningyu smiled unexpectedly. He had better judgment than Yang Yongqing, who was already an evolver, and he did not plan to run away, because he knew very clearly that his speed was much worse than Han Sen's. Maybe as he turned around, his head would no longer be on his shoulders. Any last word? Han Sen did not reply but asked. Ningyu coughed and said, Maybe you do not know that there is a type of beast soul called doppelganger. The person standing in front of you is merely a doppelganger. Even if you kill me right away, you will only be destroying a beast soul. So how about we have a nice talk instead? Han Sen did not speak but walked toward Ningyu with the dagger in his hand. If you do not believe me, I could prove it to you that I am just a beast soul. Ningyu said to Han Sen with his brows knitted. I believe you, said Han Sen and immediately beheaded Ningyu with his dagger. In Faith Shelter, Ningyu, who was drinking tea, muttered to himself, There goes my only sacred blood doppelganger beast soul. My teacher is right. I am still not calm enough. Ningyu took a sip of his tea but could not stop thinking about Han Sen. Watching Ningyu's body disappearing in front of him, Han Sen was not upset, but pleased. He had guessed what a beast soul doppelganger could do. After witnessing how amazing Ningyu's doppelganger was, Han Sen was very glad that he had the Beetle Knight. However, it was not an urgent matter. Han Sen quickly summoned the wings of purple feathered dragon and flew down the cliff. Han Sen had learned everything about the creature and knew that he could kill it. The cursed wolf dagger, 43 super geno points, heresy mantra, and overload together gave Han Sen the ability to fight some super creatures. Golden Growler was clearly beyond the Han Sen's ability. However, this giant snail was a weaker super creature. It was more or less on the same level as the cursed wolf, which Han Sen could kill. Han Sen flew down the cliff and saw the giant snail had already made its way half down the cliff. Han Sen flapped his wings and kicked at the shell, trying to send the snail down the cliff. However, the creature attached itself to the stone and did not move at all. Han Sen's foot, on the other hand, was almost dislocated. Han Sen again used the cursed wolf dagger to cut at the jade shell of the creature. With both heresy mantra and overload reaching his extreme, Han Sen was equipped with incredible strength. The cursed wolf dagger moved across the air and hit the shell, making the sound of metal. The shell was left with an inch-deep mark. The bouncing effect was also diverted by Han Sen. Ding ding ding. In the air, Han Sen repeatedly cut the jade shell, making an inch-deep mark each time. Very soon, the marks were all over the jade shell. The creature turned itself again into tentacles, trying to tie Han Sen up. However, the dagger kept cutting at the tentacles, none of which managed to approach Han Sen. Left, right, left, right. With extremely fierce strength, the dagger kept cutting the jade shell and deepening the marks on the shell. The metal sounds were almost non-stop. Boom! Eventually, after taking hundreds or thousands of hits, the jade shell was broken by the dagger into pieces and fell underneath the cliff. Without the protection of the jade shell, the red meat issued a screech and threw itself at Han Sen in the form of tentacles. Han Sen looked extremely calm. He wielded his dagger and cut off all the tentacles, approaching the vital part of the red meat at the same time. Whoosh! Han Sen's strike broke the red meat and sliced off the two eyes of the creature. The creature suddenly screamed. It could no longer attach its body to the cliff and fell. Super creature blood snail killed. Beast soul of super creature blood snail gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen almost moaned in happiness. It was indeed a super creature. He not only gained its life essence, but also had the beast soul. Amazing! Han Sen was in a great mood. When he reached the bottom of the valley, the body of the blood snail was almost all gone. A red crystal the size of the fist fell on the ground. Han Sen took the red crystal and started to lick it. The crystal melted into blood like liquid and Han Sen swallowed greedily. Life essence of super creature blood snail eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Life essence of super creature blood snail eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Hearing the pleasing voice and feeling the warm streams filling his body, Han Sen felt on top of the world. It was almost like he was in heaven. The life essence of the blood snail provided 9 super geno points for Han Senator, adding to the 43 points he already had. Han Sen currently had 52 super geno points and his fitness was further enhanced. Humans in First God Sanctuary could reach 15 in fitness index when maxing out on all 4 types of geno points. Most people would be able to reach 20 in some respects, which was already the limits humans could reach in First God Sanctuary. After evolving, people like this would gain a sacred body, which would enhance their fitness index to around 30. At that time, they could reach nearly 40 in 1 or 2 aspects. However, Han Sen had not evolved yet, and his fitness index had already passed 20 by a lot. However, all aspects of Han Sen's fitness were rather balanced. Han Sen calculated based on his own condition. When he maxed out on sacred geno points and super geno points, his fitness index should be over 30 without any additional enhancement, which would be the same as an evolver with a sacred body. The fitness level of a mutant evolver was around 20, and the fitness level of a sacred blood evolver was around 30. So how about a super evolver? The first super body in mankind, the thought made Han Sen's blood boil. He wished he could immediately fill up his super geno points and become a super evolver. Han Sen found a hidden spot and started to appreciate his newly gained super beast soul in excitement. Type of beast soul of super creature blood snail. Pet armor. Pet armor? Is this beast soul used on pets? Han Sen had never heard of such a beast soul. Feeling puzzled, Han Sen hesitated and summoned Meowth. He then used the super pet armor on Meowth. All of a sudden, the shadow of blood snail was attached to Meowth and then turned into a translucent jade shell, covering the entire body of Meowth, which now looked like a jade statue. Run, Meowth! Han Sen wondered whether Meowth could still run fast wearing such armor. Meowth roared and set out like a lightning bolt. In an instant, Meowth was almost 200 feet away, even faster than it was before. Han Sen was surprised. It seemed that the pet armor did not affect Meowth's speed, but enhanced its fitness. Han Sen called Meowth back and beat it hard. It seemed that the super pet armor had incredible defense, which was much better than Han Sen's sacred blood armor. Without using the cursed wolf dagger, Han Sen could not even break the super pet armor. Lucky! I have been so lucky. With the super pet armor, Meowth should be able to take attacks from some of the super creatures. With such a super pet as my tank, I do not need to probe and take the risks on my own when hunting another super creature. Han Sen became overjoyed and kissed Meowth on its forehead. Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and Holy Angel, trying to equip them with the super pet armor. Pet not transformed yet. Unable to use the armor. Han Sen got a hint telling him it could not be used. Only transformed pets could use the super pet armor. Fortunately, the Golden Rock Worm King should be transforming soon. Han Sen thought he should kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures to feed the Golden Rock Worm King. However, Han Sen was not in the mood. He was thinking about something else, which was the ability of the Beetle Knight. Ning Yu had shown him the power of a doppelganger beast soul. Having spent many days with Ning Yu, Han Sen was not even able to tell it was just a doppelganger. This kind of ability was simply unbelievable, which was also quite meaningful to Han Sen. He was about to evolve, and the beast souls belonging to Dollar were less and less useful. Although he could sell them using Dollar's name, the things he got in return would still be traced back to Han Sen. With the doppelganger, Han Sen could be 2 persons at the same time and purchase the beast souls Dollar sold. No one had to know the connection between himself and Dollar, which was perfect. Han Sen could not wait to know whether the Beetle Knight would work in the same way as Ning Yu's doppelganger beast soul. Han Sen went back to Faith Shelter overnight and teleported back to Blackhawk. He then went to the restroom in his dormitory. Watching his reflection in the mirror, Han Sen summoned the Beetle Knight again. Previously, the Beetle Knight could not be summoned. However, this time it came out of Han Sen's mind. Without a pause, the Beetle Knight entered the mirror. A ripple appeared in the mirror as the Beetle Knight walked inside. After the Beetle Knight was in the mirror, it integrated itself with Han Sen's reflection and walked out of the mirror. Looking at the Beetle Knight that looked exactly like himself, Han Sen opened his mouth wide and could not begin to describe the excitement he was feeling. After a series of experiments, Han Sen felt more and more thrilled. He could even manipulate the Beetle Knight's body from the beast soul's perspective. Although the Beetle Knight had become Han Sen, its physique was still the same as the beast soul, vastly different from Han Sen's. To Han Sen's satisfaction, the doppelganger could use beast souls like a normal human being, as long as Han Sen transferred the beast souls to it. It is exactly what I think. This way, Dollar's identity would no longer be an issue. Han Sen was wondering how he could transfer Dollar's beast souls to himself without exposing his secret. However, he could only do that when he returned to Steel Armor Shelter. Otherwise, people would still connect him with Dollar. The next morning, Han Sen was preparing to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Since he had already killed the super creature and antagonized Ning Yu, it was no longer a good idea to stay in Faith Shelter. Mr. Han, how about we find a place to talk? Before Han Sen left Faith Shelter, Ning Yu was standing in front of him, with a gentle smile per usual, as if nothing had happened between Han Sen and him. Is there anything to talk about between us? Han Sen looked around and did not see any suspicious person. I am alone, and you could decide where we have the talk. Ning Yu smiled and said, Mr. Han, competition and business should not be mixed. If you have already killed the creature, I am willing to pay for the meat. If you're willing to sell the beast soul, it would be even better. I can accept any price you name. Young master, do you really think I could kill the creature alone? Han Sen licked his lips and said, Previously I did not believe that. However, after that day I no longer dared to think so. You are not an ordinary person, said Ning Yu earnestly. Young master, you give me too much credit. However, I am not as strong as you think. Han Sen paused and said, You know clearly when I came back and whether I had brought any meat back. What more do I need to say? Naturally, Ning Yu knew what Han Sen meant. The creature was huge and had a lot of meat. Han Sen returned on the same day. If he had obtained the meat, it was impossible for him to finish eating it. However, Han Sen brought nothing back. But the creature disappeared. Ning Yu stared into Han Sen's eyes and said, I had also gone down to the valley and did not find the creature. If you're asking me where it went, I would have to let you down again. Han Sen was not afraid that Ning Yu would not believe him. So far, No one knew that the body of a super creature would disappear after being killed. No matter how smart Ningyu was, he would not know there was no meat to begin with. Ningyu watched Han-san for a while but could tell nothing. He chuckled and asked, "What's your plan later? How about we continue to collaborate?" "No, thank you. To be honest, I am scared." Han-san waved his hand and walked toward the exit of the shelter. "I will go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Forget about the collaboration. I am too old for that kind of thrill." Ningyu did not stop Han-san but still sent for someone to follow him. Although Han-san felt he was followed, he did not mean to get rid of the tail. Han-san returned to Steel Armor Shelter as usual. Ningyu received the message and frowned. Is it true that he did not kill the super creature? The super creature had at least 400 pounds of meat. In such a short amount of time, it was impossible for Han-san to finish the meat. If he hid the meat somewhere, then he should not have gone back to Steel Armor Shelter. After all, meat went bad easily. If Han-san hid the meat away, after he returned from Steel Armor Shelter, the meat would no longer be edible. If he had not killed the creature, where did the creature go? Ningyu felt something was wrong but could not tell what. Han-san went back to Steel Armor Shelter, wondering where he could kill a few sacred blood creatures to max out his sacred Geno points and help the Golden Rock Worm King transform. Maybe I should go to the Devil Desert. Han-san was still thinking about the Sacred Blood Fox King and the Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King. Either would make a great snack for the Worm King. Han-san had always wanted to kill the Fox King but had never found a good opportunity. A while back he was unable to kill it. When he was capable of killing it, he could not find the creature. The Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King was a creature that could produce a rare flying Sacred Blood Beast soul. It was quite a shame that Han-san did not kill it last time. If Han-san could gain the beast soul of the Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King, he could sell the wings of the purple-feathered dragon, which had been seen by too many people. Since Han-san had reached a conclusion, he did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter, but went to Devil Desert directly. "Foxes, black-feathered beasts, where are you?" Han-san rode on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and entered the Devil Desert. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, it was of a significant size and marched much faster in the sand compared to Meowth. Entering the desert again, Han-san did not know how to describe his feeling. He used to be chased by the Sacred Blood Fox King in despair but could kill it with a single shot these days, no matter how sly it was. Shortly after Han-san entered the Devil Desert, he saw many dead creatures. It seemed that some people had already cleared the path. As Han-san was wondering if he should choose a different direction, he heard roars of creatures and shouting of humans. Since the sounds were not far, Han-san commanded the Golden Rock Worm King to go over there. Han-san saw the group of people who were hunting. The group was led by Yuan and Qing. The Golden Rock Worm King was so eye-catching that Yuan and Qing saw it from afar. They recognized that it was Han-san's pet and felt relieved. Since they were hunting rock snakes, they did not say hi and fought harder. The group was quite organized as if they were soldiers. It was easy for them to hunt the rock snakes, so Han-san did not join them, but watched on a dune nearby. Watching Qing and Yuan slaughtering the creatures, Han-san felt so much time had passed. These two boys were rookies who he used to instruct and protect. However, they had become masters who could defend themselves, which made Han-san feel a bit emotional. Have I grown old? Han-san touched his chin, which was very smooth, and was reminded that he was only nearly 20 years old. Because he had practiced jade skin, Han-san had very tender skin like a teenage girl. Even he had been exposed to wind and sunshine in the wild for some time. His skin still remained soft and fair. This is too obvious a feature, Han-san thought. If he did not have erection every morning, he wondered if he would become a woman if he kept practicing this hyper-geno art. Han-san looked around 18 years old, younger than he actually was. Fortunately, he had manly facial features. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a woman for real. After all, it was so rare for a guy to have skin like this. Brother, how come you're here? As Han-san was deep in his thought, Yuan and Qing had finished hunting the rock snakes and walked over to Han-san. I plan to hunt some sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert and max out my sacred Geno points. Didn't expect to see you here. Hansen came off from the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and said with a smile, "Oh, you're going deeper into the desert? Take us with you. We will just watch you and don't worry about us stealing your creatures," Yuan said, looking at Hansen expectantly. "Okay, we can go together. You can hunt the creatures as well, which should be fun." Hansen smiled and said. Hansen was actually thinking, "Sorry, Yuan and Qing. Kill as many as mutant creatures you want, but sacred blood creatures are all mine." Currently, Hansen was equipped with a sacred blood bow and arrow. With his archery skills and strength, a sacred blood creature could not even take an arrow from him. It was impossible that the boys could snatch a sacred blood creature from Hansen. "Haha, then we will do our best. Don't be pissed if we snatch a creature from you," said Yuan, grinning. "Don't worry. I am not that far from maxing out on sacred genopoints and can wait 1 day or 2. In addition, it will not be easy for you to steal creatures from me. If you have that kind of ability, I will be more happy than mad," Hansen said with a smile. "Maxing out on sacred genopoints is not a big deal at all. Not to mention you have not achieved that yet," said the young man with his lips curled. The young man was about 17 years old and had a butch haircut. It seemed he was unhappy with the fact that Hansen was treating them like kids. "No big deal indeed. I entered God's sanctuary 2 years earlier than you did is all," Hansen said with a smile, seeing that Yuan and Qing were blinking at him. Hansen did not want to be too serious around a teenager. Entering God's sanctuary earlier does not mean you are stronger. Since you have said we are free to hunt the creatures, let's see who could hunt a sacred blood creature first, the teenager insisted. "Okay." Hansen nodded and said, still smiling. The group of people continued their way into the Devil Desert. At night, when they were having a break, Yuan whispered to Hansen when the teenager was not nearby, "Brother, Hai Yun is arrogant because his grandfather is Hai Mingwei. Don't pay him any mind." "Senator Hai Mingwei?" Hansen was surprised to hear that. Hai Mingwei was a senator and demigod, probably the best fighter among all humans. When Hansen just entered God's sanctuary, Hai Mingwei became the first human who had killed a demigod sacred blood creature. So far, no one could follow that example. Hai Mingwei was named the best fighter ever, and the most likely candidate of the president of the alliance. Hansen had heard rumors that the Heis were one of the clans that inherited ancient martial arts, which was why Hai Mingwei could reach his level. Yuan nodded and said, "Hai Yun is the only boy in his generation, which is why the entire clan takes his education very seriously. Since he is randomly assigned to Steel Armor Shelter, both my family and Qing's family told us to keep him safe. If anything happens to him, both of us will be responsible. Just don't pay him any mind, brother." Hansen nodded. He did not mean to take Hai Yun seriously anyway. However, he curiously asked, "Did the Heis really inherit ancient martial arts?" Yuan curled his lips and said, "Most of the senators have something to do with ancient martial arts, which gave them a huge advantage when they entered God's sanctuary. Otherwise, they would have no advantages. Those who fight on their own are basically all in the house." Good to know. It was the first time that Hansen heard about these things, so he felt quite interested and asked Yuan a few more questions. Yuan did not know much either. Some of his family members was in the house. Although they knew something about the Senate, they did not know a lot. When they set out on the road again, Hai Yun was extremely active, killing almost all the creatures they saw. His fitness was great, and the techniques he was using were impressive, many of which Hansen had never seen before. They were probably the secret of the Heis. Each time Hai Yun killed a creature, he would shoot a challenging glance at Han Senator, however. Hansen remained calm and acted as if he did not see it. The biggest thing Hai Yun killed was 1 or 2 mutant creatures, which Hansen was not interested in at all. He was not in the mood to play a child's game. The 3rd day into the desert, when they were marching, Hansen suddenly looked surprised as he gazed at the horizon. He stopped his mount and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow. "Brother, what had happened?" Seeing Hansen acting like that, everyone else became alarmed. However, they did not see anything nearby. "Black-feathered beasts. The king is also here." Hansen pointed to the horizon and said, Han Sen was quite pleased. This was not far from where he ran into the black-feathered beasts last time. It was great that he saw them again. He would never miss this opportunity. The rest of the group looked in the direction that Han Sen was pointing. All they could see was some black dots. I wonder if that is true. You are so far from the creatures. Even if you could see them, what's the point of taking out your bow? You could not even hurt an ordinary creature at such a distance, let alone a sacred blood creature, said Hai Yun with his lips curled. Han Sen did not reply but pulled the horn bow to its full. Aiming at the horizon for a while, Han Sen suddenly shot the bony fish arrow. A gray shadow flew toward the sky and immediately disappeared in people's sight. No one knew where the arrow went. Momentarily, they heard a shrill cry from afar. The group were overjoyed. Yuan looked to Han Sen and asked, "Brother, you got it?" Han Sen nodded excitedly. The voice in his mind made him so happy that he did not know what to say. Sacred blood creature black-feathered beast king killed. Beast soul of black-feathered beast king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen was surprised to gain the beast soul of the creature. He felt like his luck was getting better recently. "Brother, did you really kill the sacred blood black-feathered beast?" Qing could not believe what had happened. He stared his eyes wide, as he did not see what the black-feathered beast looked like. Han Sen nodded. Hai Yun snorted and urged his mount to run where the arrow fell. He did not believe that before he even saw the beasts, Han Sen had already killed their sacred blood king. Yuan and Qing were worried about Hai Yun and quickly summoned everyone to go after him. As the group of people approached the spot, they eventually saw a tornado of black-feathered beasts hovering in the sky, screeching. In the center of the tornado stood a boulder 100 feet tall. A giant black-feathered beast was impaled on the boulder with an arrow, the same arrow that Han Sen shot just now. Hai Yun widened his eyes and felt incredulous. The rest of the group were also dumbstruck. How strong must Han Sen be to kill a sacred blood creature more than a mile away? "In First God's sanctuary, I believe you do not have any match," said Yuan admiringly. Hai Yun looked at Han Sen with complex emotions. Initially, he did not think much of Han Sen, but he suddenly realized the gap between Han Sen and himself was too wide. Before he even saw the sacred blood creature, Han Sen had already killed it, which was a hard blow in Hai Yun's face. "There are so many masters in the alliance. This is nothing," said Han Sen casually and quickly rushed into the black-feathered beasts, trying to snatch the body of the beast king. The rest of the group also rushed over. Without the leadership of the beast king, the black-feathered beasts became a chaos. Most of them flew away, and the few that attacked the humans were all killed. Han Sen quickly dashed to the boulder and took back the bony fish arrow. The body of the black-feathered beast king immediately fell to the ground, dust swirling. Han Sen did not take the body up but summoned the golden rock worm king. He pointed at the black-feathered beast king's body, and the worm king immediately threw itself at the body excitedly. Recently, the golden rock worm king had stopped eating. It lost its interest in all meat but the meat of sacred blood creatures. Han Sen thought it was time for the worm king to evolve. The black-feathered beast was huge in size. It would take Han Sen a long while to gain a sacred blood geno point. He thought it was better if he just feed the whole body to the worm king. The golden rock worm king, which had lost its appetite for a long time, suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the black-feathered beast king's body in its entirety, making the rest of the group dumbstruck. Everyone could tell that the body indeed belonged to the sacred blood black-feathered beast king. Originally, they thought Han Sen would save the body for himself. Who knows that Han Sen had fed the whole body to his pet? It was simply impressive. After swallowing the black-feathered beast king, the golden rock worm king stayed still and started to squirm. It really is about to transform. Han Sen became overjoyed and took the worm king back, letting it finish the transformation in his mind. I hope it could evolve at the same time. If I could gain a super beast and equip it with the blood the snail armor, I can basically kill any super creature. Han Sen prayed secretly to all the gods in the world, wishing that the golden rock worm king could evolve in the same way Meowth did. Sen, if you have maxed out on super geno points, you can sell me the sacred blood meat. It is such a waste feeding it to your pet, said Yuan. It is too late. Maybe next time, Han Sen said with a smile. He did not think feeding his pet was a waste at all. With the super pet armor, a strong pet would be a tremendous help to Han Senator in addition. Han Sen was also expecting the Golden Rock Worm King to evolve. Although the chance was slim, one could still hope. I have some private business and will not keep going. We will have to part our ways here. Han Sen planned to go to the underground cave where he used to hunt ghost butterflies. Maybe he could gain a few beast soul boomerangs. The sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerangs were quite useful. Although the cursed wolf dagger was good, it was a short weapon after all. And when he used sacred blood bow and arrow, Han Sen needed time to prepare. The damage the boomerang cost and its flexibility meant a lot to Han Sen. Since he was already close to the cave, Han Sen planned to have a look. After parting way with Qing and Yuan, Han Sen went to check out the underground cave. Again, he saw the ghost butterflies with blue flames flickering on their wings. Han Sen summoned Meowth, put super pet armor on it, and ordered it to rush to the butterflies. Groups of butterflies were awakened and became fireballs rushing toward Meowth. Blue flames hit Meowth as if they had hit a glass shield and bounced off immediately. The blue flames were flying across like fireworks, but Meowth was not hurt at all. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind, telling him ghost butterflies killed and beast souls gained, Han Sen became overjoyed. Super pet armor was indeed outstanding. Boom! Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Suddenly, Han Sen heard the voice, which made him jump with joy. Checking Meowth, Han Sen found his pet was still going forward as if nothing had happened. Super pet armor is simply wonderful. Han Sen had never visited the underground cave before because the sacred blood ghost butterflies were still threatening to him. He could not even defend himself with his sacred blood armor on. This time, Han Sen was planning to check out the performance of the super pet armor, which did not disappoint him. The explosion of the sacred blood ghost butterfly did not even leave any mark on the pet armor, let alone hurt Meowth. The pet armor was basically invincible. Han Sen did not bring the rest of the group over, not because he did not want others to learn about the cave, but because he did not want them to see the super pet armor or Meowth. Watching Meowth having fun hunting the butterflies like a kitty cat, Han Sen followed his pet delightedly, enjoying the gains without lifting a finger. All sorts of ghost butterflies were smashed against the super pet armor, contributing beast souls to Han Sen. Meowth jumped up and down in the cave and cleared all the ghost butterflies. Han Sen summoned his newly gained sacred blood black-feathered beast wings and followed Meowth in the air. A pair of black wings spread on Han Sen's back, making him look like a dark angel. The speed of this pair of wings were the same as the purple-feathered dragons. Last time Han Sen did not make it to the end of the cave, so he wanted to see for himself what was awaiting if he went further. Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Watching the ghost butterflies became more and more scarce. Han Sen heard another voice telling him about another sacred blood ghost butterfly beast soul. Another sacred blood one. Han Sen saw another blue ghost butterfly in his mind, flapping its wings and looking gorgeous. When Han Sen went deeper into the cave, there were fewer ghost butterflies left. Han Sen checked his mind and found that he already had 200 to 300 ghost butterfly beast souls, among which about 2 dozens were mutant and 2 were sacred blood. Such a great place. However, I wonder when there will be ghost butterflies again after I wiped them out just now. Han Sen glanced at the empty underground cave and Meowth, which seemed to be lamenting the fact that it could not play anymore. Deeper inside the cave, darkness prevented Han Sen to see the end. The cave was extremely deep, and water kept flowing down. Although there were some sideways, the main cave never changed its direction, but went straight down to the center of the earth. Han Sen hesitated slightly and decided to let Meowth scout. According to Han Sen's previous experience, there are generally very strong creatures in deep caves like this one. Since the direction was pretty straightforward, he was not worried about getting lost and was in no hurry to leave. After more than half a day, Han-sen suddenly entered a large space. Water started to go down straight and became a waterfall. Standing at the end of the narrow path, Han-sen could not see where the water was falling using the light of the torch. It was deep and dark and silent. Han-sen could not even tell how deep the larger cave was, given that he could not even hear the sound of the waterfall. Han-sen looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted as his glance swept across. Using the torch, Han-sen saw someone sitting opposite him. "Who is there?" Han-sen yelled at the person, but there was no response. Looking around vigilantly, Han-sen felt something must be wrong. He was about 100 feet from the person, so he should not be able to see the person with the dim light of the torch. The reason Han-sen was able to see the person was that the person was glowing. In the beginning, Han-sen thought it was the person's clothes that were glowing. Maybe it was made of some fluorescent materials. However, very soon Han-sen made sure that it was not the clothes, but the person himself was glowing. After checking carefully, Han-sen was surprised to find that it was not a living person. Although it looked exactly like a living person, it was obvious that its exposed face and hands were dried up. It was impossible for a living person to have this kind of feature. Different from a dead person or a skeleton, the man had his skin and muscles intact, although water had left his body cells. Because his skin was glowing, he did not even look like a mummy. "Are you alive or dead? If you're alive, say something." Han-sen was not quite sure whether the person had died. Han-sen became curious about this dead man, wondering why he would die there in such a strange way. Checking left and right and making sure nothing was abnormal, Han-sen flapped his wings and approached the person with caution. While approaching the dead man, Han-sen checked him out. The clothing on the man was very strange, much different from modern clothing. The material and style of his clothing were like the ancient clothes human wore before they ever left planet Earth. However, Han-sen decided that this idea was ridiculous. At that time, men did not even have the ability to survive in the universe, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary. Maybe he was just a guy who liked to dress weirdly, Han-sen thought to himself. When he was about 20 feet from the dead man, Han-sen did not continue to approach him. Moving left and right, Han-sen observed the dead man from all angles. A dead man that looked like he was still alive, that was the only way Han-sen could describe this person. He looked like a breathing person except for the fact that his body had dried up. However, he looked more like a statue made of jade or something, glowing with fluorescent light. Suddenly, Han-sen's eyes were caught by something next to the left hand of the dead man, which looked like it belonged to the man. The dead man was sitting with his legs crossed and arms hanging naturally on a platform about 6 feet long extruding from the stone wall. Beside his left hand, there was something that looked like a scroll. At this point, Han-sen was certain that it was a dead man. Since there was no danger he could sense, Han-sen hesitated, landed on the platform, and picked up the scroll. The scroll looked like it was made of silk, but the touch of it felt more like leather. Han-sen looked at the dead man before he opened the scroll. There were lots of miniature characters written on the scroll, at least 30,000 characters on the 3-foot-long scroll. The majority of the characters were embroidered using some special threads, while the last portion was written by a certain kind of liquid. The handwriting of the two parts was also quite different. Han-sen believed they were from two different hands. Han-sen tried to read the scroll but found that the characters he knew were rather limited. Some of the characters he was familiar with but not sure if they meant what he thought they meant. Is it some ancient language from the early days of mankind? Han-sen pondered. The universal language of the Alliance came from a certain country in the early days of mankind. However, the language had already gone through a lot of adjustments. Most people no longer recognized the older languages. However, in artifacts like calligraphy, older languages could still be found, which seemed to be similar to the characters in the scroll. Quite a weird dead guy. Han-sen checked the dead man out again. The dead man was about 30 or 40 years old. Although he looked dried up, Han-sen was still able to tell that he must have looked handsome when he was alive. "Brother, since you have died already, you have no use of your belongings. I'm sure you'd rather do some charity work for a poor living guy like me." Han-sen reached his hand toward the dead man. He was no stranger to death and did not mind doing something like this. However, the moment Han Sen touched the clothes of the dead man, the material immediately turned into dust. Pulled by Han Sen, the clothes were immediately blown away. All of a sudden, nothing was left on the dead man's body. How come the clothes are so old? Han Sen paused and looked to the person again. The dead man was naked right now, but his whole body looked sacred and solemn. Han Sen looked the body all over and found nothing but the scroll. I wonder who he was. There is no chance he came from the ancient times, right? Even Han Sen felt amused by his own thought. There were very limited technologies in the ancient times. It was simply impossible for someone to teleport at that time. In addition to the dead body, there was nothing else. Han Sen then summoned the cursed wolf dagger and cut a hole in the stone wall. He placed the body into the hole, filled the hole with rocks and said, "Since I damaged your clothes, I will give you a place to rest. As for the scroll, you would not need it as a dead man. I will take it back to have a look. Maybe I can find out who you are and ask your family to bury you properly." Han Sen then looked around. He did not have anywhere else to go other than the deeper cave. Han Sen looked into the depths of the cave and tried to fly down. After flying for a few miles, he still could not see the bottom of the cave. Watching the darkness that looked like an entrance to the hell, Han Sen felt scared. He hesitated and felt like it was unnecessary to take such risks. Han Sen flew up and went back to Devil Desert from the path where he came from. Han Sen spent 2 more days in Devil Desert and found no more sacred blood creatures. He went to the area where the sacred blood fox king used to be and failed to find it. To Han Sen's surprise, Golden Rock Worm King had accomplished its transformation. Super Golden Rock Worm King. Pet, evolved and transformed. Seeing the Golden Rock Worm King that had finished its transformation, Han Sen felt dumbstruck. Its gigantic body had become much smaller after transformation. It used to be the size of a bus but had shrunk to the size of a car. However, the golden shell had become thicker. In addition, it had grown 4 pairs of sharp claws that looked like the sickle of the death. Behind its body, it had also developed a tail like a scorpion's. Behind its back, 2 pairs of golden wings buzzed like a bee's so fast that they were almost invisible. Ferocious was the word Han Sen was thinking when seeing the Super Golden Rock Worm King. The worm was completely different from what it used to be. Evolution. Super pet. Han Sen had become so overjoyed that he did not know how to organize his words. Although he had hope, the chance was so low that he felt surreal when his hope actually became true. Ha ha! Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and couldn't resist laughing when seeing how good the pet looked. Super pet plus super pet armor. I don't know who can stop my maxing out on super geno points. Han Sen felt quite proud. He cannot wait to find more super creatures to kill. However, it remained an issue where to find a super creature. Unlike Starry Group, which had a huge intelligence network and large amounts of capital and manpower, or Ares Marshall Hall, which had talents in all shelters, Han Sen was on his own. To find a super creature, the only way was to piece together fragmented information from the news on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad. With the Super Rock Worm King, Han Sen did not want to find a sacred blood creature anymore. Instead, he immediately went to Steel Armor Shelter, wanting to find a super creature so that he could max out on super geno points as soon as possible. However, before Han Sen reached Steel Armor Shelter, he felt something was wrong. Many people were fleeing from the shelter with a terrorized look. Some people were even injured. Han Sen would not feel much if it were just a few people. However, more and more people started to flood out of the shelter, which was abnormal. "Brother, what's happening?" Han Sen pulled someone passing by and asked. "Creature." A creature came to the shelter. The person said, frightened. Han Sen paused. It was common for a creature to make its way into a shelter in second or third God's sanctuary. However, in first God's sanctuary, creatures would not even approach a shelter. Han Sen had never heard of any incidents in which a creature attacked humans in the shelter. In fact, he thought it had never happened before. How many creatures were in the shelter? Han Sen asked hastily. 1. The guy replied. 1? What creature? Maybe it's a super creature? Han Sen's brows were knitted. Steel armor shelter was not a weak shelter. There were a lot of strong men in the shelter. One creature frightened so many people out of the shelter, which proved the strength of the creature. A lion. A giant golden lion. The guy stuttered. The words made Han Sen's heart sink. Golden lion. Could it be that baby golden growler? Han Sen walked faster towards steel armor shelter. The closer he got to the shelter, the more people running away from the shelter he saw. Many people were injured and crying. Han Sen also saw many people pulling dead bodies out of the shelter. It looked like there were quite a lot of casualties. Since no one could have imagined a creature making its way into the shelter. There were so many weaker people in the shelter. If it was really a super creature, Han Sen did not think they could even be able to run away. Han Sen gritted his teeth and went against the crowds, entering steel armor shelter. He saw a giant golden lion raging among the buildings of the shelter from afar. Although many strong men were attacking it, none could stop it. The golden lion was still killing like crazy. Golden growler, you must be the little golden growler. Watching the grown golden growler, which was as tall as a 2-story building, Han Sen felt surprised and pleased. He was pleased that he got to meet the baby golden growler again, as he now had the ability to kill it. This golden growler was simply a godsend. However, Han Sen was surprised how big the golden growler had grown. When it moved its paw, it could easily tear down a room. Each room was a private space equipped with a teleport device. Everyone was naturally assigned his or her room when coming to First God's Sanctuary. However, in Higher God's Sanctuary, humans were completely on their own. They would need to build or fight for their own shelter, and sometimes they would even be attacked by creatures in the shelter. Watching the golden growler crushing buildings and rooms, Han Sen's hearts raced, because the golden growler was about to reach his room in the shelter. Han Sen did not care about anything else, but the archer crow he was feeding, which should not be revealed in public no matter what. The golden growler stamped on the buildings and people who had not made their way out yet, looking like a vicious dragon. Golden growler approached his own room. Without any hesitation, Han Sen summoned the Super Golden Rockworm King in super pet armor. He shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen and summoned the Cursed Wolf Dagger. Standing on the back of the Golden Rockworm King, Han Sen rushed toward the Golden Growler. With its 4 wings buzzing, the Golden Rockworm King looked like an alien creature, wielding its 4 sharp claws at the Golden Growler. Han Sen was standing on the back of the Worm King, his blonde hair dancing in the wind and his ruby crown shining under the sun. With the Cursed Wolf Dagger in his hand, Han Sen fixed his gaze upon the Golden Growler. Broken buildings and damaged bodies were everywhere. People were crying and shouting. Those who could fight in steel armor shelter, no matter which gang they were from, had all joined the fight. No one wanted to see steel armor shelter ruined. If they lost their own room, which was their safe space, everything would become difficult for them in God's sanctuary. Especially for the large gangs and merchants, losing their rooms meant the loss of a safe warehouse or transition space, which would cost tremendous damages. Many precious items were stored in the rooms. If ruined by the Golden Growler, many people would become poor overnight. Numerous arrows flew to the Golden Growler like a shower, which did absolutely no harm to the creature. In the eyes of the Golden Growler, the attack was like drizzle. Even Littlefinger, who was already a first-class fighter in First God's Sanctuary, could not even hurt the Golden Growler with a sacred blood weapon. When hundreds of different weapons cut on the Golden Growler, the creature could simply shake its body to get rid of both the weapons and their owners. The Golden Growler was like a monster from hell, crushing and smashing everything in its way. Whoever happened to be standing under its paw would become a pool of mud immediately. Blood flowed and became a river. It looks like apocalypse in steel armor shelter. With the screaming and howling, one would have goosebumps even it was noon. Retreat! Retreat! Littlefinger ordered everyone to retreat. It was not because he did not want to buy more time for the merchants and ladies who did not have much ability to fight, but because he could no longer keep fighting. In a short amount of time, the Fist Gang had already lost a few core members. The situation of Steel Armor Gang and the Disciples was not any better than the Fist Gang. Plus, Steel Armor Gang had suffered the most loss. Many members of the Steel Armor Gang were military school students. The education they received gave them more courage to sacrifice themselves. However, no matter how brave they were, it was simply useless in front of Golden Growler. The blood made people's hearts tremble, and deaths brought despair. At this point, even if the Steel Armor Gang wanted to retreat, it would be too late, given how fast the Golden Growler was. This giant body did not affect its speed. If no one could distract the creature, none could run away from it. The Steel Armor Gang had become the last line of defense. As the members were becoming desperate and about to make suicidal attacks, they suddenly saw the murderous Golden Lion stop. Everyone was dazed. The Golden Lion raised its head, staring into the sky, and had an angry look on its face. What could possibly cause the anger of such a frightening creature? Everyone followed the Golden Lion's sight and became dumbstruck. A monster in jade armor fell from the sky. Although it was much smaller than the Golden Lion, it looked even more vicious. On the back of the armored beast stood a man with golden hair and red armor, who looked like Apollo. Han Sen. Many people who knew Han Sen couldn't help but yelp. As people were taken aback, the Golden Lion suddenly roared and jumped into the air, throwing itself at the Golden Rockworm King. Seeing the look in the Golden Growler's eyes, Han Sen knew that the creature had recognized himself. The lion's eyes were filled with hatred. Han Sen was sure the creature wanted to rip himself apart. Let's finish everything here and now. Han Sen gripped the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, staring at the Golden Growler. Boom! The Golden Growler clashed with the transformed Golden Rockworm King. Although the Worm King was just about 1/10 the size of Golden Growler, it did not back off after the clash. The 8 sharp claws dug deep into the fur of the Golden Growler. Roar! The Golden Growler felt the pain and howled. Its paw hit the Golden Rockworm King, knocking the worm away, which then caused several buildings to collapse. The moment the Golden Growler laid its paw on the Rockworm King, Han Sen's heart started to thump like a running engine, almost jumping out of his chest. Qi and blood quickly rushed into Han Sen's body, making him burn with explosive energy. The cursed wolf dagger almost became one with Han Sen and went toward an eye of the Golden Growler. Previously, Han Sen could not even break the eyes of the baby Golden Growler. However, Han Sen had become much stronger. With the Super Beast Soul cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen was not who he used to be. The dagger was stabbed into the eye of the Golden Growler hard, as if it was stabbed into rubber. Han Sen used all he got and pushed the dagger inward. Roar! As blood flowed, the Golden Growler howled, trying to hit Han Sen with its forepaw. The moment Han Sen pierced the golden eye, he had already kicked the Golden Growler's face in order to retreat. When he was in the air, the Worm King threw itself under Han Sen's feet, helping its master avoid the Golden Growler's paw. With a bleeding eye, the Golden Growler had incredible hatred in its only eye left. With a roar, it quickly hit Han Sen and the Golden Rockworm King again at an incredible speed. Han Sen looked cold. Stepping on the Golden Rockworm King's back, he dodged the paw and stabbed at its other eye. When the Golden Growler tried to take its paw back to hit Han Sen, the Rockworm King had already dug its claws into the lion's paw, its tail piercing its fur, making the Golden Growler scream. Han Sen threw himself at the lion, piercing the other eye of the Golden Growler. Blood suddenly colored the golden eye red. Roar! Growling continuously, the Golden Growler quickly rushed toward a direction, knocking down countless buildings. It eventually broke out of the shelter and ran away. Watching Golden Growler leaving embarrassed, loud cheers exploded in the shelter. Many were shouting Han Sen's name. However, Han Sen had no time to respond. Standing on the back of the Golden Rockworm King, Han Sen quickly chased after the Golden Growler. This time, he will not let the creature off the hook again. Kill it! Many people were shouting their hearts out, wishing they were able to kill Golden Growler, and even alive like Han Senator humans had never experienced such cruelty in First God's sanctuary. The blood of family and friends made them furious. Buzzing its 4 wings, The golden rock worm king quickly went after the golden growler. When it was about to catch up with the lion, Hansen deliberately slowed down a little bit, as he did not want anyone to see him kill the golden growler. Hansen wondered if the golden growler would disappear like other super creatures, which would look suspicious to other people. Hansen was confident to kill the golden growler at this point. All he needed to do was to wait for the golden growler to run to a desolated spot, which would be the moment he made his move. Being blind, the golden growler could no longer tell which direction it was going. Its eyes were bleeding, but the blood was going back into its injuries. It looked like it was healing. Bang bang. All the rocks and trees were knocked away by the golden growler. The creature eventually entered Dark Swamp. Go deeper. Hansen was pleased with the fact that the creature had entered the least populated place, creating the perfect opportunity for him to kill it. Following the golden growler into the dark swamp with his wings, Hansen saw all the creatures in the lion's way knocked dead or stamped on. The fitness level of a super creature was much higher than any other creature. Even when it was blind already, no one could hurt it unless they had a super beast soul weapon. Watching the golden growler going deeper into the swamp where there was no one nearby, Hansen no longer hesitated and ordered the golden rockworm king to go at the blind golden growler. Its four wings buzzing, the golden rockworm king strangled the golden growler with its barbed tail. The tail pierced the creature's neck and the blood started to flow. Meanwhile, the 8 sharp claws the rockworm king locked the golden growler's head down, stabbing inside its skull. The golden growler cried in despair, trying to hit the golden rockworm king with its paw. However, it only made some noises of metal on metal. Hansen summoned his black-feathered wings, hovering in the air and watching his pet fighting the golden growler. The super pet in super pet armor was almost invincible. Even the golden growler could not injure the golden rockworm king. Instead, it was haunted by the worm king and attacked by 8 sharp claws. The golden hair of the lion was shaved by the claws, and bloody scars crisscrossed on its head, looking miserable. Let's end it here. Seeing that the golden rockworm king could not really kill the golden growler, Hansen gripped the dagger and rushed toward the stomach of the golden growler. In Hansen's hand, the cursed wolf dagger made a cut of 12 feet long on the stomach of golden growler. Golden blood jetted out like a spring, mixed with pieces of inner organs. Roar! The golden growler cried, waving its paws and trying to kill its enemy. However, it could no longer tell where the enemy was. As its blood left its body, the golden growler quickly became weak. Hansen jumped on its head and stabbed the dagger into its brain, accelerating its death. After all, the golden growler had not grown as strong as its mother. It was only at the same level as the cursed wolf. Compared to the invincible large golden growler, it was still much lacking. If the golden growler had become as strong as its parent, Hansen was afraid that the entire steel armor shelter would be crushed by the creature. At that point, Hansen could not guarantee he would be able to stop it. Super creature golden growler killed. Beast soul of golden growler gained. Life essence available. Meat edible. Watching the dead golden growler, Hansen was dazed. This time, the voice was different from before. Hansen was happy that he was able to gain the beast soul of the golden growler. However, after killing several super creatures, it was the first time the body of the creature did not disappear. In addition, the voice had always told him that the meat of super creature was inedible, yet this time it said something different. If the meat was indeed edible, Hansen wondered why the voice did not say it could bring him more super geno points. In conclusion, the voice was kind of weird. Hansen watched the creature's body with his brows knitted. The golden growler is different from other creatures. Hansen quickly forgot about this issue. He was overjoyed that he had gained the super beast soul life essence, and even the meat of the golden growler. Hansen was surprised how lucky he was. Hansen had thought that he had used up his luck, given how lucky he had been recently. However, he still gained the beast soul and even gained the body of a super creature. Hansen did not dare to hesitate much longer. He quickly dissected the body of the golden growler with the cursed wolf dagger, searching for its life essence. Han-sen almost tore its entire body up to find the golden crystal in its skull. Although the golden crystal was much smaller than that of its parent, it was still the size of a basketball. Han-sen quickly licked at the crystal. As he drank the golden liquid, he felt his entire body was on fire. Strength was instilled into his body cells, making his entire body stronger. Life essence of golden growler consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Hearing the wonderful voice in his mind, Han-sen almost laughed out loud. He licked the crystal faster. Hearing the voice telling him about his newly gained super geno points, Han-sen felt he was on top of the world. The life essence of the golden growler gave Han-sen another 8 super geno points. Han-sen now had 60 super geno points. After finishing the life essence, Han-sen felt more cheerful than ever. He glanced at the meat of the golden growler. Since the meat could be eaten, I believe it should also give me super geno points. The body of this creature is so big that I wonder when I can finish eating it. Watching the golden growler cut into pieces by him, Han-sen felt worried. Any piece in front of him was taller than himself. Han-sen wondered how he could eat it. Let me try some first. Han-sen picked a tender piece and made a thin slice. Without time to cook, Han-sen decided to taste it raw. Very soon, Han-sen found out sadly that the meat was as tough as ever. Han-sen chewed the meat and felt as if he was chewing calfskin. There was no way his teeth could tear up the meat. In the end, Han-sen decided to simply swallow the meat since the slice was quite thin. However, after he swallowed it up, nothing had happened. Even if this piece of meat did not give him any geno point, Han-sen should still be able to hear the voice telling him no geno point gained. However, after swallowing, Han-sen had heard nothing. What the heck? Han-sen felt quite upset. He hesitated and summoned Holy Angel, wondering if she would eat it. If she could not eat it, then the meat was useless. After seeing the meat of golden growler, Holy Angel was overjoyed and threw itself at the meat. Holding a piece of meat, she gobbled away. The meat Han-sen could not even chew was easily torn into pieces by Holy Angel with her teeth. All pets would be winners at eating contests. Han-sen was dumbstruck by the way Holy Angel ate. Momentarily, the little girl had already swallowed a piece of meat taller than Han-Senator Han-sen, wondered where the volume went in the belly of the Holy Angel. However, the Holy Angel did not mean to stop. She quickly went to another piece of meat and started to eat. Han-sen saw the little girl started to grow as she ate the meat of the golden growler. Her hair became longer and chest fuller. Her legs became longer, and a pair of white wings started to grow on her back. Han-sen felt the little girl looked more and more like the creature she used to be. Her wings became bigger and her body more curvaceous. Jade armor started to formulate on her body as well. Holy Angel! She really had become the Holy Angel. Han-sen was dumbstruck and did not know what to say. After eating a small part of the golden growler meat, the little girl had grown into a woman. However, the change had not stopped. The Holy Angel was still bearing her face in the meat. As she ate, the figure of Holy Angel started to shift again. Her blonde hair became almost transparent. Her white armor became golden, and even her eyes and halo became pure gold. The Holy Angel turned into an elegant goddess, covered in a sacred aura. After eating all the meat of the golden growler, the Holy Angel turned and walked to Han-Senator. She approached Han-sen until their faces met. Watching the gorgeous yet ice-cold face of the beauty, Han-sen was wondering what she wanted to do. All of a sudden, the Holy Angel held Han-sen's face with both hands and covered his mouth with her red lips. Damn it! I am molested by a pet. Han-sen stared his eyes wide, feeling incredulous. As Han-sen was having complex feelings, he suddenly felt suction from the mouth of the Holy Angel. She sucked the piece of meat that he just swallowed out from Han-sen's stomach. Holy Angel released Han-sen and swallowed the piece of meat, which seemed to make her look more mysterious and pretty. Evolution of Holy Angel complete. Han-sen heard the voice in his mind. Checking the data of Holy Angel, Han-sen was dazed. Holy Angel, super pet, can further evolve. Han-san could understand that the holy angel had evolved into a super creature after eating the meat of the golden growler. However, after she had already become a super pet, the system said she could even evolve further, which was beyond Han-sen's comprehension. Han-sen had never heard that a pet beast soul could evolve twice. In addition, a super pet must be the top being in First God's sanctuary. If the holy angel could evolve even further, what would she become? Watching the innocent girl standing in front of him, Han-sen did not know what to think. After finishing evolution, the holy angel had dismissed her transformed state and become the little girl again, looking at Han-sen with her eyes wide. Han-sen was shocked. Technically speaking, a pet could not decide its state for itself. Some intelligent pets could react automatically under emergencies, which was also quite rare and limited. Dismissing its own transformed state like the holy angel was simply beyond the ability of a pet. Han-sen regarded the holy angel with his brows knitted and took her back. Fortunately, the beast soul did not resist. This is so strange. I believe it's the golden growler. Other super creatures all disappeared after being killed, but the golden growler had edible meat. There must be some mysteries. Han-sen did not have any clues. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone was talking about the creature, and Han-senator they had never heard about a creature attacking a shelter in First God's sanctuary. The fact that Han-sen had chased the creature away made a lot of people in Steel Armor Shelter grateful to him. Many people in Steel Armor Shelter posted on the Skynet about the issue, giving rise to quite a lot of attention. The shelters in First God's sanctuary were not built by humans, but a part of the God's sanctuary system. No creatures dared to come close to the shelter before, yet one suddenly attacked a shelter, which naturally made breaking news. Ningyu was also reading about the incident. Although there was no picture or video, Ningyu was paying a lot of attention, especially to the part about Han-sen. After a long time, Ningyu turned his device off and asked an old man who looked like a steward, "Is everyone ready?" "Yes, young master. Everyone is ready. But are you really going to do that?" The old man asked Ningyu. "We cannot touch someone from the special squad, especially someone connected to the Qins. If we want to capture him alive, we can only do it in God's sanctuary," Ningyu said casually. "But young master, you don't need to go yourself," the old man said worriedly. "That guy is not an ordinary person," Ningyu said quietly and walked to the teleport device. Very soon, Han-sen found out sadly that the meat was as tough as ever. Han-sen chewed the meat and felt as if he was chewing calfskin. There was no way his teeth could tear up the meat. In the end, Han-sen decided to simply swallow the meat since the slice was quite thin. However, after he swallowed it up, nothing had happened. Even if this piece of meat did not give him any genopoint, Han-sen should still be able to hear the voice telling him no genopoint gained. However, after swallowing, Han-sen had heard nothing. What the heck? Han-sen felt quite upset. He hesitated and summoned Holy Angel, wondering if she would eat it. If she could not eat it, then the meat was useless. After seeing the meat of Golden Growler, Holy Angel was overjoyed and threw itself at the meat. Holding a piece of meat, she gobbled away. The meat Han-sen could not even chew was easily torn into pieces by Holy Angel with her teeth. All pets would be winners at eating contests. Han-sen was dumbstruck by the way Holy Angel ate. Momentarily, the little girl had already swallowed a piece of meat taller than Han-senator. Han-sen wondered where the volume went in the belly of the Holy Angel. However, the Holy Angel did not mean to stop. She quickly went to another piece of meat and started to eat. Han-sen saw the little girl started to grow as she ate the meat of the golden growler. Her hair became longer and chest fuller. Her legs became longer, and a pair of white wings started to grow on her back. Han-sen felt the little girl looked more and more like the creature she used to be. Her wings became bigger and her body more curvaceous. Jade armor started to formulate on her body as well. Holy Angel! She really had become the Holy Angel. Han-sen was dumbstruck and did not know what to say. After eating a small part of the golden growler meat, the little girl had grown into a woman. However, the change had not stopped. The Holy Angel was still bearing her face in the meat. As she ate, the figure of Holy Angel started to shift again. Her blonde hair became almost transparent, her white armor became golden, and even her eyes and halo became pure gold. The holy angel turned into an elegant goddess, covered in a sacred aura. After eating all the meat of the golden growler, the holy angel turned and walked to Han's senator. She approached Han San until their faces met. Watching the gorgeous yet ice-cold face of the beauty, Han San was wondering what she wanted to do. All of a sudden, the holy angel held Han San's face with both hands and covered his mouth with her red lips. Damn it! I am molested by a pet. Han San stared, his eyes wide, feeling incredulous. As Han San was having complex feelings, he suddenly felt suction from the mouth of the holy angel. She sucked the piece of meat that he just swallowed out from Han San's stomach. Holy angel released Han San and swallowed the piece of meat, which seemed to make her look more mysterious and pretty. Evolution of holy angel complete. Han San heard the voice in his mind. Checking the data of holy angel, Han San was dazed. Holy angel, super pet, can further evolve. Han San could understand that the holy angel had evolved into a super creature after eating the meat of the golden growler. However, after she had already become a super pet, the system said she could even evolve further, which was beyond Han San's comprehension. Han San had never heard that a pet beast soul could evolve twice. In addition, a super pet must be the top being in First God's sanctuary. If the holy angel could evolve even further, what would she become? Watching the innocent girl standing in front of him, Han San did not know what to think. After finishing evolution, the holy angel had dismissed her transformed state and become the little girl again, looking at Han San with her eyes wide. Han San was shocked. Technically speaking, a pet could not decide its state for itself. Some intelligent pets could react automatically under emergencies, which was also quite rare and limited. Dismissing its own transformed state like the holy angel was simply beyond the ability of a pet. Han San regarded the holy angel with his brows knitted and took her back. Fortunately, the beast soul did not resist. This is so strange. I believe it's the golden growler. Other super creatures all disappeared after being killed, but the golden growler had edible meat. There must be some mysteries. Han San did not have any clues. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone was talking about the creature and Han's senator. They had never heard about a creature attacking a shelter in First God's sanctuary. The fact that Han San had chased the creature away made a lot of people in Steel Armor Shelter grateful to him. Many people in Steel Armor Shelter posted on the Skynet about the issue, giving rise to quite a lot of attention. The shelters in First God's sanctuary were not built by humans, but a part of the God's sanctuary system. No creatures dared to come close to the shelter before, yet one suddenly attacked a shelter, which naturally made breaking news. Ning Yu was also reading about the incident. Although there was no picture or video, Ning Yu was paying a lot of attention, especially to the part about Han Sen. After a long time, Ning Yu turned his device off and asked an old man who looked like a steward, "Is everyone ready?" "Yes, young master. Everyone is ready. But are you really going to do that?" The old man asked Ning Yu. "We cannot touch someone from the special squad, especially someone connected to the Qins. If we want to capture him alive, we can only do it in God's sanctuary," Ning Yu said casually. "But young master, you don't need to go yourself," the old man said worriedly. "That guy is not an ordinary person," Ning Yu said quietly and walked to the teleport device. Ning Yu slowly walked into the cold liquid of the evolution pool. Initially, he did not want to become an evolver so soon. Once he finished evolution, he must leave First God's sanctuary in a short amount of time. Otherwise his body would be damaged permanently. However, Ning Yu still chose to evolve at this point. He had so many doubts about Han San that he felt it was worthwhile for him to evolve. Although he had summoned 13 evolvers with their sacred genopoints maxed out who worked for Starry Group in different shelters, Ning Yu still chose to evolve himself as well. Ning Yu did not want to give Han San any opportunity of survival. He only trusted himself with this mission. Although Starry Group was powerful, they did not want to mess with the special squad unless they had to, especially in the case that Han San worked for Qin Xian. Ning Yu could not do anything to Han San in the alliance, so he had to do it in God's sanctuary. In the evolution pool, Ning Yu's body was undergoing significant changes. Other people only knew about Son of Heaven, while few people knew that Ning Yu was the most talented in his generation of the Nings. Although he did not have the best health, Ning Yu was the only person who had practiced the sword skills of the family successfully. Before God's sanctuary was discovered, an ancestor of the Nings was one of the few people who had mastered sword skills. Their skills were called Ke, which had been considered a famous school since ancient times. Since people had found God's sanctuary, the Ke techniques were adapted into super Geno arts and became even stronger. However, Ning Yu did not think that. Although the super Geno art was strong, Ning Yu thought his family never had another swordmaster like his grandfather Ningtie since the invention of the super Geno art. When Ning Yu was a little boy and just started to learn to use sword, he abandoned the strong super Geno art and insisted on practicing the old sword techniques. When he just started, the techniques were not even close to the modern super Geno art, but Ning Yu did not question his own decision. 2 years ago, Ning Yu finally succeeded in practicing the old sword techniques and understood its essence. He eventually knew how ridiculous the adaptation was. Initially, Ning Yu thought no one in First God Sanctuary would be a worthy opponent for him to use the actual Ke sword skills. After meeting Han Sen, Ning Yu thought everything had changed. Ning Yu had so many doubts about Han Senator if Han Sen had become an evolver when they first met. He had been staying in First God's Sanctuary for too long, which should have already caused his body harm. No one would be so dumb. If he had not become an evolver, he did already have the strength beyond an unevolved person. Ning Yu could only think of one possibility, which was that Han Sen had already acquired super genes. Ning Yu even suspected that the dagger of Han Sen was a beast soul beyond sacred blood beast soul. Otherwise, how could it be so sharp? However, Ning Yu did not dare to tell anyone about it. Ning Yu was not the only person who was pursuing super genes, and the Nings was not the only family who knew about it. Ning Yu did not want anyone to know about Han Sen, otherwise Ning Yu himself would have even less chance. Therefore, Ning Yu could only depend on himself even at the cost of leaving First God's Sanctuary early. He had to figure out Han Sen's secret. Ning Yu did not want any accident. Therefore, he had used all his connections to gather the 13 advanced fighters who were about to max out on their super Geno points, help them fill their Geno point count up and make them evolve. Ning Yu had been preparing all this, which was why he did not make a move on Han Senator. What he was waiting for was this opportunity. After reading about the news that Han San had beaten the Golden Lion, Ning Yu was even more certain that Han San had acquired the power beyond sacred genes. Meanwhile, Han San was drooling before the Golden Growler in the 7th warehouse. The beast soul of the Golden Growler was a mount. The super mount had not only incredible speed, but also adjustable size. At Han Sen's command, the Golden Growler could be as large as a small hill. Its smallest was still the size of an elephant. In addition, the Golden Growler had a tough body and an incredible ability to bear weight, which was outstanding for a mount. Han Sen wondered if the Golden Growler had other abilities, which he was not sure of so far. Riding the Golden Growler in its smallest form in the warehouse, Han Sen felt fantastic. The ride was so comfortable, like he was in an advanced private aircraft, even when the mount was running at its full speed. This is the ride that gets me girls. Han Sen felt excited. Maybe he could take Ji Yenran for a ride on the Golden Growler sometime and maybe even do something naughty with her. What would the term be if we do it on the lion's back? Han Sen wondered. After playing around for a while, Han Sen took the Golden Growler back and started to look for information on the Skynet using his comlink. After finding what he needed, Han Sen opened the scroll he took from the cave, scanned it with his comlink, and machine translated the characters into modern language using the device. Indeed, the characters were in an ancient language which were easily translated into the modern language. Han Sen carefully checked its content. In the beginning, Han Sen felt quite relaxed, as he was just trying to determine where the guy was from. After a while, however, Han Sen's face became grim. Shortly, Han Sen was shocked. In the end, he couldn't even close his mouth. Han Sen could not believe what was written on the scroll was true. This must be a prank. How come this is possible? After Han Sen read the content, he was appalled. However, thinking about how strange the dead body looked, maybe it was true. If it is true, then the entire alliance would be shocked. It is completely against what we know so far. Han Sen could not calm himself down reading the translated text. According to the translated text, the owner of the scroll, aka the dead man, was from ancient times when cold steel was the only weapon material. They did not even have electricity, let alone teleport devices. A man from that time could teleport into God's sanctuary using just their body, which was hard to believe. The latter part of the scroll was a statement of the writer. According to him, he was a Taoist who styled himself as Dong Xian. He was the leader of an organization called Xian Men. Having committed himself to Taoism, he eventually reached the state where he could break through the vacuum. However, after breaking through the vacuum, Dong Xian found that he did not reach heaven. Or, the heaven he reached was different from his imagination. He appeared in a different world, where everything was beyond his comprehension. Unfortunately, although Dong Xian was successful in breaking through the vacuum, his body was severely injured by the shift. Shortly after he reached this world, he wrote down the scroll and died. Han Sen felt the story absurd. Using one's own body to break through the vacuum so that one could teleport into God's sanctuary must require incredible strength. Even demigods in the contemporary time could not achieve that. Han Sen felt like it was just a fairy tale. The former part of the scroll was a Taoist martial art called Dongxian Sutra. According to Dongxian himself, it was his life's work, an invention based on a Taoist martial art. It was with Dongxian Sutra that Dongxian had achieved the state of breaking through the vacuum and landed in God's sanctuary. When he traveled through the vacuum, almost everything Dongxian was wearing got destroyed, including a treasure piece he was wearing called the feathered cloak. Only Dongxian Sutra made of void silk was kept intact. I wonder if it is true. If Dongxian was telling the truth, then this Dongxian Sutra should be even better than demigod hyper-genoarts. Han Sen read Dongxian Sutra with suspicion. It seemed that Dongxian Sutra was too difficult for the machine to translate. Han Sen could not understand the translated text and felt confused. For generic content, the machine translation was good enough. However, for a sutra, the machine translation was either wrong or messy. It seems that I should not try to translate Dongxian Sutra using a machine. I have to learn the ancient language myself. Han Sen translated the text word by word but found that many characters had multiple meanings, and he had no way to determine what they actually meant. Han Sen found that even if he knew what each character meant, he could not understand the article. Han Sen eventually understood why the machine had failed at the task. For an ancient language like this, it was essential for the reader to have the knowledge in a certain area before reading. Although Han Sen could guess the meaning here and there, he did not dare to try practicing what he guessed. Han Sen had to set Dongxian Sutra aside and started to study the materials of the ancient language department of Blackhawk. It took time for Han Sen to learn the ancient language, and it could not be rushed. After resting for 2 days, Han Sen started to plan to transfer the beast souls of Dollar back to his own identity. Su Xiaoqiao, who had now become the team lead of Bullseye, was hunting a mutant creature with a group of people. Suddenly, someone dashed from a forest in front of him and cut the mutant creature in half. Damn it! Who gives you the nerve to snatch my creature? Are you tired of living this life? Su Xiaoqiao bristled. However, when seeing who it was, he quickly stopped and stared his eyes wide. Dollar, you did not evolve? Very soon. So, I want to sell all my beast souls and need your help, Han Sen said and transferred all his beast souls and gear to Su Xiaoqiao. Hearing the voice telling him about Sacred Blood Beast Soul after Sacred Blood Beast Soul, Su Xiaoqiao was completely dumbstruck. When Han Sen was about to leave, Su Xiaoqiao came to himself and exclaimed, Dollar, you're not afraid that I will keep the beast souls for myself? No, I'm not, said Han Sen casually without turning back. Su Xiaoqiao quickly asked, You haven't given me a price yet, and where should I find you after they're sold? Do an auction. I only want S-class licenses of the Evolver level. I will go find you, Han Sen said and disappeared in the mountains. Of course, he was not afraid that Su Xiaoqiao would keep the beast souls. After all, Su Xiaoqiao was working for Steel Armor Gang, and Han Sen knew everything about him. The beast souls are so good. Well, there is even a Sacred Blood pet. Although he took off his armor, He was still covering his face and I cannot tell what he looks like. What a pity. Su Xiaoqiao licked his lips and lamented. Boss, is that guy really $? Why would he ask you to do the auction for him? What is your relationship? What beast souls did he give you? Su Xiaoqiao had not completely recovered from the shock, so there was no way he could answer that. Very soon, the news got out that Dollar asked Su Xiaoqiao to do an auction of his beast souls in steel armor shelter. Many people were shocked. No one knew that Dollar was still in First God's sanctuary, and no one could foresee that Dollar's beast souls would be for sale. Many people investigated Su Xiaoqiao and determined that he could not be Dollar. At this point, Ningyu had also come to Steel Armor Shelter to find Han Senator when hearing the news. He also looked into the background of Su Xiaoqiao and reached the same conclusion as others. Young Master, Su Xiaoqiao is going to do the auction tomorrow. Should we attend the auction? Lu Lin asked. The sacred blood beast souls of Dollar were quite famous and coveted by many. Ningyu was deep in his thoughts. He murmured, Dollar, Hansen, these two. Go get me the information you gathered on both of them. Young Master, you're saying that Han Sen is Dollar? Lu Lin was dazed. We will know the answer to that question very soon. Go prepare for the auction, Ningyu said quietly. Every once in a while, Steel Armor Gang would organize an auction. It was rather easy for Su Xiaoqiao to conduct another one with the trained personnel. On the day of the auction, almost everyone with some status in Steel Armor Shelter came. Ningyu and Lu Lin were covering their faces, observing in the crowd. Ningyu's gaze lingered on Han Senator. It seemed that he was trying to tell something from Han Sen's look. The 4 items that Han Sen gave Su Xiaoqiao were Sacred Blood Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Meowth and Spinning Spear. Too many people knew that Han Sen had made the last shot at the purple-feathered dragon and claimed to not have gained the beast's soul, which was why Han Sen did not give the pair of wings to Su Xiaoqiao. Before the auction started, Han Sen felt he was being watched. He resisted the temptation to look back. When Qing came over to say hi, Han Sen stood up and glanced casually to the back. Ningyu is also here? Han Sen greeted Qing as if nothing had happened but felt slightly surprised. Although Ningyu was covered in beast soul armor and his face could not be seen, Han Sen had a deep impression of him and still recognized him. He recognized me, Ningyu said quietly. Really? Lu Lin looked to Han Sen who was talking to Qing incredulously. Han Sen only glanced at them and did not even look twice. Since Ningyu was dressed like this, Lu Lin did not believe that Han Sen could recognize Ningyu. In addition, Han Sen did not look like he had seen Ningyu given how calm he was. Ningyu smiled and did not say anything. However, he took back the beast soul armor and revealed his face. Ningyu is probably here to kill me, Han Sen thought after sitting down. However, he did not know what Ningyu was about to do. It was Steel Armor Shelter and Han Sen was at home. Would Ningyu harm him in public? After the auction started, Han Sen had not been able to close his mouth. His initial plan was to purchase all the beast souls himself. It was his money anyway. Su Xiaoqiao would get a small cut was all. He did not expect the prices would go so high though. Even the Black Beetle armor, which was of the lowest value, was already worth 5 S-Class licenses of the Evolver level and more. Qing, are you crazy? Although the Sacred Blood armor is precious, I'm sure it's not so precious. When Qing bid 8 S-Class licenses of the Evolver level, Han Sen thought he was out of his mind. Haha, brother. It is more than just Sacred Blood armor. This is Dollar's signature and only his name would be worth this much. Many people around Qing seemed to agree with him, especially Hai Yun who was standing S-Class licenses like water. When he bid 10 licenses, everyone was silent. Han Sen was dazed and thought, 10 S-Class licenses of the Evolver level? It must be billions of dollars, while the Sacred Blood armor would probably only be worth 200 to 300 million. Han Sen wanted to purchase his own beast souls back initially, but he was having second thoughts. S-Class licenses were rare items that could hardly be purchased. Even if he had no use of them, he could always trade them for beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. 10 licenses were a price that Han Sen could not say no to. Having given up the idea of purchasing the Black Beetle armor, Han Sen decided to let Hai Yun keep it. The bidding for the Bloody Slayer was even more heated. Hai Yun had raised the price to 15 licenses without even blinking. Han Sun felt what had happened was beyond his understanding. He even doubted whether the S-class licenses had been depreciating. Hai Yun, are these beast souls really worth it? Han Sun asked Hai Yun. These are dollars, so they're different. Hai Yun was overjoyed that he won the auction of the Bloody Slayer. Hai Yun, you already have 2. Do not try to steal the last one from us, said Qing half seriously. Whoever gives the higher price would win it. If you pay more, you can have it, Hai Yun said. During the auction of Meowth, Han Sen felt torn. Although Meowth was no longer that useful to Han Sen, it was his pet for the longest time. Han Sen did not want to let Meowth go. Very soon, Meowth's price was raised to 15 licenses by Hai Yun. Everyone became silent. Few people had that many S-class licenses which could not even be bought with money. Lin Beifong was also quite rich, but he could not even come up with 5 S-class licenses. For universal S-class licenses, Han Sen gritted his teeth and set a price. He resisted the temptation of 15 S-class licenses and would like to get Meowth back at all costs. Universal S-class licenses? Han Sen, you would pay this much? Are you also a fan? Both Yuan and Qing were shocked. Not really a fan. I am just into pets. Han Sen smiled and said, 20 S-class licenses, which should have a higher value. Hai Yun still would not give up. That is hard to say. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated. Universal licenses win. All of a sudden, a voice came from the gate of the venue. Everyone turned and saw someone wearing a mask. Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the person. The person looked exactly like Dollar when he was giving Su Xiaoqiao the beast souls. Su Xiaoqiao naturally recognized him. Dollar left after saying that. After all, it was just a doppelganger created by Han Sen using Beetle Knight. The shorter it appeared in front of people, the better. Should we follow him? Lu Lin looked to Ningyu. Ningyu shook his head and said, no need. Our target is Han Sr. Han Sun saw someone following the Beetle Knight but paid no mind to it. The Beetle Knight was a sacred blood beast soul and was controlled by Han Sen. So it was not difficult to get rid of the followers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hai Yun. Dollar had said himself that he prefer universal licenses. Su Xiaoqiao looked around and said, for universal licenses from Han Sen, going once. Eventually, Han Sen won the auction of Meowth and had his beloved back. Even the Sacred Blood Gear Spinning Spear was bought by Hai Yun with 2 Sacred Blood licenses. Han Sen did not expect this guy to be such a diehard fan of Dollar. Han Sen had earned 27 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, and all he paid was 2 Sacred Blood Beast Souls and 1 Sacred Blood Gear. The price was simply unimaginable. If I was not afraid of his family, I would never have let Hai Yun taken the 2 Beast Souls of Dollar. I should have bought at least 1. Qing couldn't stop complaining after the auction was concluded. Han Sen felt shocked. It turned out the price was not high enough in the rich kids' eyes. They gave up only because they did not want to cross Hai Yun. Han Sen knew that the 2 beast souls were expensive because of the fame of Dollar instead of their real worth. Han Sen, you should have purchased the armor or the shape-shifting beast soul. Although the pet was strong, the other 2 items were the signatures of Dollar. Qing lamented. Brother, would you like to sell the pet? Hai Yun still did not want to let it go. He was obviously a perfectionist who had to have the whole set. Hai Yun, I am so sorry. I need that pet and do not plan to sell it for the moment, said Han Sen. If you would like to sell it in the future, you have to come to me first. I am easy on the price, Hai Yun said and left with regret. When Han Sen, Qing, and Yuan just walked out of the venue, a dozen people laid siege to them. Are you looking for trouble? Qing frowned and exclaimed. Ningyu walked out and said calmly, Qing, Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. It is personal between Han Sen and me. Feel free to leave and I will apologize to you later. Ningyu, what did Han Sen do? Qing and Yuan both frowned. Han Sen snatched our creature, Ningyu said quietly. It is just a creature. Name the price and I will pay for him, Qing said immediately. It is not about money, but about getting things straight. I hope you can understand, Ningyu said with no emotions. Qing and Yuan felt they were in an awkward position and both looked to Han San. Han Sen, what had happened? Su Xiaoqiao rushed out with his men from Steel Armor Gang. The Special Squad and the Steel Armor Gang were closely connected and could be considered a family. Seeing Han San in a siege, the gang members came to his rescue. Are we bullying them with number? Count me in. Look at where you are. How dare you try to cross Han Sen here? You must be blind. This is Steel Armor Shelter and you should go back to where you are. Very soon, the gang members had besieged Ning Yu's men. Thank you so much. I will always remember how good you are to me. If you ever need me in the future, I'll be there. However, this matter is between Ning Yu and me, and I will take care of it myself. Hansen quickly stopped the Steel Armor Gang. Although others cannot tell, Hansen had known evolvers very well and could tell that the men Ning Yu had brought were all evolvers with their sacred genopoints maxed out. If they were really in a fight, although there were more people in the gang would still suffer a greater loss. Qing Yuan, let me handle this myself, Hansen said to his two friends. If you need anything, just say the word. I will never see you being bullied. Qing raised his voice and said, Hansen, what do you say? Ning Yu paid Qing no mind and asked Hansen with a smile. 13 evolvers with sacred genopoints maxed out plus himself. He was determined to capture Hansen, no matter who was present. He was constrained by rules and laws in the Alliance, but in God's sanctuary, no one could do anything as long as he did not kill Hansen in public. In addition, Ning Yu did not plan to kill Hansen anyway. He had so many doubts about Hansen that he had to figure out. Let's find another place to have a talk, said Hansen calmly. So brave, Ning Yu said and commanded the evolvers to force Hansen out of Steel Armor Shelter. The Steel Armor Gang, Qing, and Yuan were trying to follow them. However, Hansen asked him to go back. On one hand, Hansen did not want them to be injured. On the other hand, Hansen had his own plan. When they had reached a desolated spot in the mountains, Hansen stopped walking. The group of people were still surrounding him, not giving him any chance to escape. Hansen, what do you plan to do? Ning Yu looked at Hansen. I'll let you capture me. What do you think of this plan? Hansen said calmly. Everyone was dazed. Even Ning Yu was surprised. After a while, he looked at Hansen and asked, Are you sure? So many evolvers with sacred genopoints maxed out. I don't think anyone else could gather so many talents in the first God's sanctuary. I don't think I could escape alive. Rather than taking some beating, I would surrender myself. Hansen reached out his hand, looking like he had given up. Ning Yu was still suspicious and ordered his men to tie Hansen up. Hansen did not resist and let the guys lock him down with special locks. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Ning Yu looked at Hansen with his brows knitted. I know you will not kill me, at least not before you have your answers, Hansen said while thinking. You really think you could kill me if you lock me down? If I am not trying to fish information from you, I would have summoned my 2 super pets to teach you a lesson. You still had an opportunity to run away while you were in Steel Armor Shelter, Ning Yu said. I am a member of the Special Squad after all. My mission is to protect others, not to let others sacrifice themselves for me. Even if I could run away, I would be too ashamed to live. Hansen said calmly. Give me your dagger, and I will let you walk free. Ning Yu pondered and said, If it was the first time, I might consider your words. However, I am certain that if I do not give you my dagger, I will not necessarily die. If I gave you my dagger, I will die for sure, Hansen said with a smile. Bang! Lu Lin threw a hard punch at Hansen's face, knocking him down on the ground. Blood started to flow from Hansen's mouth. I will show you what it's like to pray for your death. Lu Lin sounded cruel. He took out a dagger and slashed it at Hansen. Lu Lin did not push the dagger into Hansen's vital organs, but where it hurt most. He was also doing it as slow as possible and dragging the blade back and forth. Hansen's face became pale immediately, covered in cold sweat. However, he managed not to make a sound. I don't believe you are made of iron. Lu Lin took a black leather bag at his waist and opened it. There were many odd-looking utensils. Lu Lin picked one and tried to use it on Han Sen. That is enough. Take him to number 107. Ningyu stopped Lu Lin, gazed at Han Sen, and ordered his men. Where is number 107? Han Sen spitted out some blood in his mouth and asked quietly. You will know when we get there. Ningyu did not talk to Han Sen again and hit the road. Ningyu never expected to get much from Han Sen's mouth, and there was no way he would let Han Sen off the hook at this point. Han Sen was curious about the number 107 Ningyu mentioned. However, the group of people did not speak about it at all. All they did was traveling. It seemed that they were in a hurry. Han Sen understood the reason. All of them had evolved and could not stay too long in First God's sanctuary. Otherwise their bodies would not be able to take it. Under this circumstance, Ningyu still insisted to take him to number 107, which made Han Sen even more curious about it. Very soon, Han Sen's question was answered. The group of people traveled across Devil Desert on sacred blood mounts and entered an arid mountain. There was only a very narrow path to enter the valley. Only one man could pass at a time. A couple of men took Han Sen to enter the valley. When they approached the valley, Han Sen saw everything. He could barely see any other creature. White rocks and sand were everywhere. In the middle of the valley, there was a giant blooming red flower that looked like a rose facing upward. Around the flower, there were many vines and leaves covered with thorns. The vines almost covered the entire valley, making it look like a greenhouse for the flower. Han Sen looked around. In addition to the red flower and the vines, he did not see anything else, let alone any creatures. Is this number 107? Han Sen asked, surprised. That's right. This is number 107. Ningyu answered him, to Han Sen's surprise. Ningyu then continued, every time Starry Group finds a creature that is suspected to be something beyond sacred blood creatures, we would give it a number and record it. This is number 107. You mean this giant flower? Han Sen checked out the red flower, which looked like a plant in every way. Although it was huge in size, there was no way it could be a creature. You will know that very soon. Enter the valley. Ningyu asked his men to aim their arrows and weapons at Han Sen, forcing Han Sen to go inside. Go inside. After Lu Lin unchained Han Sen's legs, he pushed Han Sen hard. What is in there? Han Sen almost lost his balance, but he did not pay Lu Lin any mind. Ningyu did not ask for his beast souls. Although there were a lot of vines growing in the valley, as long as he had sacred blood wings, it would be easy for him to fly away. He could not see how the valley could trap him. Give me the dagger now, and you don't need to go inside, Ningyu said calmly. I do not want to give you my dagger, and I don't want to go inside either, Han Sen replied. You can try to kill us all and run away, Ningyu said with a smile. Ningyu's words made the evolvers laugh. They all pointed their weapons at Han Sen, indicating that they could take Han Sen's life anytime. No one believed that Han Sen could run away under the siege of 14 evolvers. In addition, Han Sen's upper body was chained with the special Z-steel locks on his joints. Even an evolver could not get rid of this kind of locks. Only those strong evolvers with their fitness level around 80 could break free from the locks with their own strength. Young master, why do you have to kill me? If you resent me for killing your doppelganger, I could pay you. Han Sen stared at Ningyu. If you have just crossed me, I will never try to kill you. Unfortunately, you gained something you shouldn't have. Give me the dagger or go in the valley, your pick, Ningyu said quietly. I choose to kill. Han Sen shook his body and twisted in the weirdest angle. All the locks that were on his joints fell from his body. Han Sen had been practicing jade skin for a long time and was better and better controlling his own body. Moving his bones and muscles, he felt the locks were completely useless on him. After removing the locks, Han Sen quickly summoned the cursed wolf dagger and stabbed it at Ningyu. Ningyu did not look surprised. He summoned a slim sword and wielded it at Han Sen. The 13 evolvers also summoned their own weapons and started to attack Han Sen. If Han Sen insisted to kill Ningyu with his dagger, he would be facing 13 weapons himself. Therefore, he had to go backward and wave his weapon at other people. The fitness level of Han Sen was slightly weaker than the Sacred Blood Evolvers. Although he could increase his strength and speed using Heresy Mantra and Overload, his original fitness was not improved. When cutting by the Evolvers, he would still get hurt, which was why Han Sen was still trying to dodge their attacks. This way, however, Han Sen felt himself trapped. Even with Heresy Mantra and Overload and the Cursed Wolf Dagger, he still found it difficult to get rid of the Evolvers. Han Sen could not even hurt an individual or damage a single weapon. 13 different weapons came at Han Sen continuously, leaving him at an absolute disadvantage. Han Sen had to retreat into the valley. It was not because the 13 Evolvers were strong, but because of Ning Yu. The sword skills of Ning Yu did not seem very impressive. Instead, it was somewhat irrational. Sometimes, the sword did not even come at Han Sen, but toward empty space. However, it was exactly the sword skills that connected the attacks from the 13 people together, making it into a trap which Han Sen could not run away from. Han Sen did not even have an opportunity to fight back. Although he had a sharp weapon, he had to retreat again and again. The sword skills called KE focused on sacrificing oneself to complete other people's attack. The 13 Evolvers were from different shelters and did not have much time to practice their collaboration. However, with Ning Yu present, they were connected into one killing machine. Even Han Sen could not find any cracks. Ning Yu looked extremely calm. All his moves looked effortless but followed some incredible rules. Although his attacks were not aggressive, he managed to turn the moves of the other 13 Evolvers into a part of himself, forcing Han Sen into the vines. Ning Yu did not want to kill Han Sen in the first place. He only wanted to see for himself the fights between Han Sen and those incredibly strong creatures. Either Han Sen killed the creature or got killed. His doubts would be answered. "Young master, do we really need to fight this out?" Han Sen asked while retreating, as he understood Ning Yu's intentions. "If I am alone, I would be glad to be your friend and never hurt you. However," Ning Yu said and never stopped his sword, forcing Han Sen to touch the vines. "What a shame. I did not want to kill, but—" Han Sen sighed and said. He was speaking his mind. Before figuring out the relationship between the Nings and the Hans, Han Sen did not want to kill. However, he was left with no choice. Same as Ning Yu, Han Sen was the kind of person that would leave no mercy when he decided to kill. "Kill? You? You think you are good with that sharp dagger? That doesn't do anything. You are merely a beast trapped in a cage. Your life and death depends on our wish," exclaimed Lu Lin fiercely. "Is that right?" Han Sen curled his lips. Watching the weapons coming at himself, he did not go further back, but pointed at Lu Lin. "Retreat." Ning Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Although there was no way that Han Sen could block so many weapons, for some reason, Ning Yu felt danger. As the weapons were about to reach Han Sen's body, it was too late for Han Sen to run away and for the Evolvers to take back their weapons. Despite Ning Yu's command, his men could no longer stop themselves. Boom! A giant monster in jade armor that looked like the cross between a scorpion and a beast suddenly appeared next to Han Sen, knocking away all the weapons about to hit Han Sen. The weapons used by the Sacred Blood Evolvers were top-notch in First God's Sanctuary, but none of them could hurt that monster. Instead, the Evolvers were knocked back. Crack! A pair of claws that looked like the sickles of the death crossed above Lu Lin's shoulders, sending his head into the air. Lu Lin's eyes were stared wide even after death, filled with terror. The fierce super golden rock worm king killed his way into the group. Its 4 wings buzzing, the worm king danced with its 8 claws moving up and ifd down. It was a true slaughter. Wearing super pet armor, the super golden rock worm king did not even look like something that belonged to First God's Sanctuary. Even the Sacred Blood Evolvers could not hurt it. Instead, anywhere the worm king went, limbs would fall and blood would jet out. In front of absolute strength, even the KE sword skills were completely useless. At this point, the super golden rock worm king was even stronger than the turtle. After all, its speed and strength were the same as the turtle. And what the turtle was best at, defense, was not as strong as the pet armor. Paired with its flying ability and sharp claws, it was as easy as slaughtering a dog for the Golden Rock Worm King to kill the Sacred Blood Evolvers. There was no chance for the Evolvers to retreat as well. The path connecting the valley and outside was so narrow that only one man could pass at a time. In addition, their speed was far worse than the Golden Rock Worm King. As the group of people reached the path, a better half of them had already been killed by the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Only 3 men made it to the past. As tough as Ningyu, he felt shocked when seeing the Sacred Blood Evolvers that Starry Group took a lot of time and effort to cultivate slaughtered like this. What shook him even more was the existence of the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Could it be something beyond a sacred blood pet? Ningyu regarded the Worm King, which was too huge to enter the narrow path, with complex emotions as he walked out of the path. Han-sen quickly took the pet back and entered the path himself with the cursed wolf dagger. There was no way he could let Ningyu run away like this. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload, Han-sen's speed was much better than the 3 survivors. It only took him a moment to catch up with them. The 2 Sacred Blood Evolvers falling behind Ningyu tried to defend themselves, but there was no space for them to dodge in the narrow path. In addition, their weapons were slashed in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Hearing 2 screams and seeing the blood, Ningyu knew that he was all alone, and Han-san was in his face immediately. Ningyu knew there was no way he could get out of here alive. After all his calculation, he did not expect Han-san to have such a frightening pet. Ningyu sighed and gave up, standing still and waiting for death to come. Ningyu, what's so special in this valley? Han-sen asked, with his dagger on Ningyu's neck. Just kill me. Don't ask. Ningyu did not move a muscle, not even opening his eyes. It is not that easy to die either, Han-sen said calmly. Suddenly, a beast soul was summoned and rushed to Ningyu. Ningyu's expression suddenly changed after he heard what Han-sen said. He quickly opened his eyes and saw an ugly dark purple beast soul that looked like an alligator in his face. Boom! The beast soul did not pause and entered Ningyu's body. The giant creature sent itself into Han-sen's chest with ease. Ningyu felt his whole body was stabbed and impaled, like someone was slicing his muscle. However, that feeling only lasted for a second. Shortly, the ugly beast soul came out of Ningyu's body and curled up next to Han-sen, its spooky eyes fixed on Ningyu. For some reason, Ningyu started to shiver when watched by the ugly beast soul. Felt like his soul was shaking. Without hesitation, Ningyu turned his sword around and stabbed it at his own chest, trying to kill himself. Roar! The ugly beast soul opened its mouth. Suddenly, Ningyu lost the control of his body. He spread his hands and dropped the sword on the ground. Watching Ningyu, who was pale as a sheet of paper, Han-san said quietly, I told you that it is not that easy to die. Answer a few questions, then maybe I will let you die. What beast soul is that? Ningyu coughed but did not answer Han-sen's question. Aqua Reaper, a parasite beast soul, Han-sen said. Han-sen had been looking for the information on beast soul parasites on the Skynet, but he failed to find any. After doing a lot of tests, he finally understood how the beast soul parasite is used. The Aqua Reaper could inhabit on any creature or man and share its or his life. At this point, Ningyu's life no longer belonged to himself, as the Aqua Reaper could also control his body. How much control it had depended on how much strength the beast soul and its host had respectively. There was no doubt that the Aqua Reaper as a super beast soul was much stronger than Ningyu. Therefore, the Aqua Reaper naturally had the priority to control Ningyu's body. Ningyu's moves and even thoughts could be sensed by the Aqua Reaper and sent to Han-Senator. Therefore, Han-san could tell partially what Ningyu was thinking. The beast soul parasite also had its shortcoming. If its strength was weaker than its host, it would be controlled by the host in turn. Of course, if the host was stronger than the parasite, or as strong as the beast soul parasite initially, it would be difficult for the beast soul parasites to inhabit on the host if the host resisted it. Once it settled down, the beast soul parasite would start to absorb the strength of the host's body. The stronger Ningyu got, the Aqua Reaper would also grow with him. It would be difficult for Ningyu to ever get rid of the Aqua Reaper. In First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen did not think there was any human who could be stronger than a super beast soul, so inhabitation would almost always be successful, unless the host was a super evolver. So far, in First God's Sanctuary, there was no such person. Han Sen had not even maxed out on super geno points himself. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but Ningyu answered none. Using the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen only got very limited information. Ningyu's will was too strong. What a man. It is so impressive that he had such strong will. Han Sen gazed at Ningyu and met his eyes. Kill me. It is impossible that you get anything you want from me, Ningyu said calmly. Ningyu, do you recognize this? Han Sen realized that ordinary questions could not shake Ningyu's will. He pondered, took out the red crystal pendant that looked like a cat or fox, and showed it to Ningyu. The moment Ningyu saw the pendant, his expression suddenly changed. From what the Aqua Reaper had read from Ningyu's mind, Han Sen heard crazy exclamation. 9-life cat? How could it be the 9-life cat? It is impossible. I have investigated into your background. There is no way that you are the offspring of Instructor Han. Watching the red pendant in Han Sen's hand, Ningyu spoke. Why is it impossible? Seeing that Ningyu's guard was down, Han Sen asked immediately. Ningyu seemed to be dazed by Han Sen's question. A long while later, he suddenly stammered. Yes, you should be his offspring. Yes, you are. Otherwise, how could you be so strong? And how could you? Ningyu suddenly looked up at Han Sen with a complicated look. If you showed me the 9-life cat earlier, we would never end up this way. Instructor Han is the benefactor of the Nings. If I knew earlier that you are his descendant, I would never dare to disrespect you. Han Sen snorted and said, even if he had saved the Nings, it was a long time ago. If I don't have the strength to defend myself, I don't think you would mind killing me. Ningyu shook his head and said, we have a family instruction saying that if we meet any descendant of Instructor Han, we have to treat the person as a benefactor. The Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to you. Han Sen was very surprised. He could sense what Ningyu was thinking with the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. However, Han Sen could not ask why the Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to the descendant of Instructor Han. If he had asked that, Ningyu would probably question whether he was really related to Instructor Han. In that case, Han Sen would not be able to get more information from him. And Han Sen was not so sure that he was actually related to Instructor Han. After all, the whole thing was rather strange. With the Ning's power, there was no way that they never found out the great-grandfather of Han Sen was the same Han Jingji as Instructor Han. Han Sen was wondering himself whether the two were the same person. After all, they did not seem to be of the same age. As Han Sen was wondering what question he should ask, Ningyu smiled wryly and continued to say, if I knew you are related to Instructor Han, I would never have spent so much effort and lost all the good men the Nings cultivated. It is just so predictable that someone of the Hans could kill those strong creatures. It seems that you know a lot about what happened in the past, Han Sen responded. He wished that Ningyu could continue to speak. When it came to someone like Ningyu, if he did not want to tell you something, you would not be able to get half a word even if you killed him. The old people in the family were reluctant to talk about what happened in the past. I don't know a lot, but since Instructor Han was a benefactor to my ancestors, we have a family instruction that was passed down from previous generations to never forget about the favor. That's the only reason that I know about it. Ningyu sighed and said, I have heard a lot about Instructor Han's deeds since I was a kid. I have always wanted to become someone like him and repay him. I never expected to antagonize his descendant before I thanked the Hans. Oh? Tell me about it. What did the Nings say about him? Han Sen asked, trying to learn more about the past. Ningyu did not try to hide anything and started to talk. However, the deeds of Instructor Han Ningyu mentioned made Han Sen feel utterly surprised. He could not believe that he had such a person as great-grandfather. The Secret Service were the first men who ever used the teleport technology. The very first who came to God's sanctuary were not Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings, but ordinary crew members. After they arrived at God's sanctuary, they found something and had a few accidents. Only 2 persons made it back to the Alliance. Those two persons reported what they found on the other end, which made everyone overjoyed. Very soon, the second unit was sent through the same way. This time, the personnel dispatched were no longer ordinary crew members, but a unit made up of elite. There were 11 in total, which included the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Instructor Han. That unit was Unit 7. The unit stayed in God's sanctuary for less than 7 days. Less than half of them made it to the Alliance, which included Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings. After teleporting back, they were investigated respectively. No one knew what was asked and answered. However, since then, the experiments were no longer conducted with human beings. Instead, the teleport device was redesigned. A few years later, the modern teleport device was invented and the news about God's sanctuary was published. The survivors of Unit 7 all died in a weird way shortly after they returned. Before they died, maybe it was for the surveillance on them, they did not say much about what had happened in God's sanctuary. However, they still left some messages. For example, the ancestor of the Nings said to his family that Han Jingji had saved the unit from a monster and described Han Jingji as a true Qigong master. In his words, Han Jingji was a superhero. The 9-life cat was Han Jingji's belonging. Han Jingji was always taking it with him, so everyone in Unit 7 knew about the 9-life cat. Because he was under the surveillance of the Alliance, the ancestor of the Nings did not say much in the first place, and less was passed on to the younger generations. After the ancestor died, the Alliance loosened its control on the Nings. At that time, they found the hidden messages left by the ancestor and learned some things. The Nings did not know much, and Ningyu knew even less. That was basically all he could tell. From the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. The Nings were indeed thankful to Han Jingji, and to some extent, they feared him. After all, the ancestor of the Nings described Han Jingji as a very strong Qigong master, which made the Nings terrified of the guy. You have looked into my background, so you should know about the acquisition of my family business by Starry Group. Why have you targeted us? Han Sen stared at Ningyu and asked. Han Jingji's deeds were ancient history, but he had to know about his father's death. Ningyu paused and said, "You are not saying that my family murdered your father? Whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that there is nothing of the sort. To be blunt, Starry Group had too many means to acquire your family business that did not involve killing. In addition, if it was my family that killed your father, my brother would have killed you as soon as he saw you the shelter. No one would let the son of his victim hang around." Han Sen frowned slightly. In fact, what Ningyu said was what had always puzzled him. Son of Heaven had looked into his background a long time ago. If Starry Group had murdered his father, there was no way that Son of Heaven would let him live. After all, it was a piece of cake for Son of Heaven to kill him at the time. Why did the Nings acquire my family business? Han Sen asked again. I have reviewed the materials carefully. The business decision was made mainly because your factory was producing several types of alloy more efficiently than the Starry Group. All the procedures of the acquisition were in compliance. Although we had some difficulties in the middle because of your father's accident, everything became smooth. We did not even need to use the agenda that we had prepared. Ningyu continued, however, your father's accident had nothing to do with Starry Group. Even the manager who was in charge of the acquisition felt surprised about your father's accident. However, even without the accident, Starry Group had prepared a lot of financial means to acquire your family business. If Starry Group needed to kill someone for such a small acquisition, then it will have nothing to do all day but murder. Ningyu paused and said, I'm not saying this to beg for my life. It is simply something that we are not responsible for. Han Sen frowned at Ningyu for a while, pointed to the vines and flower, and asked, What is that about? The giant flower and its vines are a strong creature. Initially, I wanted to force you fight it. If you managed to kill it, I could take the opportunity and gain its body. However, if you are killed, I would be able to get rid of a huge threat and learn more about the creature, said Ningyu. Han Sen looked at the flower and vines again with interest and asked Ningyu with his eyes squinted, Do you want to live? Do you dare to let me live? Asked Ningyu. This is number 107. Your family should know a lot of places like this. Give me the information and I will let you go. Han-sen said. Okay. Ningyu did not even ask whether Han-sen would let him go after receiving the information before telling Han-sen all the locations. This information was what Han-sen needed the most. Only when he maxed out on super geno points could he evolve. If he were to rely on himself, it depended a lot on luck whether he could find a super creature. With the information accumulated by the Nings for generations, Han-sen could easily locate the super creatures. You can go. Han-sen commanded the Aqua Reaper to loosen the control on Ningyu. However, the Aqua Reaper was still inhabiting on Ningyu. Unless Ningyu's strength surpassed the Aqua Reaper, Han-sen could still order the Aqua Reaper to control Ningyu to commit suicide from 1,000 miles away. Ningyu was dazed. He did not expect Han-sen to let him go for real. Momentarily, Ningyu knew what Han-sen was thinking but did not react. All he said was, "The offspring of Instructor Han would only be a friend of the Nings and never an enemy." Ningyu turned to leave without explanation. If Starry Group did not do it, how can I explain my father's accident? Han-sen felt puzzled. Although Ningyu must still be hiding something and could not be trusted completely. He could not have lied because of the Aqua Reaper. In addition, before the accident, his father did ask them to find the Nings, which meant the Nings were unlikely to be responsible for the accident. It also seemed that Han-sen's father already knew something was going to happen. However, under that kind of circumstances, even if the Nings were not behind the accident, would they help us because of a favor that long ago? Is my father such a gambler? Unless. Coldness flashed in Han-sen's eyes. Unless the people behind the accident are the enemies of the Nings, and the Nings would antagonize them anyway. Although Han-sen had guessed something, it was difficult for him to find out more. The reason he did not kill Ningyu was that he wished he could use this connection to get more clues. With the Aqua Reaper on Ningyu's body, Han-sen could decide the life and death of Ningyu. Meanwhile, Han-sen could learn a lot of information from him. For Han-sen, Ningyu was more valuable living than dead. Han-sen turned his eyes to the giant flower and vines in the valley. He did not mean to take the risks himself. Han-sen raised his hand and summoned the Holy Angel. He had always been wondering how strong Holy Angel was, and this was the perfect opportunity. At Han-sen's command, the Holy Angel quickly transformed. Her armor, hair, and eyes all turned golden. Flapping her golden wings, she flew toward the giant flower. Her speed was not fast. The moment she reached the vines, all the vines in the valley started to shake. Hundreds of vines as thick as arms swept over at her at an incredible speed. Holy Angel suddenly moved. She flapped her wings hard, and the hundreds of vines suddenly looked slow in comparison as the gorgeous figure flashed across. Boom! As the Holy Angel brushed by the vines, they broke one by one. The giant flower quickly shrank and made spooky noises. The remaining vines started to shake and came at her again like the chains of death. However, that was completely useless. As the Holy Angel flew by, she waved her hand and the vines were cut off as if they were grass. Instantaneously, the Holy Angel had made her way to the flower with ease. Roar! The flower suddenly turned into the mouth of a beast with fangs bared. It quickly swallowed the Holy Angel that was approaching. Han-sen regretted that he did not put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel. After all, this was very likely to be a super creature. If the Holy Angel who had just evolved was swallowed like this, it would be a gigantic loss for Han-sen. In addition to being a super pet, such a pretty humanoid pet was extremely valuable itself. Super creature purgatory flower killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Surprisingly, the voice sounded in Han-sen's mind, making him feel emotional. Back in the days, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, while now even his pet could kill a super creature like killing an ant, which made Han-sen felt unreal. Amazing. Truly amazing. This girl is even more incredible than the Golden Rock Worm King, which is also a super pet. Han-sen did not come back to himself until the Holy Angel returned to him. He hugged her in excitement and was about to kiss her on her cheeks. Han-sen did not have any lewd thoughts. It was just an unconscious move. However, although the Holy Angel let Han-sen hug her, She raised her hand to Han Sen's lips, so Han Sen only kissed her cold armor. Han Sen was dazed and looked at her gorgeous face, which was completely emotionless. Han Sen frowned and took back the holy angel. Walking deeper into the valley, Han Sen saw a basketball-sized green crystal, which was the life essence of the disappeared purgatory flower. Han Sen took the crystal up and started to lick. The cool liquid turned into a coolness and filled Han Sen's body as he drank. Han Sen felt like his whole body was cleansed. Life essence of purgatory flower consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Shortly, Han Sen heard the exciting voice, which drove him to lick the life essence harder. After consuming the entire piece of life essence, Han Sen had acquired 8 more super geno points. At this point, he had 68 super geno points in total. Although Han Sen had not been to a test center for a while, he estimated that his fitness index should be approaching 30, which was the same as a Sacred Blood Evolver. Before Han Sen even maxed out on the super geno points, he had already come close to this number. Han Sen was really looking forward to gaining his super body in the evolution pool. At that point, his body must become incredibly strong. If you come too late, you would not even be a worthy enemy, let alone friend. Han Sen suddenly thought of what Son of Heaven said and smiled. Although Son of Heaven evolved earlier, it was not easy for him to get his fitness index over 100. In comparison, according to the speed at which Han Sen was improving, when he maxed out on super geno points and entered Second God Sanctuary, all he needed to do was to acquire some random geno points to be over 100 in fitness index. An evolver with the fitness index over 100 would be considered a top evolver anywhere. And for Han Sen, that was already within his reach. Han Sen summoned the Golden Growler and had an even better same experience than driving a top sports car. As the mount ran, Han Sen felt the objects next to him were going back like a blur. In addition, on the Golden Growler's back, Han Sen felt absolutely no bumps. Within less than an hour, Han Sen had already returned to Steel Armor Shelter. This trip would have taken him 1 or 2 days before, and this was not even the full speed of the Golden Growler. Han Sen was overjoyed. With the speed of the Golden Growler and the locations of the super creatures that he learned from Ningyu, he could easily kill a lot of super creatures in a short amount of time so that he could evolve as fast as possible. Although Han Sen wanted to hunt the super creatures on the back of Golden Growler immediately, he held back his urge. Before long, he would have to take a graduation test. There was also a decision to be made on his military rank and position. These all had a tremendous influence on Han Sen's future. So Han Sen planned to max out on his super geno points during the break before he served in the military and after graduation. After returning to the shelter, Han Sen contacted Lin Beifeng as he had promised to sell Lin Beifeng the Phantom Ant armor, which he no longer needed. Lin Beifeng was overjoyed getting his hands on the Phantom and armor. It would still be 2 to 3 years before he maxed out on Sacred Blood geno points, so he could use the armor for a long time. The practical reasons notwithstanding, Lin Beifeng was happy with how it looked anyways. Han Sen did not take cash from Lin Beifeng, but asked Lin Beifeng to collect some Sacred Blood meat so that Han Sen could fill up his Sacred Blood geno points, which he now had 85. Currently, Han Sen had no time to hunt Sacred Blood creatures given how much he had on his plate. Lin Beifeng could not collect so much Sacred Blood meat on such short notice. However, Han Sen was not in a hurry and asked Lin Beifeng to give him the meat when Lin Beifeng had it. Han Sen had to prepare for the graduation test and other procedures, so he would to stay in Steel Armor Shelter for a while. That phoenix-like creature is the closest to Steel Armor Shelter. I will kill it when I have time. If I put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel, she should be able to resist the flames. If I could have a beast soul from that creature, then it will be so good. Han Sen thought to himself. When Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, his roommates were all in the dormitory. It was rare that none of them was in God's sanctuary, so they went to the cafeteria to hang out. They had agreed beforehand that none of the guys could bring a +1. Han Sen, where do you plan to go after graduation? Shizhikong asked Han Sen with one arm throwing around Han Sen's shoulders. Tipsy. I will let the AI decide for me, Han Sen said helplessly. Although Han Sen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, even if he had to be just a soldier, He could not even find out which warship Ji Yanran was on. Han Sen did not plan to have a career in the military, so it did not matter where he went if he could not see Ji Yanran, as long as he was not sent to the front to become cannon fodder. Even if he was sent to the front, he was still an elite who graduated from military school, so he would still be an officer instead of a common soldier. In addition, he was the head of the special squad, which would also be taken into consideration by the AI. Of course, he could use connections to decide on the exact position he served. However, that did not mean much to Han Sen and would take some effort. The roommates were talking and laughing, chatting about their dreams and ambitions. They didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. Han Sen rarely had time to enjoy school life. In these days, he was focused on learning theoretical knowledge as well as the ancient language. To learn the ancient language seemed easy. However, if he were to really understand the meaning of Dongxian Sutra, it would take him a lot of time and energy. Han Sen did not feel like it was a tough mission. He was so curious about Dongxian Sutra, a martial art that allowed a human being to break the vacuum with his own body and teleport to God's sanctuary sounded like a fairy tale to him. Even in such an era when martial arts had been highly developed, none of the demigods dared to say they could tear apart the vacuum with their own body. If I could practice Dongxian Sutra, no one in the alliance would be my match. I don't even need to be as good as Dongxian. If I am half as good as him, I would be invincible in the alliance still. Even demigods meant nothing to me. Every time Han Sen had such thoughts, his blood would start boiling, which motivated him to learn the archaic characters. Fortunately, as the genes of mankind were highly developed these days, everyone had stronger brains than previous generations. Many unevolved persons with their genopoints maxed out had strong memory skills, and Han Sen was especially outstanding. It did not take him much effort to learn. It took patience to learn the ancient language. But once he mastered the language, he could actually read Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen enjoyed a few days without hunting and killing. All he did was teleporting to the shelter to enjoy the sacred blood meat Lin Beifeng sent him and studying at Blackhawk. Soon it was time for the graduation test. Although Han Sen had controlled his strength very well, he was still the absolute number one in the test and became a major in the military. Each military school only had a few quotas for that kind of honor. However, based on Han Sen's grades and his contribution to the school, his rank was well deserved. In 48 hours, the AI would make a decision about his assignment. Brother Han, I'm sorry. When it was time for Han Sen to check where he was assigned, Wang Mengmeng came to him with her head bowed. Han Sen felt she did not dare to look at him. Her voice was so low that Han Sen could barely tell what she was saying. What's wrong? Han Sen smiled and rubbed Wang Mengmeng's head. Although Wang Mengmeng was 20 years old, Han Sen felt she was still a little girl. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I used my connections to assign you to the Warframe force where I'm about to go to without your consent. Brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Mengmeng was basically whispering. Her face was red, and she was avoiding eye contact. That's no big deal. The Warframe force that you will go to is definitely a good one. I probably should thank you for that, said Han Sen, searching for his assignment information. However, the information shown on the display made Han Sen pause. Sister, is the Warframe force you're going to join called Daphne? Han Sen looked at the information AI displayed incredulously. Daphne? We're supposed to go to the Royal Warframe force. Wang Mengmeng looked to the display without doubt and was also shocked by the information. It clearly said that Han Sen was assigned to the cookhouse of Warship Daphne. So strange. Did they make a mistake? Wang Mengmeng became anxious and dialed a number with her comlink. Shortly, Wang Mengmeng had an odd look on her face. Who did this? Han Sen asked calmly. The information displayed was very weird. It did not tell him about the exact location or even the number of the troops. All he knew was that he was going to serve at the cookhouse of a warship called Daphne. A major who graduated from a military school was assigned to a cookhouse. That was rare but possible. However, it was only possible for the several top warships in the alliance, which did not include Daphne. Han Sen would not believe it if no one had tempered his assignment. I don't know. The connections I used were not able to do anything. Your assignment was decided by the central AI. No one could change it without top authority. Wang Mengmeng suddenly stared her eyes wide and looked at him. Brother, did you ask anyone to do this? If it were me, I would not have asked you who it was. Han Sen pondered and asked, is it possible for me to find out who did this? Wang Mengmeng shook her head, looking confused, and said, we do not have enough authority to access that information. However, only a few people would be able to do this. Is it possible that Starry Group was behind it? Han Sen asked again. That is unlikely. Although the Nings had some influence in the military, they would not have such high authority. And we would be able to know it if it were them. Wang Mengmeng shook her head and said, then there is no need to think about it. I'm okay with any post. If someone wanted me to go there, I'll go have a look. Han Sen had a relaxed attitude about it, since he would not be able to resist someone who could pull this anyway. In addition, the authorities of the alliance were always law-abiding. He did not worry that anyone would harm him. Even the cookhouse needs a major. I wonder what kind of place Daphne is. Han Sen even felt expectant. He still had 3 months before registering at his assigned post. Han Sen planned to utilize the period of time to max out his Super Geno points. It would be ideal if he could evolve before serving in the military. Fortunately, Han Sen was only 3 Sacred Blood Geno points away from maxing out, thanks to the meat Lin Beifeng provided him with. During the 3 months, Han Sen could choose to stay in Black Hawk or go home. The roommates of 304 had a last supper with Wang Mengmeng and her friends. Everyone was feeling a bit sentimental. In the end, they went to a holographic karaoke. Shi Kong sang a song called The Brother Who Shared My Bunk Bed, which made the girls wet their eyes. Brothers, our time had just begun. On the way to conquer the universe, we will meet again. When we see each other, I hope you will still remember my face, because everywhere else of my body would be decorated with medals. Zhang Yang jumped on the table and exclaimed in the microphone. All Han Sen remembered was that he had a lot to drink, and so did everyone else. In the end, they hugged each other, shouting and jumping, singing the song called My Future Is Not a Dream. Han Sen did not remember much other than that. Although he was able to stay sober using jade skin, Han Sen chose not to do that. Sometimes he did not need to be sober in life, and this was one of those times. I know my future is not a dream. I care for each minute. My future is not a dream. My heart beats with hope. I know my future is not a dream. I care for each minute. My future is not a dream. My heart beats with hope. When Han Sen left Blackhawk, he did not tell any of his friends, but walked out of the gate alone, looking back to the place where he had studied and lived for 4 years. Even Han Sen felt emotional. The sadness of leaving and the eagerness of reuniting with his family made it hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. My life has just begun. Han Sen turned and left, walking into the space harbor and boarded the spaceship that was going to take him back home. There was no place like home. Han Sen felt the saying was so true, as the days he spent at home were the most comfortable in years. Eating and chatting with his mother and sister, watching games with Zhang Danfeng, Han Sen felt on top of the world. There were some people in the world that could still be the most intimate ones in his life despite the longest separation. Initially, Han Sen was worried that the Nings would look for trouble, but they did nothing. Han Sen had been using the Aqua Reaper to watch Ningyu and had some ideas about what the Nings were doing. After learning about the relationship between Han Sen and Instructor Han, the entire clan were surprised. They only did some investigation and forbade anyone to mess with the Hans. Han Sen was very curious what Instructor Han did back in the days to make the Nings terrified of him until now. 13 Sacred Blood Evolvers were not easy to cultivate even for a large corporation such as Starry Group. They must have spent a lot of money and effort on it. The disappearance of 13 good fighters did not even make the Nings retaliate. They even asked everyone to avoid conflicts with Han Sen, which made Han Sen feel quite surprised. However, Han Sen also felt more at ease. At least he did not need to worry about the safety of his family when he hunted super creatures in God's sanctuary. The first target was naturally the Firebird on the Snow Mountain. Before leaving, Han Sen still made a lot of preparation. He had to max out his super geno points as much as possible before registering at Daphne, which would take more than just the fire bird. Little birdie, here I come. Han Sen set out on his way riding the golden growler, feeling quite excited. When there was no one around, Han Sen commanded Golden Growler to turn into its largest form and run at full speed. Han Sen could not even begin to describe how fast it was. Each step it took would bring Han Sen 50 feet closer to his destination. Han Sen felt the Golden Growler was some kind of ancient monster. With the Golden Growler, Han Sen was confident that he could hunt a lot of super creatures within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to just travel. The white sand desert looked desolate and dismal under the moonlight. Occasionally, some howling could be heard. The firewood was crackling. Next to the fire, Han Sen was barbecuing some meat with the bony fish arrow as the skewer. Meowth was lying on Han Sen's legs in its untransformed state, its eyes fixed on the sizzling barbecue, trying to reach out its paw at times. However, it seemed to fear the fire and quickly withdrew its paw. Don't hurry. It will be ready very soon. Han Sen was amused by Meowth. Initially, Han Sen was going to hunt the phoenix-like creature, but he had only been there once. Last time he was here, they went to the carbonized tree first and then found the snow mountain. However, when Han Sen reached the area, he did not see any burned tree or other familiar signs. Then he had to look for the snow mountain according to his vague memory. After an entire day of searching, he did not spot any mountains. He had to rest for the night and continue the next day. When the barbecue was ready, Han Sen gave half of it to Meowth. As the man and the cat were enjoying themselves, messy hoofbeats came from afar and became louder and louder. Han Sen heard people talking as well. Fire! There is fire. It looks like someone is over there. Han Sen looked up and saw 4 mounts coming his way. On the back of the mounts were 2 men and 2 women. Judging from the mounts and their armor, they were not ordinary people. Whoever dares to come to the Devil Desert should be extraordinary anyways. Han Sen took a look and bowed his head, enjoying the barbecue with Meowth. The 4 rides quickly came close to Han Senator after seeing Han Sen. They looked excited and got off their mounts, walking toward the fire. A young man with thick eyebrows like caterpillars asked, "Friend, can you sell us some of your water?" The other 2 women and 1 man stared at the water bags next to Han Sen, licking their dried-up lips. It was easy to find food with lots of creatures around in the desert. However, water was rare, although the blood of the creatures could provide some liquid, but it was like seawater. The more you drank, the thirstier you would get. The group of people had been lost in the Devil Desert for a month, and it was the first time they saw someone. The first thing they were asking was not the way out, but water. Without speaking, Han Sen threw the bag of water at Jia Chongfeng and continued to eat. Thanks so much. Jia Chongfeng was overjoyed. Initially, he planned to pay a lot for the water. They were in a desert after all, where water meant life. Jia Chongfeng did not expect the guy to be so generous. Don't. Jia Chongfeng took the water back and was about to share it with the rest. The other guy, who was thin, stopped them. He then took out some test paper and dipped it into the water to see if it was poisoned. When he saw the result, the thin guy named Xiao Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief and let everyone drink. Friend, thank you. How shall I call you? After Xiao Lingfeng drank some water, he asked. Han Sen, replied Han Sen, caressing Meowth on his laps. Xiao Lingfeng searched that name in his memory, and it did not ring a bell. Xiao Lingfeng continued to ask, Friend, do you know how to get out of the desert? If you could take us out, I can pay you well. The payment is unnecessary. I need to hunt here, so I'm not going out. Follow that direction and you could get out of the desert in 3 to 4 days, Han Sen said, pointing at a direction. Friend, if you are willing to lead the way, I can pay you a sacred blood beast soul, Xiao Lingfeng said. Han Sen did not look at Xiao Lingfeng, but fed a piece of barbecue to Meowth. Even without thinking, Han Sen knew that Xiao Lingfeng was afraid Han Sen was giving them a wrong direction. It was okay to be wary, but Xiao Lingfeng seemed to be too nervous and have poor judgment about people. Han Sen did not want to bother to talk to him, A sacred blood beast soul was valuable, but Han Sen did not want to waste his time on a beast soul that would mean nothing to him. Seeing Han Sen was unimpressed, both Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Chongfeng were surprised. The two girls also looked to Han Sen, feeling incredulous. A sacred blood beast soul was always a treasure. Even they themselves could not stay so calm in front of a sacred blood beast soul. All Han Sen needed to do for the beast soul was to lead the way, but Han Sen was not considering the option at all. He even seemed to have a look of contempt on his face, which made them regard Han Sen more carefully. The name Han Sen was well known, but only in military schools and steel armor shelter. Among the aristocrats, few people knew about him. Obviously, Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Chongfeng were not from steel armor shelter, so they had never heard about Han Sen. The four people looked Han Sen up and down for a while, but none recognized Han Sen's origin. Friend, have you heard about Iron Fist Demigod? Jia Chongfeng and Xiao Lingfeng exchanged a look, and the latter asked Han Sen. Jia Sadeo? Han Sen looked at Xiao Lingfeng in surprise. Iron Fist Demigod was quite famous as one of the oldest demigods. Rumor has it that the Jias had the heritage of martial arts and was great at fist skills. Iron Fist of the Jias was said to be the best hyper-geno art in fist skills. Han Sen did not know if that claim was true, but Jia Sadeo used those skills to gain his demigod status, which made his family and skills known in the entire alliance. Jia Sadeo did not become a politician but started a business of martial hall to teach students. Different from Ares Martial Hall, which took everyone in, all the students of the martial hall run by the Jias were children of prominent families and politicians. His name is Jia Chongfeng, and Jia Sadeo is his grandfather. Lead the way for us and we can make sure you join the Iron Fist Martial Hall. Iron Fist Demigod will instruct you himself, said Xiao Lingfeng, pointing at Jia Chongfeng. Being able to be instructed by Jia Sadeo himself was the dream of many among the celebrities and aristocrats. However, Han Sen was not really interested in it. If it was before, Han Sen would consider it. Jia Sadeo was a demigod after all, and Iron Fist was one of the most well-known hyper-geno arts. However, since he got his hands on Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen had been studying the ancient language. Although he still did not understand everything, the parts that he understood made him overjoyed. Rather than wasting his time on learning Iron Fist, Han Sen would rather spend his time on the ancient language. If he could understand Dongxian Sutra, it would be very easy for him to become a demigod himself. However strong Iron Fist was, it could never make him tear the vacuum apart, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary using his own body. I thank you for that, but I really have my own thing to do. I think you should leave on your own. Han Sen spread his hands and said. The four were even more surprised hearing Han Sen's words. They did not understand someone would turn down the offer to become a student of a demigod. Friend, maybe you don't believe me. That is okay. I will teach you some skills in Iron Fist right now. How about you lead the way after learning? Jia Chongfeng thought about it and decided that Han Sen must think they were lying, which was the only explanation for him being dismissive. Han Sen was speechless, as he was really not interested in learning Iron Fist. However, since the group of people did not mean him harm, Han Sen did not want to let them down. He asked Jia Chongfeng, on your way here, have you seen a snow mountain? I'm looking for that mountain, and if you could take me to find it, I could take you out after finishing my business. Jia Chongfeng was dazed, and then understood that Han Sen was sincerely not interested in learning Iron Fist. He blushed. Snow Mountain? Are you talking about that one? Hearing Han Sen's words, one of the girls suddenly looked at him and asked, Are you talking about a large mountain with only its top covered in snow? Yes. Did you see it? Han Sen was overjoyed. He was only trying his luck, because if they had approached the mountain and ran into the Firebird, it was very unlikely that they could survive. We did see it, but there were some strong creatures nearby, and we did not dare to approach, said the girl. That is great. If you take me there, we could go out together after I finish my thing, said Han Sen hastily. Friend, you're not trying to hunt those evil goblins? I think you should forget about it. There are at least 1,000 of them, among which at least 20 are mutant and 1 is sacred blood. Such a group would take more than just a few people, not to mention you are all alone, said Xiao Lingfeng. Hansen frowned. Last time he was there he did not see any other creatures. However, according to the four, there were also a group with a sacred blood king. It was the same for Hansen either way. He would be happy to see a group of creatures there since he still needed 3 more sacred blood geno points. If you're willing to take me there, I will be very grateful. If not, you could show me the direction and I will be equally grateful. Hansen did not want to go together with the group. Although their mounts were good, compared to the golden growler, they would be too slow. It would be a waste of time for him to slow down for these people. We could take you there, but do you have enough water for all of us to get out of the desert? After some discussion, Jia Chongfeng asked Hansen. Water is sufficient. Hansen patted the water bags piling up next to him. He had brought a lot of water because he planned to go to one of the locations Ning Yu told him directly after killing the firebird. Since Hansen had enough water, the group of 4 felt relaxed. After resting for a night, they were about to set out on the road the next morning. Friend, you have so many luggage. It must have taken you several mounts to bring all of this with you, right? Xiao Lingfeng asked, seeing all the things Hansen had brought. Just one, Hansen said and summoned the golden growler. He did not want to scare the group and used the smallest form of the lion, which was the size of an elephant. What a magnificent mount! They were still surprised by the golden growler. Hansen smiled and did not speak. He lifted everything to the back of the golden growler and mounted the lion himself. The 5 of them started to travel. Because the group of 4 only had 1 sacred blood mount, and the other 3 were mutant, their speed was not that great. Feeling upset, Hansen had to control the speed of the golden growler to follow the group. Fortunately, the location of the snow mountain was not that far. It only took them 1 day to get there, which was why Hansen was not too worried about time. Hansen got to know the group of 4 a little better. Jia Chongfeng was the grandson of Jia Sadeo. Xiao Lingfeng was a student of Jia Sadeo. As for the 2 girls, the plump one was named Jia Yan, and the slim one was named Xiao Wei. Jia Yan was Jia Chongfeng's younger sister or cousin, and Xiao Wei was Xiao Lingfeng's older sister. Hansen, your mount must be a sacred blood beast soul? Jia Yan rode next to Hansen on a mutant antelope beast, asking curiously while checking out the golden growler. Yes, replied Hansen casually. You must be from a prominent family to have such a mount. How come I have never heard of you before? Jia Yan asked, blinking. I am from an ordinary family instead of a famous or aristocratic one. I'm just luckier than others. Hansen was speaking his mind. Although he was hardworking, his success was largely due to his luck. Hearing that Hansen was not from a prominent family, Jia Yan was even more curious and asked, then why are you not interested in becoming the student of my grandfather? Don't you know what it means to be a student of Iron Fist Demigod? The other 3 also listened carefully, wanting to know why Hansen would turn down an offer like that. I am a free spirit and do not like to go by the rules. If I piss your grandfather off and get my ass kicked, it will do me no good, Hansen answered with a smile. You're funny. Ji Yanran grinned, hearing Hansen's words. Because Hansen was easygoing and they were all of the same age, they quickly started to chat as they marched toward the destination. Look, it's right there. After traveling for a day, Jia Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a mountain far away. Hansen had much better eyesight than Jia Yan. In fact, he had seen that mountain a long time ago. However, Hansen frowned because the mountain looked different from the one he remembered. Although this mountain was also covered with snow on the top, but it was much higher and steeper than the one Hansen remembered. Where the firebird was seemed to be a volcano, while this one was much rockier. Is it a mistake? Hansen felt upset because he wasted all day and ended up in a wrong place. We can't go any farther. It is the habitat of the evil goblins in front of us. Jia Chongfeng was leading the way, stopped and asked everyone to pause. Hansen got off the back of the golden growler, climbed up a dune with the rest and looked toward the mountain. The mountain was arid. No plants were growing on it. Even in the desert it was still an uncommon scene. Different from the white sand in the desert, The rocks on the mountain were black. Only the top of the mountain was covered in white snow. On the black mountain walls, there were many thickly dotted holes, which would make a person with trypophobia vomit. There were many red centipedes as thick as arms climbing out of the holes. The centipedes were about 6 feet long and looked extremely ugly, crawling around on the mountain walls. Han Sen took a closer look at them. Although they looked like centipedes, they had a triangular head on each end of their body which was made of red bones. Connecting each bone was a pair of red hands with only 3 fingers. As they moved, the small hands were moving like the feet of centipedes, which was creepy to look at. Some of the holes on the mountain were especially wide, about 3 feet in diameter. Han Sen was staring at a big hole and saw a giant evil goblin slithering out of it. The evil goblin was as thick as a barrel and more than 30 feet long. A part of its body was still in the hole, so Han Sen could not tell how large it actually was. The giant evil goblin twisted its body on the mountain wall as the hands on its body moved, which was sickening. Han Sen, that evil goblin king is very scary. I suggest you think twice before trying anything, Xiao Wei whispered. Han Sen nodded, but his gaze was still lingering on the giant evil goblin. It looked quite strong. Could it be a super creature? Han Sen pondered and summoned the horn bow and bony fish arrow, trying to take a shot at it. If it was just a sacred blood creature, it would not be able to block a sacred blood arrow with the spinning force. What are you doing? Xiao Lingfeng quickly held Han Sen's hand down, seeing what Han Sen was doing. Since I'm already here, of course I am trying to kill the sacred blood evil goblin, said Han Sen matter-of-factly. Xiao Lingfeng became annoyed and said, their bony bodies are as tough as metal. It is difficult for one to hurt them with beast soul weapons on the same level as the creatures. Even if the bow and arrow you're holding are both sacred blood beast souls, the distance is too long for you to hurt the king, not to mention your weapons might not be sacred blood. These creatures are very petty. If you started to attack them, the whole group will come this way. You might be able to run away on your sacred blood mount, but we will die for sure. You're right. Since that's the case, you can leave first. I will join you after I kill them, Han Sen pondered and said. You don't think you can really kill the king alone, do you? Jia Yan stared at Han Sen with her eyes wide. Here's the water. Leave now. If I fail and die here, you will have enough water to go out. Han Sen threw the majority of the water bags to the guys, only saving a few for himself. The group looked at Han Sen in surprise. Han Sen had given the majority of his water to them. If they took the water away, it would be difficult for Han Sen to leave the desert with the remaining water after killing the evil goblins, if he could kill the creatures at all. The 4 persons were all confused, not understanding what Han Sen was thinking. They had no idea about the golden growler's real speed. If the mount went at its full speed, the remaining water was enough for Han Sen to come and go several times. Han Sen, if you really want to kill the evil goblin king, maybe we can work together to do it. Xiao Wei felt reluctant to leave Han Sen alone since he had given them most of his water. There's no need. Go ahead. I could do this alone. Han Sen did not want to waste more time. He would kill this goblin king first and then hurry to find the fire bird. Han Sen, think about it. These creatures are very fast in the desert. Even with your sacred blood mount, you might not be able to outrun them, Jia Chongfeng also said. If you don't leave now, I will start to shoot. Han Sen aimed his arrow at the evil goblins. Let's go. This guy is crazy. Xiao Lingfeng did not think Han Sen was joking and quickly pulled his sister away. Jia Chongfeng also pulled Jia Yan away with him. They did not want to cross the evil goblin king. They had once met an evil goblin in the desert, which was only a mutant one. Even so, the situation was extremely risky, not to mention this one was definitely a sacred blood king. In addition, the sacred blood king was also leading an entire group of 20 mutant creatures and 1,000 primitive creatures. Once trapped in the group, it did not even matter however good a fighter one was. All of the creatures were poisonous. Once injured by them, one would die most of the times. Be careful. Even when cut in half, the evil goblins would not die immediately. They could still launch deadly attacks. And try not to touch their blood, which is poisonous. Jia Yan said to Han Sen before she left. Understood. Han Sen's gaze was fixed upon the giant evil Goblin King. When the group went far, he pulled the bow to the fullest. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Han Sen shot the arrow at the evil Goblin King. The bony fish arrow flashed across the sky and reached one of the two heads of the giant evil Goblin King. The evil Goblin King quickly stood up like a snake, all the three-fingered hands under its body facing the incoming arrow. A pair of hands grabbed the bony fish arrow, which continued to spin, making strident noises. However, momentarily, many hands covered the arrow and held it down. Even with a strong spinning force, the arrow was caught by the creature. Cheap! The evil Goblin King squeaked with its head facing where Han Sen was standing. The sound was so penetrating that even people miles away would feel a headache. Boom! As the king squeaked, the evil goblins started to crawl out of all the holes in the mountain wall, which looked like a red waterfall, flooding toward where Han Sen was standing. Hearing the sound made by the evil Goblin King, the group of four covered their ears and turned back to look at the mountain. The guy really did it, Jia Chongfeng muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the mountain. He has saved our lives. Should we really leave him alone? Jia Yan was hesitant. What can we do? You all know how strong the evil goblins are. They are so hard to kill and poisonous as well. Even if we could cut them, we would die if we touched their blood, said Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Wei said helplessly, even if we want to save him, it is too late now. Let's wait right here. He has a sacred blood mount, so maybe he could run this far. And maybe we will be able to help him at that point. Jia Chongfeng nodded and did not speak. All four of them were staring at the mountain, hearing the noises getting louder. Han Sen was more happy than surprised to see his arrow held by the evil Goblin King. An ordinary sacred blood creature would not be able to stop his arrow, which meant this evil Goblin King was very likely to be a super creature. Although he was in the wrong spot and failed to see the fire bird, another super creature would be more than welcome. Seeing the evil goblins coming toward him like red flood, Han Sen quickly summoned the Golden Rockworm King and put the super pet armor on it. The pet quickly flew toward the evil Goblin King. Han Sen did not dare to be careless. There were simply too many of the creatures. It would take him a long time to wipe them out. He jumped on the back of the golden growler, which shook its body and roared, growing into a small hill and rushing at the group of evil goblins. The giant body of the lion stamped on the evil goblins, killing countless creatures as it ran. The group of evil goblins were like a red pond in the eyes of the golden growler. Although the golden growler was a mount and did not have the ability to attack, it was so huge in size and so tough that even the walls of the shelter could not withstand it. In that sense, it was a weapon of mass destruction as well. Han Sen was pleased to see the golden growler crushing the group of evil goblins. Hearing the voice telling him creatures killed, Han Sen occasionally gained a few beast souls. The seemingly impressive evil goblins were even weaker than earthworms under the paws of the golden growler. There was no need for Han Sen to move a muscle. The poisonous blood of the dead evil goblins had no effect on the super mount, and there was no way they could reach Han Sen, who was sitting high, holding Meowth in his arms. Han Sen looked at the Golden Rockworm King fighting the evil Goblin King. Circling around the Goblin King in the air, the Golden Rockworm King attacked it with 8 sharp claws. The evil Goblin King had extended the better half of its body out of the hole, squeaking with its head high. Moving its hands, the evil Goblin King was trying to capture the super pet. However, the Golden Rockworm King was fast and flexible. Although the evil Goblin King tried a few times, it failed to capture the super pet and lost a few hands to its sharp claws instead. This way, the evil Goblin King became agitated and threw itself at the super pet. Although the super pet hurt the evil Goblin King a couple of times, it did not have the absolute advantage. The two monsters kept fighting each other, squeaking at times. With the super pet armor, the evil Goblin King could only manage to scratch the armor and could not hurt the super pet. If the fight went on, the super pet would win sooner or later. Han Sen was very pleased that the evil Goblin King was the match of the super pet. It was almost certainly a super creature. However, Han Sen did not want to watch the fight anymore. So he summoned the holy angel and ordered the golden rock worm king to go harder at its enemy. Although the sharp nails of the evil goblin king were stabbing at the super pet, it could not hurt the worm king because of the armor. Boom! The gorgeous figure of the holy angel flashed on the mountain wall. She waved her hand and cut the evil goblin king, which was held down by the golden rock worm king, in half. Half of the body of the evil goblin king quickly fell from the mountain and made a huge pit in the sand. However, when it landed, the half of the body was still moving. With poisonous blood flowing, it threw itself once again at the golden rock worm king, and even the super pet armor was left with some marks. The holy angel used her hand like a sword. Momentarily, the half of the body was sliced into pieces and stopped moving. The triangular head was even cut into 4 pieces and exploded. This time, the evil goblin king was completely quiet. Watching the evil goblin king killed, Han Sen looked to the hall on the mountain wall, upset. The other half of the evil goblin king's body had disappeared, and Han Sen did not hear the voice telling him the creature was killed. And the pieces of the body in the sand were corrupting quickly, which seemed abnormal. Without any hesitation, Han Sen took the golden growler and the golden rock worm king back and entered the hole with holy angel. Why has it become quiet? Jia Yan looked to the mountain with doubts. It's probably finished, Xiao Wei sighed and said. I'll go back to have a look, Jia Chongfeng said and rode toward the mountain. Let's go together. Be careful not to attract the attention of the evil goblins. Xiao Lingfeng followed him. The group of people returned to the area of the mountain. What they saw made them feel so appalled that they could not shut their mouths. The bodies of evil goblins were everywhere. The blood had formed a river and the bodies had become a hill. White sand was colored into burgundy by the poisonous blood. Half of the evil goblin king's body was lying on the ground. Although corrupted, it still looked shocking. He killed them all. Jia Chongfeng did not know what to say. Who is this person? Xiao Lingfeng thought with complex feelings. Someone as strong as this was simply beyond his imagination. Where is Han Sen? Jia Yan and Xiao Wei had come back to themselves. They looked around but did not see Han Sen. The 2 guys also looked around and did not see Han Sen either. They all had a strange feeling. Initially, they thought they just ran into an ordinary guy, yet the guy was so impressive that they could not even begin to describe it. At this point, Han Sen had already gone deep into the hole on the mountain wall. Inside the mountain, the channels were interconnected like a labyrinth. Han Sen commanded the holy angel to scout for him, following the blood of the evil goblin king. After a while, they were still unable to catch up with the creature. If Han Sen did not see the blood, he would wonder if he was in the wrong direction. Quite fast, this guy. Han Sen put the super pet armor on the holy angel and ordered the holy angel to follow the traces of blood. The super pet in super pet armor was almost invincible in First God's sanctuary. There was nothing she would fear. After 3 to 4 hours, Han Sen eventually entered a large space, which was a cave shaped like a cylinder. The cave looked like the inside of a church tower. The ceiling was about half a mile high, and the stone walls were dotted with holes of different sizes. The traces of blood had disappeared at this point. Han Sen frowned at the countless holes on the stone walls. Without any clue, it was impossible to find the evil goblin king with so many holes. Han Sen lighted a torch and looked around in the cave. He suddenly saw an alloy case in the corner. Someone had been here before. Han Sen was surprised. The case looked like it was the advanced product from the Alliance. It was made of top-notch Z-steel that was not only tough but also light in weight, making the case more portable than Z-steel armor and weapons. The case was a bit deformed. It looked like it had been hit hard. The lid was slightly open, covered in dust and speckles. The case looked quite old and probably had something spilled and tried on it. Han Sen checked the style of the case, which looked expensive but old. He did not think it was produced recently. Who could come to this place with the group of evil goblins outside? Or does the mountain have a different entrance elsewhere? Han Sen squatted and checked the case carefully. Although the lid was slightly open, Han Sen still could not see what was inside. It looked like there was something though. Although modern technology was useless in God's sanctuary, Han Sen did not dare to be reckless. He stepped back and asked the holy angel to open the case. The holy angel was fearless. She reached her hand in the gap and pulled the case open. Nothing weird happened. In the case, there were 3 bottles and a crystal card. Geno solutions? Han Sen looked at the 3 bottles and felt surprised. Han Sen had seen a lot of this kind of bottles. They should be the bottles of Geno solutions paired with hyper Geno arts. These bottles were specially made to contain the Geno solutions, which had been this way for generations. However, although there were 3 bottles, only one of them was filled with purple Geno solution. One of the bottles was empty, and one was broken. Han Sen took the full bottle and regarded it. He did not find any notes. Normally speaking, a bottle like this would have a tag to indicate what kind of hyper Geno art this solution belonged to. However, this bottle did not have any writing on it. Is it Geno solution or not? Han Sen frowned and examined the crystal card. It was a memory card which was still intact. However, he could not check it in God's sanctuary. Han Sen put the crystal card and bottle away. He looked around and did not see bodies or inscriptions. He wondered why the case ended up here. Han Sen walked around in the large cave but did not find anything else. He felt quite upset to let the evil Goblin King run away. However, there was no way that he could tell where the evil Goblin King was. Even if he wanted to chase after it, he did not know how. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should leave already, he felt the giant cave was shaking and then heard noises like thunder. The rumbles became louder and louder, sounding quite scary. What is it? Han Sen listened carefully, trying to tell where the sound came from. However, there were too many caves, so the echo was too loud for Han Sen to tell that. He was sure about one thing. Something was coming at him, and it was something big. Han Sen pondered and took back the holy angel. He shape-shifted into the color shifter and leaned against the mountain wall, turning into a part of the rocks. No one could tell he was there. The rumbling continued for a while before it softened. Very soon, Han Sen saw the evil Goblin King came from a wide hole. The huge body slithered out, which was still more than 60 feet long. The injury on the end of its body was still there but had already healed. What a large creature. It is still this long when cut in half. It must be at least 100 feet long originally. Han Sen regarded the creature, not understanding why it still dared to come out. As Han Sen was suspicious, he did not move but watched the creature moving in the cave. The creature did nothing special, but Han Sen felt something must be wrong. So he stayed still and watched. Suddenly, he saw something else coming from the same hole where the evil Goblin King was. It was a creature that looked like a white rhinoceros with 3 pairs of legs, looking magnificent. On the back of the white rhinoceros sat a person. Han Sen was shocked to see someone else riding a creature in this place, who was also getting along with the evil Goblin King. Everything seemed so odd. Han Sen could tell that the white rhinoceros was definitely a creature instead of a beast soul pet. A creature had a murderous scent which the pet did not have. He looked carefully at the person sitting on the back of the white rhinoceros. It should be a woman. However, she was wearing a black cloak with a hood, so Han Sen could not tell what she looked like. How come there is no human? The woman looked around and muttered to herself before she rode the white rhinoceros back into the hole. Han Sen was dazed. The woman sounded like she was not a human herself, but Han Sen had never heard a creature would look exactly like a human and could talk. The evil Goblin King, which only had half its body left, followed the woman into the hole. Han Sen had now understood that the goblin was a bait the woman sent. Who is that woman? She is so strange. I have never heard that human could control a creature, which is also a super creature. How is that even possible? Han Sen felt confused. A long while after the evil Goblin King disappeared, he slowly moved his body toward that hole. Han Sen carefully entered the hole, which was rather wide. When he walked deeper inside, there was a fork. Han Sen observed the surroundings and followed one path. The evil Goblin King barely left any traces as its 3-fingered hands were quite small. However, the white rhinoceros left some footprints, and he could even hear the hoof beats. Deep inside the mountain, Han Sen carefully walked in the labyrinth. After an hour, the hoof beats could no longer be heard. Han-san became alarmed and slowed down. He pondered and shape-shifted again into the color shifter. Very soon, he saw the evil Goblin King again when he entered another big cave. Although it was still inside the mountain, there was a crack on the ceiling where the sky could be seen and light could come through. In the big cave there was even a stream of water. Han-san saw the woman and the white rhinoceros again. In addition to the woman and the white rhinoceros, many man-made tools were laid around, such as tents, woks, and bowls. It seemed like the woman had spent quite some time in the cave. Han-san stopped breathing and integrated himself with the stone wall, observing the woman, someone who could command a super creature. Even Han-sen felt surprised by his discovery. It was hard to believe that such a person even existed. If she had been around for a while, then super creatures should have been known to human a while back. How come there was absolutely no news about it? Even the Nings were merely guessing and had never killed a super creature. The woman set up the wok and started to burn a kind of vines underneath. It looks like she was cooking. Then she opened an alloy case filled with bottles and cans. When she started to pour the content of a bottle into the wok, Han-sen realized it must be spice. Very soon Han-sen smiled food. He wondered what meat she was cooking which was making him drool. Seeing the meat was about ready, the woman took off her back cloak and got up to fill her bowl. Han-sen was eventually able to see what her face, which made him stare his eyes wide and almost scream out loud. There was a white mask made of bones on the woman's face, and a pair of purple horns were standing in her long hair like crescents. Shura royalty. How can this be? Han-san was so shocked that he was speechless, unable to believe what he had seen. As the biggest enemy of human in the universe, Shura almost looked the same as men except for the horns. The purple horns were the characteristics of Shura royalty. A royal Shura man had single horn, and a royal Shura woman had double horns. None of these mattered though. What shocked Han-san was the fact that a Shura had made her way into God's sanctuary, which was not supposed to happen. It was not to say that Shura did not have teleport devices. Even if they had none, it would be easy for them to grab one from human in the wars. However, Shura was rejected by God's sanctuary itself. Even with a teleport device, no Shura would choose to enter this space. Human had conducted an experiment to teleport Shura prisoners into God's sanctuary, who immediately got sick with the symptoms of flu. As their immune system went down, they all died in God's sanctuary within 3 days, adults and children alike, no matter how strong they were. However, this Shura royalty seemed to have lived in God's sanctuary for a long time already. Han-san was scared by the idea that Shura might be able to survive in God's sanctuary. Shura's physique was much better than human in the first place. If they were able to survive in God's sanctuary and gain genopoints, the consequences would be dire. Shura had always been conducting research in this aspect, but they had not made much progress. Meanwhile, the Alliance was doing its best to prevent Shura from entering God's sanctuary. Because of the damages Shura would suffer from entering God's sanctuary and human occupation of most of the shelters, Shura had almost no chance at it. Some Shura had risked their lives and tried to enter God's sanctuary, but they were doomed once spotted by human. After all, Shura almost had no ability to fight was entering God's sanctuary. The moment they were seen, they would be killed. Even if they were not found, they would die of sickness in a couple days. Maybe Shura had overcome the issue of surviving God's sanctuary? Han-sen felt a chill. If that was true, then a disaster would fall on human. An ordinary Shura adult had the same physique as a human evolver. And a strong Shura fighter would be the same as a human surpasser. With such physique, it would be easy for Shura to kill all creatures and leave none for human. Among black, white, golden, and purple horns were the Shura royalties who had the strongest physique. Once older than 10, they could be over 100 in fitness index. Although Han-san did not know how old the Shura woman was, she must be more than 10 years old, which meant she definitely had a fitness index beyond 100. Once Shura like her entered in First God's sanctuary and started a fight with human, Han-sen could imagine what would happen. Even Han-sen, who only had a fitness index below 30, could already become invincible in First God's sanctuary. Ordinary super creatures only had a fitness index over 40. If the number became over 100, Han-san was covered in cold sweat on the thought as unspeakable fear filled his heart. It was beyond his personal interests. If Shura were able to survive in First God's sanctuary, it would be the nightmare for the entire mankind. Han-sen could not bear to think of that kind of tragedy. He was a man with his family, friends, and loved ones in God's sanctuary, so he had to think of the worst possibility. The Shura woman got herself a bowl of meat with soup and realized that she still had her mask on when she tried to eat. She took the mask off and put it away. Han-san then saw her face and was dazed. Although judging from her small purple horns, Han-sen knew she was probably young. He did not realize how young she was. She was about 14 or 15 years old, her face round and skin so fair that it was almost transparent. The look in her eyes was quite innocent. Because Shura girls developed early in general, she had a curvaceous body, which made Han-sen feel she was older. Her waist-length black hair was tied back. If it was not for her purple horns, she would just be considered a pretty girl. However, because of the horns, Han-sen did not dare to consider her as a girl. Even though she was just around 15 years old, her fitness index was definitely over 100 as a Shura royalty. This sweet girl was actually as fierce as Queen, more destructive than super creatures in First God's sanctuary. As Han-san was checking her out, she sat down on something covered by a piece of cloth and started to gobble from the bowl in her hand as fast as the holy angel did. In a short while, she finished all the food in the bowl. When she got up to get more, the piece of cloth was moved, unveiling what was underneath. Han-sen was shocked with just a sneak peek. Under the cloth was a shining yellow crystal the size of a boulder. Han-sen was very familiar with this kind of crystal. He had seen many of these recently, which were the life essence of super creatures. Although Han-sen only caught a glimpse, he was certain that it must be life essence. Judging by the shape of the cloth, there were at least 2 pieces of life essence underneath. Han-sen stared at them without a blink. Although he now had the ability to kill a super creature, it took him a lot of time to find one. He wanted life essence bad. Looking at the Shura girl, Han-sen gave up the thought. Han-sen could not understand why the Shura girl did not eat the life essence. However, there was no way Han-sen could beat her. Not even with the Holy Angel and the Golden Rockworm King helping him. A fitness level of over 100 was simply matchless in First God's sanctuary. Han-sen was always decisive. Although the temptation was huge, he merely hesitated for a moment before he decided to leave quietly. He had to report the existence of Shura to the Alliance, making sure that the Alliance was prepared. Han-sen alone could not stop something as big as this. If Shura was really able to overcome the damages they suffered from God's sanctuary, then the entire Alliance must be rallied up against them. In addition, this Shura girl was even able to control a super creature, which was shocking. As Han-sen was trying to leave, to his surprise, the Shura girl suddenly let out a scream. He turned to look at her and saw her kneeling on the floor, moaning in pain. Her body kept shaking as she huddled up. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros seemed to be so scared that they each ran away into a stone channel like rabbits. However, they did not dare to go far, but stayed in their own place shivering, checking on the Shura girl from time to time. Bang! Han-sen heard a loud noise. The Shura girl, who was holding her head and moaning in pain, suddenly started to bang her head against the floor, smashing the rock into pieces. Although the rock was broken, her head was not even red, but only got dirty with some dust on it. Bang, bang, bang. Han-sen watched the girl hitting her head against the rock repeatedly and was shocked. It is Shura girl a lunatic? Watching the Shura girl banging her head on the floor, Han-sen could not help feeling an urge to kill her. She looked like she was having a reoccurrence of some disease. Maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. On another thought, Han-sen was not even sure if he could hurt her with the cursed wolf dagger, given how strong she was. The gap between himself and someone with a fitness level over 100 was simply too big. Han-sen watched the Shura girl banging her head against the floor in pain with a complex look. He suddenly found that the cave seemed to be very well lit. As he took a closer look, he saw the full moon was shining through the cave from the crack above. Boom! With another hard bang, A large pit was formed as all the rocks within a range of 12 feet were crushed. After that, the Shura girl did not move anymore, but fell in the pit and fainted. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros then came out of the stone channels. The evil goblin approached the unconscious Shura girl, hesitated, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit at her. Hansen was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. A moment ago, the evil goblin was following the Shura girl like a puppy dog, while all of a sudden, it was about to eat her. Maybe this creature was extremely intelligent and knew how strong she was, so it pretended to be enslaved by her until it could find an opportunity to eat her alive. The evil goblin snapped at her body and threw her into the air, using its thousands of hands to tear her apart. Although Hansen was happy to see that, he was shocked when his gaze fell upon the Shura girl. The evil goblin caught half of the Shura girl's body, so her hair was falling in the air. Hansen saw clearly that the pair of purple horns were gone. Hansen could not believe it and rubbed his eyes. As he looked at her one more time, he still did not see the purple horns that represented Shura royalty. What has happened? Did I make a mistake earlier? Hansen was filled with doubts, but the evil goblin was already ready to swallow the girl like a snake. If she was Shura, Hansen would hope this to happen. However, the girl now looked like a completely normal human girl, which made him hesitate. Boom! Seeing that the evil goblin king was about to eat the girl, Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the holy angel and the cursed wolf dagger, dashing at the evil goblin king. The evil goblin king knew how strong the holy angel was and dodged her attack immediately. However, Hansen was already in its face. He wielded the cursed wolf dagger and made several cuts on the head of the evil goblin king, making it seethe in pain. The girl fell from its mouth. Hansen caught her in the air and flew away, dodging the splashing poisonous blood. The white rhinoceros roared and quickly threw itself at Hansen, running with its 6 hooves. As Hansen pointed at the rhinoceros, the golden rockworm king flew at it. Taking this opportunity, Hansen stepped aside and touched the head of the fainted girl, trying to make sure whether she was Shura. Hansen felt nothing. The pair of purple horns simply disappeared without leaving any trace. Hansen felt her head again and again. He could not believe what had happened. He was sure that he did see a pair of purple horns shaped like crescents. However, they were gone just like that. Shura's horns could not be retracted. Otherwise, there would be 1,000,000 for Shura spies among human. The horns of Shura were connected to their brain. Even if they cut the horns off, there would still be scars where the horns used to be. It was easy to tell when touched. In addition, no hair would grow where the horns were broken, so it was easy to tell. However, this girl was different. Her scalp was smooth and her hair was thick. There were no proof of previous horns, so it was impossible that the horns were knocked off by herself. What could this possibly be? Were the horns just some decoration she was wearing and were smashed just now? Hansen had never heard of such a thing and could not decide what to do with her. I'll leave her alone for the moment, Hansen decided, thinking of the evil goblin, white rhinoceros, and the life essence covered by the cloth. He wanted to leave the girl alone, but there was no safe space in the cave, given 4 monsters were fighting inside. Hansen had to hold her in his arms for the moment. The evil goblin was almost beaten by Holy Angel. Lots of its hands were cut off. Although they were both super creatures, the Holy Angel was obviously the top of the top, even comparable to the adult golden growler. The evil goblin, however, was more or less on the same level as the Aqua Reaper. In addition, the evil goblin was hurt in the first place, so it was no match of the Holy Angel. On the other side, the golden rock worm king was against the white rhinoceros. To Hansen's surprise, the rock worm king was at a disadvantage. In terms of both speed and fitness, the rhinoceros was stronger. Hansen put the super pat armor on the rockworm and enhanced its defense. This way, it could compete against the white rhinoceros. Hansen rushed over to fight the evil goblin with the cursed wolf dagger in his hand and his wings flapping. He decided to take the weakest link out first and leave the tough ones for later. The evil goblin was dodging here and there from the Holy Angel's attack. Hansen took his opportunity, used the both heresy mantra and overload, appeared behind the evil goblin, and cut off its triangular head. Bang! The giant body of the evil goblin suddenly became limp. It fell to the bottom, making the entire space shake. Super creature evil goblin killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice suddenly sounded in Han Sen's mind, but Han Sen had no time to lament the lack of beast soul. He commanded the holy angel to take care of the six-legged white rhinoceros. On the other hand, Han Sen went to the disappearing body of the evil goblin and seized a red crystal the size of a football. Han Sen glanced at the girl in his arms who was still unconscious. Her clothes were a bit ragged, while she did not get injured at all, and only had some red marks. Han Sen frowned and checked on the white rhinoceros under the siege of both the holy angel and golden rockworm king. It seemed there was no need for Han Sen to do anything. Holding the girl under one arm and the life essence of the evil goblin in the other, Han Sen dashed to the tent which was already damaged by fallen stones. He found a quilt in the tent, took it out and placed the girl on it. He then ran toward the life essence covered under the piece of cloth. As the piece of cloth was lifted, Han Sen was bedazzled by the splendid view. 3 crystals were placed together. One was yellow and the other 2 were blue. The yellow one was the biggest piece, about the size of a boulder. One of the blue ones was the size of a drum, and the other the size of a basketball. Fortune! Such a fortune! Han Sen almost jumped up, unable to believe his own eyes. Han Sen bent over and licked at the yellow crystal, trying to make sure that it was life essence. As the yellow liquid was swallowed by Han Sen, he suddenly heard the voice. Life essence of super creature earth dragon beast consumed. Han Sen was overjoyed. He was finally relaxed as these were truly life essence. Mine, they're all mine. Han Sen summoned Meowth in its transformed state, put a bag around neck and started to fill it with life essence. The golden growler was too big in size, so it would be inconvenient for it to leave the cave. Han Sen had to put the burden on Meowth. 3 life essence crystals, in addition to the ones from the evil goblin and the white rhinoceros which was about to be killed. Han Sen was almost certain that he would be able to gain 5 crystals of life essence at once. These 5 crystals might even make him max out on super geno points. It was such a huge pie in the sky, which fell right into Han Sen's mouth. I love moving. Han Sen paused as he suddenly felt something was wrong when moving the crystals into the bag. Han Sen turned around and was suddenly dumbstruck. The girl had already sat up. She tilted her head and regarded Han Sen with her wide eyes blinking. Han Sen was so happy that he had forgotten about the girl. Seeing she had woken up, Han Sen suddenly remembered that she was possibly a Shura royalty, and was then covered in cold sweat. Hello! Han Sen forced a smile and said hi to the girl, thinking, I should not have such bad luck. She does not look like a Shura royalty either. The girl did not respond, still staring at Han Sen with her eyes wide as if she had never seen human before. Han Sen's heart sank. He wondered what she was thinking. At this point, Han Sen was holding a blue crystal of life essence in his hand. He was not sure whether he should put it into his bag or put it where it used to be. However, Han Sen had already put away the other 2 pieces. It was too late for him to do anything. Anyone could tell he was stealing. This thing, you have no use of it. So, I will take it away, Han Sen said to the girl, holding the blue life essence high. This time, to Han Sen's joy, the girl unexpectedly nodded. He put the life essence away and said, You were unconscious just now. That creature tried to eat you and I saved you. The girl was so strange that Han Sen did not know where she came from. It would not hurt if he started to sweet talk. As the saying goes, no one would slap a smiling face. At the very least, Han Sen had saved her, although she probably did not need to be saved. The hard snap from the evil goblin did not even break her skin as fair as milk, but only left some red marks on it, which was about what would happen if she scratched it with her nails. The girl blinked and said nothing, watching Han Sen transferring the life essence to his bag. Roar! The white rhinoceros suddenly screamed. Han Sen saw the head of the white rhinoceros sent into the air by the holy angel. The golden rock worm king was still clinging to the body of the white rhinoceros, its tail digging into the rhino's meat and its claws holding the rhino's stomach. Super creature white jade six-legged rhinoceros killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hansen heard the voice again. It was the first time that he had killed 2 super creatures in one day, which no one could believe even if he were to tell someone. The next moment, Hansen became pale because the girl suddenly moved. She was so incredibly fast that even with Hansen's eyesight, he almost lost track of her moves. As the girl stepped forward, she almost appeared in front of the golden rock worm king instantaneously, throwing a punch at the pet. She was so swift that the golden rock worm king had no time to dodge, and Hansen did not even manage to take back his pet in time. Boom! The tender fist of the girl hit the golden rock worm king hard. The hole was left on both the super pet armor and the worm king. It was so easy that it looked like the creature and the pet armor were made of paper. Hansen took the golden rock worm king, holy angel, and Meowth back in his mind and ran away immediately, letting the life essence drop on the floor. At this point, Hansen still did not know whether the teenage girl was Ashura royalty. However, there was no doubt that her fitness index was over 100. Since she had made a move, Hansen did not have any thought other than running for his life. Unless an evolver like Queen came here, it did not matter how many people came to his rescue. However, in First God's Sanctuary, it was impossible that an advanced evolver could appear. There would be at most some rookies who had just evolved. Hansen just started running when the girl stood in front of him in the blink of an eye, her face almost hitting his. Hansen was shocked and quickly stepped back. He was about to summon the holy angel and the golden rock worm king, which was severely injured. Hansen decided to buy himself some time. After all, nothing mattered more than his own life. As Hansen stepped back, the girl did not attack him, but stared at him with her big eyes. There was no hostility on her face. Hansen suddenly had a thought and did not summon the worm king and holy angel. If this girl was trying to attack him, she should have done that a long time ago. However, she did not attack Hansen, who was the closest to her, but hit Golden Rock Worm King. That probably meant she had no intention to hit Hansen. Therefore, if Hansen were to antagonize her with the Worm King and Holy Angel, he would definitely be doomed. Although Hansen was having a thought like that, his eyes were fixed on the girl, still alarmed. Although the girl did not look hostile, it was just the look. One could never predict another person's thought, not to mention how weird this girl was. The girl did not lay a hand on Hansen, but stared at him. It seemed that she was curious. "Sister. My name is Han Senator, how shall I call you?" Hansen asked with a forced smile, as he felt awkward but did not know what to say. "Zero." Hansen did not have much hope, but to his surprise, the girl answered him. The voice of the girl had a pleasant tone. Hansen was not sure if she was answering his question. "Zero?" Hansen asked her with doubt. "Zero," the girl said and squatted down, writing 0 on the floor with her finger, which turned out to be standard alliance language. Seeing the word written by the girl, Hansen felt more relaxed. The alliance had fought Shura for many years, which was why human would learn Shura language and Shura culture. Shura had also learned human language, but even ordinary Shura did not deign to use the language of human, let alone a Shura royalty. The girl naturally used standard alliance language, which made her more likely to be a human. "Zero, this is your first name, right? What is your last name?" Hansen asked. "Just Zero," the girl said without explaining further. She was still staring at Hansen as if there was something on his face. Hansen thought Zero did not seem to be too intelligent. He licked his lips and said with a fake smile, "We are friends, not enemies, right?" "Friends, not enemies," Zero nodded and said. Hansen was overjoyed, spread his hands and said, "We are good friends, so we don't fight, right? Good friends, no fight." Zero nodded again, agreeing with Hansen. Hansen was even more pleased as he felt Zero was indeed a bit dumb, like a 3-year-old. Did she hurt her brain when she bangs her head on the floor? Hansen was secretly happy. He walked 2 steps and pointed at the life essence on the floor, asking, "Tell me, can I take these?" This time, Zero did not speak but nodded. Obviously, she had agreed. Hansen was on top of the world. Originally, he thought there would be no gain this time as both Golden Rockworm King and Super Pet Armor were severely damaged, and it was still questionable whether he could survive. Life Essence was out of the question. However, things suddenly took a turn. He still had a chance to take away all the crystals of Life Essence, which was a great surprise to him. "Can I really take these away?" Hansen pointed at the Life Essence and then himself, confirming it with Zero again. "Yes." Zero nodded heavily. She seemed to be quite serious. "Thank you. You are such a good person." Hansen was eventually able to make sure that Zero was out of her mind. She must have hurt her brain just now. Otherwise, who would give Life Essence away? Hansen still felt a bit anxious. He tried to walk to a crystal of Life Essence, lifted it up and checked on Zero, who had sat down on the boulder nearby, resting her chin in her hands and watching Hansen with great interest. It seemed that she did not want to fight at all. "Since you gave it to me, I will eat it?" Hansen reached out his tongue, pretending to be licking at the Life Essence. Zero regarded him without speaking, her eyes smiling. "I will begin then?" Hansen licked the crystal. Zero was still smiling at him. It seemed that she was very happy. Hansen saw that Zero meant him no harm and was okay with him eating the Life Essence and started to lick faster. Zero was still just watching, making Hansen completely relaxed. It seems that she's really hurt her brain. That's much easier. Hansen no longer held back and started to lick away. Life Essence of Super Creature Crystal Spirit Beast consumed. 1 Super Geno Point gained. Very soon, the better half of the smaller piece of blue Life Essence was swallowed by Hans Senator to Hansen's excitement. The voice kept telling him how many Super Geno Points he had gained. At this point, Hansen was certain that Zero, who seemed to be troubled mentally, did not mean him any harm. In fact, with her ability, if she were to fight him, Hansen could not think of a single way he could save himself from her. The difference in their fitness levels was too big. Even among evolvers, a fitness index of over 100 was the absolute top, not to mention Hansen was still unevolved. This was what was confusing Hansen as well. If Zero was human, with her Super Geno Points maxed out, it will still be impossible for her to have a fitness index over 100. Hansen knew that very well because according to his estimate, even after he finished evolution in the evolution pool and became an evolver, he would still just be around 60 to 70 in fitness index, which was still much less than 100. Although Hansen did not understand, he had no trouble taking advantage of the situation. Zero seemed to have a troubled mind and meant him no harm, so he could just take the Life Essence for himself. Hansen summoned Meowth again and picked up the Life Essence of the White Jade Six-Legged Rhinoceros. He put all the crystals of Life Essence on Meowth's back. "Thank you, beauty. So long, and I will buy you dinner next time." Hansen waved at Zero, walking out with Meowth. Although Zero meant him no harm, Hansen did not know where she came from, and she was troubled mentally. Who knows if she would become mad again? Hansen decided to be as far away from her as possible. However, when Hansen arrived at the channel where he came from, he found Zero right behind him. It seemed that she was following him silently. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen felt a strong headache as he looked at Zero, who was sitting opposite him. Back to the day when they were in the cave, Zero insisted on following him in silence. She would walk as Hansen did and stop when he stopped. When Hansen could something, she would eat it without apologies. When Hansen asked her something, she would just nod or shake her head. Hansen fished no information out of her and had to accept this tale. Hansen even tried to run away on the back of the Golden Growler during the middle of the night while she was sleeping. However, after riding the Golden Growler non-stop for more than half a day, as he started to cook lunch, Zero was already waiting next to his pot with her eyes wide. Hansen had thought of all kinds of methods trying to get rid of her. In his eyes, she was a huge time bomb, which he could not keep around himself. However, after using all he got, he failed to lose her. The only possible way to get rid of her must be violence. However, thinking of the way she left a hole in the Super Pet Armor and Golden Rockworm King, Han-sen dismissed the idea immediately. Han-sen took Zero back to the shelter. His original thought was to export the crisis. There were so many people in steel armor shelter, so Zero might focus her attention on someone else and follow that person instead. He could maybe call the police for that person and let the Alliance step in. However, Zero did not follow anyone else other than him. She would go wherever Han-sen went like a tag-along. She did not seem to be completely dumb. At least when Han-sen went to the bathroom, Zero would not follow him. In the end, Han-sen had to take her back to his room in steel armor shelter and watch her with a headache. He had found out nothing about her. Before leaving the cave, he had checked on Zero's belongings, which were just ordinary man-made products. There was no way he could tell where she came from and why she would follow himself by examining those things. "We are already in the shelter, so you can teleport back home yourself," Han-sen said to Zero helplessly. Zero looked back at Han-sen and blinked her dark eyes. "I'm hungry." Han-sen couldn't help holding his forehead, feeling like he had found himself a lot of trouble. "Little sister, I'm telling you, I will evolve and leave First God's sanctuary very soon. Even if you stay here, it will not make a difference." Han-sen was telling the truth. He was eating the life essence he picked up on the way back to the shelter. At this point, he had 82 super geno points and still had 2.5 crystals left. Once he finished everything, he should be maxing out on his super geno points. Zero remained silent. Her eyes were as clear as spring water with no impurity. She gazed at Han-sen like that and repeated, "I'm hungry." Han-sen felt like he was about to go mad, but he had to start cooking. As they were eating, Han-sen asked Zero, who was filling her mouth with food, "So, why did you choose to follow me?" Surprisingly, Zero put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Then Han-sen saw her unbutton her blouse and pull it down. "Don't. I'm not that kind of person. You think you can tempt me with your beauty? I'm telling you there is no way you could achieve that. I am a—" Han-sen covered his eyes with both hands and said, while peeking through his fingers. Zero had already pulled her blouse down. She was wearing nothing underneath. However, she had already turned her back to Han-Senator. Han-sen suddenly widened his eyes. On the gorgeous and flawless back of Zero, Han-sen saw a tattoo. A red tattoo. The tattoo was the shape of a beast which looked like a cat or fox. As red as fire, the head and tail of the beast were connected into a circle. Han-sen was naturally familiar with this print. The red pendant Han-sen had was exactly the same. Han-sen told him that the beast was called Nine-Life Cat. The pendant used to belong to Han Jingji, who never went anywhere without it. On the body of this weird girl, Han-sen saw this beast once again, which made him feel surprised. Zero pulled her blouse back to cover her nude body up, walked to Han-sen, and reached her hand toward Han-sen's chest. "What are you doing?" Han-sen was startled, trying to jump back. However, Zero was too fast. She immediately reached into Han-sen's collar and pulled the Nine-Life Cat pendant Han-sen was wearing. She then released it and stepped back, pointing at the pendant. "You're saying you followed me because of this pendant? What do you have to do with it?" Han-sen looked at Zero incredulously. Zero did not talk to Han-sen again but sat back to eat, as if he had heard nothing. Han-sen strongly suspected that Zero was not dumb at all. Han-sen had never managed to get any information that she did not want to share. Seeing Zero's face, Han-sen did not even want to ask again. "What is this about? Why would there be a Nine-Life Cat on the back of Zero? Is that related to this pendant? What's the relationship between her and Han Jingji?" Han-sen looked at the Nine-Life Cat dependent with complex emotions. However, Han-sen felt like there was no way for Zero to be connected to Han Jingji. Han Jingji was someone who lived centuries ago, while Zero was so young. The connection was simply impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Nine-Life Cat should not be anything unique to Han Jingji. Han-sen had to comfort himself. "I'm leaving now. You can stay here or teleport back yourself." Han-sen used the teleport device in his room and teleported back to the teleport station. He still had the memory card he gained from the cave in his pocket. Maybe he would know something after seeing what was inside. Han-san believed it would not be a coincidence for that alloy case to appear in the cave. Maybe there were some clues about Zero stored in the memory card. Just when Han-sen walked out of the teleport device and tried to access the memory card with his comlink, he was suddenly appalled. From the same teleport device, a beautiful girl who had a gorgeous face and long black hair walked out in ragged clothes. It was no other than Zero. Something is definitely wrong. Han-sen gazed at Zero, feeling like he had seen a ghost. The rule about teleport was that you would go out through the same teleport device used to enter God's sanctuary, no matter where you had been in God's sanctuary. If the teleport device was damaged, then the person would be teleported to a device nearby. The rule never changed. Han-san did not believe there would be such a coincidence that Zero teleported into God's sanctuary via the exact same device as he did. It was simply unbelievable. Han-san thought he was able to get rid of her once he left God's sanctuary, but it seemed that she could follow him out as well, which made Han-sen frown. This girl was a super time bomb, so Han-sen did not dare to take her home. However, if he claimed that she was Shura and turned her to the Alliance, judging by her look which was 100% human, the Alliance would only think Han-sen was mad or was trying to frame Zero. Han-sen was dazed, staring at Zero. Then he suddenly had an idea and decided to turn back to the teleport station, going back to God's sanctuary. Standing in his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Han-sen closely watched the teleport device in his room. Then what he worried about the most happened. With a whirl, Zero quickly appeared in the teleport device and came out as her beautiful self. The teleport device in the room of a shelter normally could only be used by the owner of the room. If one did not have a room, one had to use the public teleport device on the plaza. However, Zero was able to use the teleport device in Han-sen's room and ended up in the same spot as he did. When he came back, she was still able to follow him back to his room. Damn it! Why is this happening? Han-sen cursed inwardly. But there was nothing he could do about Zero. Han-sen teleported once again to the Alliance and was followed by Zero as expected. Although Han-sen knew this would happen, he still felt quite upset. It seems that I could only get rid of her as I evolved to second God's sanctuary. Han-sen entered a lounge, trying to read the memory card via a comlink to get some useful information. Very soon, Han-sen was disappointed. Although there was a lot of information stored in the memory card, it was mostly about how to manufacture Geno solutions. There was hardly anything else than technological information. Han-sen was not really interested in Geno solutions. It was not his specialty, so he did not understand much of it. He found no information on Zero and could not take her home, so Han-sen had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. Han-sen decided to take Zero to hunt some creatures, since he still needed 3 more sacred Geno points. With 3 more sacred Geno points and the remaining crystals of life essence, Han-sen could probably evolve and become an evolver. Han-sen wondered whether he had run out of his luck, or maybe it was because Zero was following him and brought him bad luck. For several days, Han-sen wandered around in Devil Desert, but found no sacred blood creature at all. After he finished eating the life essence, he eventually had 99 super Geno points, 1 point from maxing out. What back luck! However, Zero was following him quietly like a shadow. She did not speak or get in trouble at all. Even if Han-sen wanted to unscold her, he had nowhere to start. In addition, with Zero's physique, Han-sen did not dare to piss her off. Once she got mad, God knows what she would do. Han-sen had to wander around in Devil Desert. It might be that his luck was finally here. Han-sen saw a mountain from afar which looked like a volcano covered with white snow on top. It was exactly the mountain where he had seen the phoenix-like creature. Han-sen became overjoyed. As long as he killed the creature, he would be able to gain the last super Geno point that he was missing and evolve. At that time, he could get rid of the horrendous time bomb, Zero. The Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were almost destroyed by Zero. Currently, they were restoring in Han-sen's mind and could not be used in a short amount of time. Han-sen quickly summoned the Holy Angel and sent her to probe on the mountain. Han-sen still had a lot of reservations about the Firebird and did not want to take the risks himself. The Holy Angel flapped her wings and went to the top of that mountain. She suddenly heard a shrill bird song from the mountaintop as she approached. The strange bird burning with golden and red flames came down from the mountain at the holy angel like a phoenix. The long wavy hair of the holy angel was flowing in the wind. There was a grim look in her golden eyes. She flapped her wings and moved away from the incoming firebird. The firebird tweeted and came after the holy angel. The girl and the bird started to fight in the air. The holy angel kept dodging the attacks from the firebird, unwilling to catch on the flames. On the other hand, the firebird was also being very cautious, unwilling to show any weakness in front of the holy angel. Although the fight seemed to be rather fierce, the two did not exchange too many movements. Han Sen saw that even the holy angel was afraid of the flames of the firebird and did not dare to take the risks himself. Han Sen had a fitness level even lower than a super creature. Since even the holy angel did not want to catch the flames, it would be even more dangerous for Han Senator, so, even if he were willing to go, he might not be of much help. However, Han Sen was anxious seeing the holy angel and the firebird were pretty even. It seemed that it was hard for them to fight it out. They were both quite conservative and could not beat the opponent quickly. However, Han Sen had no solutions to that. If the super pet armor had not been damaged by Zero, the holy angel could simply put on that armor, which might defend her from the flames of the firebird. The firebird might have been killed already if that was the case. Such bad luck. Han Sen shot a glance at Zero, who was standing next to him, and felt quite upset. After seeing Zero, Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, I wonder if he would help me if I ask her to kill the firebird. She is not interested in the life essence anyway, so I don't need to worry about her keeping the life essence for herself. Ahem, Zero. Can you do me a favor? Han Sen cleared his throat and asked. Zero did not even look at Han Senator. She suddenly jumped up and reached the mountain in just a few moves. With a long jump, she reached out a hand and grabbed at the firebird that was fighting the holy angel. After Zero threw herself at the firebird like a cannonball, she went through the burning body of the firebird and appeared on the other side, landing heavily on the mountain's feet and even broke a part of the mountain. In Zero's hand, there was a red and golden spirit wiggling like flames. The firebird quickly issued a scream, as its body made up of flames simply exploded and turned into fireworks. Zero jumped back to Han Sen and threw the spirit at him without saying anything. She then stood next to Han Sen like she always did. Ahem. Thank you so much. Han Sen flushed. He never treated Zero well, while Zero finished what he was trying to accomplish for a long time, which embarrassed him a bit. Zero did not reply and gave Han Sen a sweet smile, her teeth glistening through her soft lips. Han Sen did not have any time to speak, because the red and golden spirit in his hands was scorching, almost turning his hands into barbecue. Han Sen quickly summoned the cursed wolf daggers and slashed it at the spirit. Super creature desert bird killed. Beast soul of desert bird gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. As the voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, he almost screamed out of excitement. Another super beast soul. How lucky. He caught a red and gold crystal the size of a bullet in his hand and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. Although it was kind of a waste, he had no use of the life essence even if he saved it for later. There was no way he could sell it to someone else either. Therefore, Han Sen simply ate the whole thing. Life essence of desert bird consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Super geno points maxed out. Han Sen realized that he had finally maxed out on his super geno points, even earlier than he maxed out on sacred geno points. Han Sen looked to his mind with joy and saw his newly gained super beast soul. Type of beast soul of super creature desert bird. Aura. Han Sen almost laughed out loud. It was a beast soul aura which was very rare. Han Sen had felt the effect of Flame Lieutenant was somewhat lacking. Having gained a super beast soul aura, he had something to replace it with. Although he was about to be ready to evolve, Han Sen did not rush. After all, he still had more than 2 months left before he had to report to Daphne. He could still do a lot of things during this period of time. Han Sen summoned the Golden Growler and took Zero to those locations indicated by Nina. Then he indeed found a lot of super creatures. 90% of the creatures found by Starry Group were super creatures, which was surprising. Only a few were special sacred blood creatures. Although super creatures were rare, they could still be spotted. The only reason that no one had discovered their existence was that nobody was able to kill them. The reason Han Sen went to seek those creatures out was not to kill them. Han Sen, who had already maxed out on his super geno points, did not need to hunt super creatures anymore. The biggest benefit would be superb beast souls. However, even with super beast souls, he would not be invincible in Second God's Sanctuary. Even if he killed those creatures, he might necessarily gain their beast souls. However, Han Sen still looked for all the creatures one by one. He found all the super creatures he could find and defeated them one after another. Han Sen had two purposes. First, he would like to practice his fighting skills. Second, he would like to lay a good foundation for Han Yen. Haley was so young that she would not come to God's Sanctuary for years. It would be impossible for Han Sen to wait for her, so he had no chance to transfer the super beast souls to her. In the future, she had to kill super creatures on her own. Han Sen had already learned the strengths and weaknesses of the super creatures, so he could teach Han Yen all about them in the future, if she had that kind of ability to hunt them down. If Han Yen did not have that kind of ability, there was no need to expect her to max out on super geno points. If I am here, I will never let Han Yen suffer. If she could max out on super geno points, that would be the best. If not, that's quite okay as well. Although Han Sen thought that, he would still do everything he could for Han Yen. In the central office of the special squad, Zhong Jinhong was handling some urgent files when he heard a knock on the door. Jiang Shang, if it is not important, don't disturb me today, Zhong Jinhong said after seeing it was his assistant Jiang Shang. It was not easy to be the director of special squad. Not only did he have to manage his crew well, but he also needed to handle some stupid business, which made him so impatient that he almost wanted to scold someone. Director, the head of a special squad submitted a beast soul trade application. Jiang Shang said with a complex expression. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Ask him to do it on the internal platform by the rules. Do I need to teach you that? Zhong Jinhong was quite upset that Jiang Shang would bother him with such trivial matter and said harshly. The head of that special squad wanted to trade for a quota of protection for his family member. Jiang Shang knew Zhong Jinhong's temper quite well and understood he was under a lot of pressure. So Jiang Shang was not upset, but maintained the complex look on his face. Everyone needs protection. Do they think the action team of the special squad all have 6 arms? The matter troubling Zhong Jinhong initially was about protection as well, which made him even more angry when hearing Jiang Shang. However, Zhong Jinhong had nothing against Jiang Shang, so he calmed down and said, because he is one of us, we should give him priority. However, recently we are short of good men since we lost a few brothers in order to protect those bastards. Ask him to wait. We will figure it out later. Jiang Shang continued with an even more odd look. Director, that person did not want protection at the moment, but a few years later. Nonsense. Why would he apply for something coming into effect in a few years? Is he trying to add to our workload? Zhong Jinhong thumped the desk in madness. Director, I think you should probably first look at the list of beast souls he submitted. Jiang Shang placed a document in front of Zhong Jinhong. What is there to look at? Initially, Zhong Jinhong was quite annoyed. However, after glancing at the list, he swallowed his words back and widened his eyes. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Aura. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Add-on. Sacred Blood Shape-Shifting Beast Soul. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Weapon. Sacred Blood Wings. Zhong Jinhong could not help reading the Beast Soul list out loud. His voice became more grim every time he finished reading one. Even his hand holding the document was shaking. He knew very well what these beast souls meant. Although humans had developed in God's sanctuary for almost 2 decades and there were more and more who could kill a sacred blood creature, it did not mean it was an easy thing to hunt sacred blood creatures. More than 90% of humans could never hunt a sacred blood creature, let alone gain a sacred blood beast soul. However, the beast souls listed in this document were almost all the most outstanding sacred blood beast souls, especially the sacred blood beast soul aura, which was the blessing of any team. Other beast souls were also highly coveted. Although all Zhong Jinhong saw were names on the list, they were enough to make him feel shocked. So many top-notch sacred blood beast souls all belonged to the same person. He could not imagine who this person must be. Even if he was the descendant of some impressive figure, it was still very hard to collect all these beast souls. If these sacred blood beast souls were used on a special squad, Zhong Jinhong could imagine how awesome the special squad would become. It would be much easier for them to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. In Zhong Jinhong's eyes, these top-notch sacred blood beast souls could be used to make an elite team. If Zhong Jinhong were to learn that all he had seen was only a part of the beast souls Han Sen owned, while the rest were sold to Lin Beifeng and Su Xiaoqiao, his chin might even fall to the floor. Zhong Jinhong quickly turned the document to the last page, because he could not wait to see who it was to own all these sacred blood beast souls. He could not believe that someone like this was in the special squad, and he could not put a finger on someone immediately. Normally speaking, those who worked for the special squad would not be the descendant of a celebrity. People with prominent backgrounds would more likely be those who enjoyed the protection from the special squad and never needed to protect anyone else. Therefore, Zhong Jinhong could not imagine who would have such impressive collection in the special squad. Han Sen. Seeing this name, Zhong Jinhong couldn't help feeling dazed. Director, do you want to speak to him? He is still waiting for a reply. Seeing that Zhong Jinhong had finished reading, Jiang Shang followed up. Of course, these beast souls are crucial to us, and we must have them. What are his requests? Zhong Jinhong said seriously. He is asking for a quota for his sister to be protected starting from the moment she entered God's sanctuary. In addition, he had asked us to send sacred blood beast souls of 4 specific types to his sister as soon as possible after she entered God's sanctuary. Jiang Shang explained Han Sen's request in details. After hearing that, Zhong Jinhong pondered and then said, with Han Sen's background, I am surprised that he is able to earn such a fortune. Contact him and agree to what he asked. Prepare a contract and sign it as soon as possible. Because of Qin Xian, Zhong Jinhong had paid attention to Han Sen before. However, previously he was still doubtful about Han Sen's ability, especially when Han Sen disappeared in God's sanctuary for a long while, which made Zhong Jinhong quite disappointed in him. However, after seeing the beast souls of Han Sen, Zhong Jinhong found that he had given Han Sen too little credit. The man discovered by Lady Qin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that Han Sen is indeed a rare talent. I wonder where he would end up after entering Second God's sanctuary. I hope that he could return to the special squad as soon as possible, because it would be such a waste for a talent like this to be wandering around. Zhong Jinhong made a note in his comlink and wrote down Han Sen's name, which meant he would pay special attention to Han Sen. Han Sen did not sell most of his beast souls but used them to purchase an insurance for his sister, helping her grow fast. In Han Sen's eyes, there was nothing in the world more important than the safety of his family, so the beast souls were quite well spent. In addition, the 4 types of beast souls he requested for his sister would be immensely helpful when she was about to kill a super creature, so it was a good deal after all. However, Han Sen did not know where he would be assigned in Second God's sanctuary, so it was impossible for him to trade his beast souls for some beast souls of Second God's sanctuary. He had to arrange for that after she evolved. But Han Sen had no use of mediocre beast souls. Although he traded away most of his sacred blood beast souls, he still had all the super beast souls and the sacred blood beast souls that were indispensable to him. Currently, Han Sen had 7 super beast souls in total. They were Water Reaper, Cursed Wolf, Bloody Slayer, Golden Growler, Golden Rockworm King, Holy Angel, and Desert Bird. The sacred blood beast souls would not be that useful in Second God's sanctuary, so Han Sen traded most of them away, only keeping Beetle Knight, Fairy Queen, and Meowth. Initially, Han Sen also wanted to keep Purple Feathered Dragon and Color Shifter. However, after looking through the information about Second God's sanctuary, Han Sen found that there were a lot of flying creatures in Second God's sanctuary, many of which had much higher speed than the wings he had currently. Therefore, the sacred blood wings were not that valuable anymore. In addition, he had 2 super pets which could both fly. He could totally do without the beast soul wings. Color Shifter was not that useful in Second God's sanctuary either. If he was to hide himself, Changing the color alone was no longer enough in Second God's Sanctuary, where there were many creatures that had very strong sense of smell and perception. They could probably sense his body temperature. In the end, Han Sen gave up the color shifter as well. Keeping Meowth was simply for sentimental reasons. He had really considered Meowth as his own pet. The doppelganger that the Beetle Knight could turn into would still be very useful in Second God's Sanctuary, so he decided to keep it as well. As for the Fairy Queen, it was not easy to find a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul like that, not even in Second God's Sanctuary. In addition, it was Han Sen's reward of the contest, so he kept it as well. At this point, Han Sen was still faced with one difficult problem. Without solving that problem, he could not evolve with a peaceful mind. The problem was not Zero, of course. Although Zero was also a problem, Han Sen believed he should be able to get rid of her after he evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, which was why he was not that worried about it. The thing worried Han Sen the most was the black crystal. Could even feed and help creatures evolve. If he could continue to use such a treasure in Second God's Sanctuary, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. If he was able to farm a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary, or even just a few of sacred blood creatures, he would become strong much faster. If he was able to get some beast souls out of it, it would be even better. The only issue was that Han Sen was not able to take back crystal out of God's Sanctuary. It was part of the rules of God's Sanctuary. Except for beast souls, nothing in God's Sanctuary could be brought out. Han Sen had tried for a lot of times, and unfortunately the same rule applied to the black crystal. If Han Sen could not take the black crystal out, then the black crystal could only be kept in his room in steel armor shelter. However, after Han Sen evolved, once he teleported out of God's Sanctuary, he would appear in Second God's Sanctuary the next time he teleported back. In other words, First God's Sanctuary would have nothing to do with him, and the room at steel armor shelter would no longer belong to him. There was no way Han Sen would let go of such a treasure. Watching the archer crow that had just become a sacred blood creature, Han Sen kept thinking. If he were to take away the black crystal, Han Sen could only think of one possibility, which was to swallow it, like eating the meat or life essence. Although he might not succeed, that was the only way left. However, Han Sen was not sure whether the black crystal would harm his body after he swallowed it. Although it was beneficial to creatures, it did not mean it was the same case for humans. The plants in God's Sanctuary were the same way. Eating those plants might be helpful to super creatures like the turtle, but it might have strong side effects on humans. If one were to try the plants out, one would very likely die from them. Even if something was not harmful in the first place, there could be too much of a good thing. The black crystal could make a super creature easily, which meant it had immense energy inside. Han Sen's body was not strong enough at the moment, so if the energy of the black crystal exploded after he swallowed it, maybe he would die as well. It was impossible for him to give it up, while the only possible method was very risky. Even Han Sen was usually quite decisive, he became hesitant this time. Han Sen looked at the archer crow. There was no need for him to wait for the bird to evolve into a super creature anymore. It would be pointless for him to do that, and he did not have time for waiting either. Han Sen killed the sacred blood archer crow and cooked it. After eating the creature, he had filled up the last 3 sacred genopoints, maxing out on his sacred genopoints as well. Ordinary, primitive, mutant, sacred blood, super, all 5 types of genopoints were eventually maxed out. He might be the first person in human history who had maxed out on all the genopoints for real. Han Sen could clearly feel the immense power in his body. He was certain that all aspects of his fitness were over 30. Once he evolved in the evolution pool, his fitness would have another leap. Should I eat it or not? Han Sen took the black crystal in his hand, unable to decide. After a long while, Han Sen still put the black crystal away. Even if he were to eat it, he would do that after he revolved. At least he would be much stronger and more capable to cope with any accident. There was a detailed description of evolution process on the Skynet. The process itself was basically risk-free, so Han Sen was not really worried. He wanted to finish evolution before registering at Daphne so that he could become a sacred blood aristocrat in the Alliance immediately, which would give him a lot of benefits the commoners did not have. These days, Han-san had been searching for more information about Shura on the Skynet. According to the research in the Alliance, it was not only difficult for Shura to survive in God's sanctuary, they could not gain genopoints like human either. Even after eating the meat of creatures, their bodies would not become stronger like human. In addition, Shura could not use a beast soul either. If Shura wanted to enhance their fitness, they could only do so by practicing Shura martial art, and there was no other way. However, human could use God's sanctuary to improve their genes. In that aspect, Zero was similar to Shura because she had no interest in life essence. However, judging by Zero's appearance, she was 100% human. Han-san regarded her and could not see Shura in her. Forget about it. After I enter second God's sanctuary, I will no longer see her, so whatever. Han-san walked out of his room and entered the Evolution Palace in steel armor shelter. In the Evolution Palace that looked like an ancient temple, there was a deep rectangular pond located in the center of the palace. A mysterious statue of Beast Head was guarding the pool from each corner, spouting liquid that was almost transparent from their mouths. Without hesitation, Han-san took off all of his clothes and walked into the pool, immersing his body in the lukewarm liquid in the evolution pool. In the liquid, Han-san felt he had become an embryo. He felt like an unborn baby, all of his body cells developing joyfully, bringing him to a rebirth. The feeling was hard to describe. There was no heat or coldness and no stimulations. The growth was so natural that it felt a part of his own growth. It felt like puberty again, but it was not a real puberty. The growth was inside out. In the liquid, he did not feel suffocated at all, but extremely comfortable. The newborn strength grew in his muscles, bones, veins, and cells, making him feel like he could destroy the whole world with just one punch. Han-san understood that it was a hallucination brought by the rapid growth of strength. However, the feeling was fascinating. All of his spores were open. The waste and dirt seemed to have left his body, making Han-san feel more and more light and relaxed. The impurities of his body fell deep down the pool. Han-san felt like he was a sacred soul that had reborn with all his sins purified. The feeling was so wonderful that Han-san almost moaned out loud. No wonder so many people are pursuing evolution of the body. The feeling of evolution is magnificent. It is almost like a rebirth, making the old body shine with youth again. Han-san thought. However, he knew it was not finished yet. He had to wait until he heard the voice, which would tell him this evolution was successful. In addition, Han-san wanted to enjoy this fantastic feeling for a while longer. It was as good as having sex with the woman he loved, but it was a completely different feeling. It was more like a person who had been sick for a long time was suddenly cured. All the pains and sickness went away in a moment. The cleanse was so thorough that one might even cry. Han-san did not cry, but he totally enjoyed it. Evolution successful. Status of Evolver gained. 100 years added to lifespan. Super Body King Spirit gained. Han-san. Super Body King Spirit. Status. Evolver. Lifespan 300. Requirement for next revolution, 100 genopoints. Genopoints gained 0. Han-san was dumbstruck by the two words King Spirit. There were many evolvers among humans. In fact, the majority of humans were evolvers. Unevolved persons were usually between 16 and 30 years old, while the majority of humans between 20 to 300 years old were evolvers. Most people would stay in this status their whole life, and only a few could become surpasser. It was not because average evolvers could not gain 100 genopoints, but because third God's sanctuary was too dangerous. If one's fitness index was too low, it was very likely for one to die in third God's sanctuary. There had been so many lessons that most people would rather stay in second God's sanctuary all their life, which made evolvers the majority among human. There were hundreds or even thousands of billions of revolvers. However, among all of them, including those who had evolved with their sacred genopoints maxed out, Han-san had never heard their gained body had a name. An evolver with mutant genopoints maxed out would gain a mutant body, while an evolver with sacred genopoints maxed out would gain a sacred body. There was no other name to it. However, after Han-sen's super body, there was a name, which was King Spirit. The two words made Hansen feel surprised and excited, not knowing what it meant. He checked the introduction of Superbody King Spirit, which was so concise that it was just one sentence. The simple sentence suddenly made Hansen change his look, because he thought of many things all of a sudden. Second God's sanctuary was vastly different from the first. There were no natural human shelters for humans to rest inside. There was nothing around the teleport devices. Other than that, humans needed to fight on their own for everything. Creatures in Second God's sanctuary were more organized than in the first. And there were many spirit shelters ruled by spirits. Spirits were different from creatures. Most of them looked similar to humans. They could be male or female, but their body was not made of flesh. Unless their spirit stones were destroyed, they were basically immortal. As long as the spirit stones were there, a spirit could always be reborn in the spirit stone even if he or she was killed. In addition, spirits had the ability to control creatures. As long as there was a spirit shelter, most of the creatures in the region would be attached to the spirit and form a creature troop. Of course, advanced creatures would not be controlled by less advanced spirits. The status and ability of spirits determined their ability to control creatures. Under the control of spirits, there had been many incidents of creatures attacking human shelters. If humans were not strong enough, it was normal for them to be killed in Second God's sanctuary. One must truly kill a spirit by going into the spirit shelter and crushing the spirit stone. Of course, one could also take ownership of the spirit stone and gain the allegiance of spirits. However, spirits rarely showed obedience to humans. The more advanced the spirits were, the harder it would be for humans to gain their allegiance. Most of the spirits would rather detonate their own spirit stones before they bowed to humans. Therefore, not a lot of people had spirits in Second God's sanctuary. Spirits were different from beast souls. Beast souls were merely tools that needed to be controlled by humans. However, spirits had their own thoughts and intelligence and could fulfill tasks on their own. In addition, the spirits that had shown allegiance to humans would lose the ability to control creatures while gain the ability to use beast souls like humans. In addition, once the spirits swore allegiance, their life and death would be determined by their masters. Many humans thought of the ownership of spirits something to brag about and something to symbolize their social status. If the spirit in King Spirit referred to the same spirit, did it mean Hansen could ask any spirit to give him allegiance? That would be an incredible ability. However, it was just Hansen's own guess. He still had no idea whether it was true. He had to find out when he went to Second God's sanctuary and saw a spirit. Although Hansen was happy, he was not too excited because he was still worried about the black crystal. Hansen wanted to teleport to the Alliance right away to test his current fitness. However, before solving the issue of the black crystal, he could not go out yet. After leaving the evolution pool, Hansen felt the air seemed to have become heavy. The impurities started to enter his body like dusts. Hansen suddenly understood why evolvers could not stay in First God's sanctuary for long. After the evolution, one's body became so pure like spring water. The longer an evolver stayed in First God's sanctuary, the more impurities would enter his body, making his body more and more dirty. If the impurities were a small amount, his body could reject them. However, if an evolver stayed too long, his pure body could never be recovered. Hansen was unwilling to stay in First God's sanctuary for too long. He had finished all the business he should attend to. At this point, he had only one last thing to do. After returning to his room, Hansen held the black crystal in his hand. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and put the black crystal into his mouth. Hansen was standing in the teleport device. Once anything happened, he would teleport immediately back to the Alliance. Since Qin Xian was the station master of the teleport station, he would seek her help immediately. There was a medical team in the teleport station who might be able to save him. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Even if someone found out about the black crystal, it would still be better than death. However, the scenarios Hansen was imagining did not happen. He swallowed the black crystal as if he had swallowed an ordinary stone, feeding nothing. There was no heat or coolness or swelling. It was almost like the black crystal had no use at all. Hansen did not dare to be careless. There were many radioactive minerals in the universe that might affect the functions of one's body in the long run. One might get severely sick or even die. Han-sen took a deep breath and looked around in the room, making sure that he had nothing left except for Zero. Han-sen smiled to Zero, who was regarding him with wide eyes, and teleported out of steel armor shelter. Zero followed Han-sen out, but Han-sen paid her no mind. He ran to the self-service scanner at the teleport station, swiped the card for a scan, and then scanned his own body. After seeing the holographic image in the scanner, Han-sen was dazed. He scanned a couple times more and the result was the same. There was no black crystal in his body. Maybe I still failed to bring the black crystal with me? Han-sen became extremely disappointed. In the past, many people teleported immediately after swallowing the meat of an entire creature, wishing to bring the meat to the Alliance. However, although they were teleported back to the Alliance, the undigested meat was still left in the shelter. Han-sen thought the black crystal was also left in his own room at steel armor shelter. However, Han-sen immediately felt something was wrong. He had been paying attention to his own body and did not look at his mind. Feeling disappointed, he no longer paid special attention to his body and felt something unusual in his mind. Han-sen looked to his mind and saw the cursed wolf, golden growler, holy angel, and other super beast souls were sitting in a circle, staring at one thing greedily with fierce looks. Meowth and Beetle Knight were standing afar, clearly coveting the item as well. However, they were afraid of the 7 super beast souls and did not dare to come any closer. Han-sen's eyes fell on the item in the center of the super beast souls and became overjoyed. The black crystal, which he failed to find in his own body, had somehow entered his mind and hovering there. What the beast souls were eyeing was exactly the black crystal. How did this end up in my mind? Can I still take it out? Han-sen focused his mind on the black crystal, but it did not move at all. Obviously, it was not like a beast soul which would respond to Han-sen's thought. Han-sen frowned slightly. Since the black crystal could not be moved at his thought, it would be difficult to get it out. Glancing at the beast souls that were trying to take the black crystal for themselves, Han-sen suddenly thought, maybe this black crystal could be fed to not only creatures, but also beast souls? Han-sen looked around and found that he had sold most of his beast souls, except for the super beast souls, Meowth and Beetle Knight, as well as a few primitive beast souls that he did not manage to sell. Those primitive beast souls were shivering far away from the crystal, unable to bear the horrendous aura of the super beast souls. If they could, they probably would have wet themselves already. Even the super beast souls could not disobey Han-sen's order. They had to watch the primitive beast walking toward the black crystal. Han-sen was simply testing on the copper-toothed beast to see if the black crystal could be fed to beast souls the same way it was fed to creatures. Once Han-sen made sure there was no risks, he would then feed the black crystal to the advanced beast souls. As the copper beast was walking toward the black crystal in fear, a figure suddenly moved on its own, grabbing the black crystal before the primitive beast. It was the holy angel. Han-sen frowned. Ever since the holy angel swallowed the meat of the golden growler, she became somewhat different. Sometimes she would act voluntarily, although it was still within certain boundaries. Han-sen initially wanted to order the holy angel to let go of the black crystal, but hesitated as the holy angel looked at him expectantly with puppy eyes, yearning for the black crystal. Thinking of the fact that the holy angel could further evolve, Han-sen decided to let her have it. Since she wanted it so much, it should not be harmful to her. With Han-sen's order, holy angel became overjoyed and swallowed the black crystal in her hand. Han-sen was dazed. If he knew this was an option, there was no need for him to take the risks and swallow the black crystal. He could have fed it to one of his beast souls. Indeed, I am still too young. In the future, I must think twice before I act. Han-sen criticized himself inwardly. Luckily, nothing went wrong this time. After the holy angel swallowed the black crystal, she suddenly huddled up, her body glistening with holy aura as if she were in heaven. The aura quickly turned into a gigantic cocoon of light, hugging the holy angel. And then everything became calm again. The cocoon of light was hovering in Han-sen's mind, throbbing with a special rhythm of life. All the other beast souls became disappointed and scattered. The most disappointed among them was the copper-toothed beast. Han Sen looked at the cocoon of light, which did not seem to be changing anymore. Han Sen decided not to pay attention to his mind for a while. I wonder what the holy angel would become after another evolution. Han Sen felt expectant and excited. The black crystal could be fed only to the creatures but also the beast souls. If the black crystal could make primitive beast souls turn into sacred blood beast souls, and even super beast souls, then its ability was simply appalling. Although Han Sen was strong in fitness, it will still take him some time before he could kill a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. It was certain that the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary all had a fitness level above 100. As for the super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, since no one had ever killed one so far, Han Sen had no idea how strong they were. If the black crystal could be fed to beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary and turn them into super beast souls, then Han Sen would not suffer as much on his way to hunt super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. However, it was just Han Sen's own wish. He did not know how effective the black crystal was yet. After going out of the scanning device, Han Sen looked at Zero, who was waiting for him outside, and thought, "This time I enter God's Sanctuary again, I will appear in Second God's Sanctuary, so there would be no way for you to follow me anymore." In order to get rid of Zero, Han Sen directly walked toward the teleport device, took a deep breath, and chose to teleport. This was his first time to enter Second God's Sanctuary, so the location he would be teleported to was random. Han Sen was praying that he would be sent to somewhere ruled by humans, which would be much more conducive to his cultivation. If unfortunately he was sent to a place where there were all creatures with no human, or where there was a large spirit shelter, it would be difficult for him to even survive. Whichever God is listening, please give me blessings to end up in a nice spot. Han Sen was praying to all the gods in the world before he started the teleport device. After a temporary lightheadedness, Han Sen was no longer in the teleport device. What he saw was a huge ice cave. The ice around him was as tough as glass, probably having been frozen for centuries. Ice cones and columns were hanging from the ceiling of the ice cave. There was nothing but coldness, except for the teleport device under Han Sen's feet. What is this damned place? Han Sen looked around and only saw one hole leading to the outside. He wondered what was outside. It was impossible for human to build a shelter in such a place. Even if there were humans, it was highly unlikely they would live in this cave. Han Sen still had hope and wanted to crawl out of the hole to have a look. Before Han Sen acted, he suddenly saw a blur in the teleport device, and someone else appeared there. Han Sen looked at the person and became surprised. The gorgeous figure of Zero appeared in the teleport device. No, it is impossible that she's an evolver. How can she end up here? Even if she was an evolver, it is highly unlikely for her to end up at the same spot as me. The chance is so slim, and there must be something wrong. Han Sen was lost, gazing at Zero. Han Sen believed there were only two possibilities. One was that Zero was abnormal. The other was that his 9-life cat pendant was problematic. Otherwise, how could Zero end up here? Zero still acted the same way, standing next to Han Sen like a shadow, her eyes blinking from time to time. "Okay, you win," Han Sen said with a wry smile, knowing that his beautiful wish to get rid of Zero was wasted. In fact, Han Sen did not really dislike Zero after spending some time with her. She was someone hard to hate. With a sweet face, she rarely spoke or did anything annoying despite being a tag-along. Han Sen even felt accustomed to her existence. It was just her weird background that made Han Sen feel reluctant to accept her. However, when he thought about it, Zero had never harmed him. In addition, Zero would probably be a huge help to Han Sen. With her ability, she could probably even fight sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. Such a strong and obedient fighter was definitely a great assistance to Han Sen, who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary. I have a fitness around 60 or 70, so it would be easy for me to break 100 if I gain some Geno points. At that time, I would be able to match Zero's ability, and then it would no longer be an issue for me to keep her around. Han Sen thought about it, decided to let it go, and crawled out of the hole. The hole led to a path that was quite twisted. Han Sen and Zero walked for a long while before they saw the light. The moment he saw what was outside, Han Sen was dazed. All he could see was icebergs and peaks covered in snow. It was also snowing heavily. The world was all white. On the top of the largest mountain, he could see a white fairy tale-like castle vaguely through the flying snowflakes. Because the snow was too heavy, he could barely see the details of the architecture. However, he could still feel how dedicated and beautiful it was in the silver storm. Han Sen's face suddenly became grim. Although he could not see any details, it was not a building made by man. Otherwise, there would be some modern materials and practical designs, which the castle did not have. Spirit shelter. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, which was not good news to him. Since Han Sen had not spotted a human building but saw a spirit shelter, it was unlikely for him to meet any fellow man. Judging from the looks of the castle, it was probably owned by advanced spirits. If the spirits were too strong and had a large troop of creatures, Han Sen believed he would suffer in his early development. "Why are you standing there?" A hasty but low voice sounded from Han Sen's back. Han Sen turned to look and saw a man with his full body covered in Arctic suit waving at them from the depths of the hole. Han Sen suddenly felt a bit pleased to finally see a human. He took 0 to walk over to the guy. When he was ready to speak, the guy suddenly pulled them inside the ice channel. Before Han Sen even said anything, the guy looked them up and down and said, "You must be new here. We just teleported over today." Han Sen answered and checked the guy out. The guy was over 20, the should be less than 30. He looked quite handsome, but there was a deep exhaustion and helplessness on his face. "Then you have terrible luck. It would be very hard for you in the future." The guy smiled wryly and said, "Let's go. Let's talk inside so that we don't alarm the ice-armored beasts. They have sensitive ears and could hear a voice 1,000 feet away in snowstorm. My name is Suyu, and I came here more than a year ago, so I have more experience than you. Here's a piece of advice. Do not wander around." The guy was quite easygoing, talking to Han Sen and 0 as he walked. "Brother, what is this place? Is there a human shelter?" Han Sen asked. Suyu curled his lips and said, "A human shelter can never be built under such circumstances. Even one could be built, it would be useless because of the spirit shelter in the mountains. It is a shelter of an aristocrat spirit. In addition to aristocrat spirit, there were a dozen mutant creatures and hundreds of primitive ice-armored beasts. Let me put it this way, all the humans here combined would not be an adequate meal for those guys. Is there no evolver with fitness index above 100? Han Sen asked. Like creatures, there were 4 levels of spirits: squire, knight, aristocrats, and royalty, which could be king or queen. The 4 levels corresponded to ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood creatures. An aristocrat spirit was about as strong as a mutant creature. However, because spirits had higher intelligence and the ability to control creatures, they were greater than mutant creatures. How could we ever reach 100 in such a shithole? Only 7 or 8 guys would be assigned here randomly all year round. Because we are so close to the spirit shelter, we have to travel far to hunt any creatures so that we don't rattle those guys in the spirit shelter. In addition, the creatures nearby were extremely lacking, so we might not even be able to find a creature that falls behind in days. It is difficult to kill even an ordinary creature, so how could we have enough geno points to strengthen our fitness? So you whined. Apparently, even the strongest evolver among us only had a fitness level of a little more than 60. The good thing is that we stick together. Because we help each other, we are able to hunt some creatures. However, it is not likely that we can make any significant achievements. This damn place is hell. Whoever sent here are just down in luck. Haven't you thought about leaving here? Han Sen asked. How do you propose to leave? This place faces the ocean in 3 directions. Only the direction of the spirit shelter leads to land. Besides, we don't even know where we are. Even if we bypass the spirit shelter, it would be hard for us to locate a human shelter. We would be more than likely to die on the way. So you paused and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself and don't rush anything. Wait here for a couple of days. When more people arrived, we would be able to go farther to hunt. People here are nice, so as long as you do your part, the meat would be shared to you. So stay and gain some geno points. Know this place better. and then consider hunting on your own. Thank you so much for the instructions, friend. Hansen thanked Suyu for being so straightforward. Call me Suyu. Suyu smiled and said. After going back to the ice cave, Hansen chatted some more with Suyu and got the basic idea about the place. Then he teleported back to the Alliance together with Zero. Hansen decided to get certified as a Sacred Blood aristocrat. In addition to all the benefits he could get, he would be able to let his sister continue her study at the posh school with confidence. Before getting certified as a Sacred Blood aristocrat, Hansen first needed to make arrangements for Zero. It was almost impossible for him to get rid of her at this point, so he must consider how to deal with the issue. Because Zero did not have any legal status, it would be hard for him to put her in the hotel. Hansen hesitated and decided he had to take her home. It was impossible for him to avoid going home forever. After spending more time with her, Hansen was certain that Zero had no trouble in intelligence. Nor was she a lunatic or idiot. In addition, she seemed to be quite smart, just did not know much about how to interact with people, which made her look odd. Before taking Zero home, Hansen took her to the testing hall. He planned to do a simple strength test himself and ask Zero to take the test to determine how strong she was. It was easy to do a strength test. If one punched at the device as hard as one could for 3 to 5 times, the device would come up with an accurate average of one's strength score. Hansen picked an empty room, pointed at the device and said to Zero, "Hit it with all you got." Zero followed instructions as always, walked to the device, raised her tender fist, and hit the target hard. Hansen quickly looked to the numbers, 97.0472, which was lower than what Hansen had thought. He thought Zero's fitness should be over 100, while it was less than 100. Hansen asked Zero to give it a few more shots, and the number was lower than the first one. The second shot showed 96.8964, and the rest were between the two numbers. It seemed Zero's strength was a bit lower than 100. However, that was still very impressive. Hansen walked to the device himself and hit it hard. When he looked at the number, it kept go up and the stayed 70.0006, which made Hansen quite pleased. This was his maximum estimate. He then made a few more punches and found that there was almost no variation between the numbers, with the largest difference being 0.0002. A fitness level of 70. What a great super body. The sacred bodies would be 30 plus at best. Hansen felt exhilarated. With such a fitness, his cultivation would become much easier. Hansen hesitated and summoned the fairy queen to shapeshift. Then he used heresy mantra and overload to hit the target with all he got. Boom! With a huge sound, the number kept flipping up and ended at 81.6735, which made Hansen overjoyed. Hansen's number was not that far from Zero's. Although there was still a difference of a dozen points, Hansen had already got the ability to fight her. Even if she suddenly went mad, Hansen still could handle it to some extent. Furthermore, he had become an evolver, which meant not only his fitness was enhanced greatly, his potentials were also increased. He believed he could make overload work even better. In addition, the third phase of heresy mantra, longevity, was almost completed. If he could make progress in these two aspects, maybe Hansen could approach Zero's level even without gaining any Geno points. Also, he could start to practice hyper-Geno arts on the evolver's level. Thinking of the hyper-Geno arts that could change the structure of his body cells, Hansen almost wanted to trade for one at the St. Hall immediately. Those kinds of hyper-Geno arts could increase his strength significantly. Evolvers who had practiced those hyper-Geno arts were significantly different from those who had not. Hansen was very happy with this test result and became more familiar with his own fitness level, which would be very helpful in his future hunting endeavors. According to the investigation conducted by the Alliance in Second God Sanctuary, an ordinary creature had a physique between 0 to 20, a primitive creature had a physique between 20 to 50, a mutant creature had a physique between 50 to 80, while a sacred blood creature had a physique between 80 to 100 plus. Spirits had about the same level of physique as creatures, which meant an aristocrat spirit should have a strength between 50 to 80. Although the numbers could be off, it would not be too much off. The most unstable were the sacred blood creatures, since many were so strong that their strength was off the charts. Han-sen suspected that those might be super creatures of Second God's sanctuary. With Han-sen's ability so far, he could totally fight a mutant creature or aristocrat spirit alone. Of course, it would be even better if he could practice a few hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers beforehand. In addition, he also had Zero, who was approaching 100 in her fitness, so Han-sen could totally wipe out the aristocrat spirit shelter. The restrictions in the growth of Su Yu's group was no big deal to Han-sen. However, Han-sen did not have enough time to do that. He took Zero back to his home, which was not the old house of his family, but a 3-bedroom penthouse Han-sen bought himself. Originally, he planned to use it with his girlfriend, but it turned out to be vacant. A few days back, Han-sen regretted that he had bought this penthouse. Currently, it became handy to accommodate Zero. Han-sen would not feel safe for Zero to live in the old house. Looking at the ragged clothes Zero was wearing, Han-sen felt he was being inhumane. The girl was following him anyway, so she deserved some decent clothing. Dressing like a refugee was a pity for such a beauty. Han-sen bought something to wear and a comlink for Zero on the Skynet and asked her to take a shower and change into the new clothes. Zero suddenly turned into a modern sweetheart and fashionista. "Can you stay here alone? Call me with comlink if you need anything." Han-sen taught her how to use the comlink and regarded her, fearing that she might insist on following him. He was about to report to Daphne, and she could not appear in the military. "Okay," Zero replied and nodded. Han-sen suddenly felt reassured. Eventually he was able to accommodate this mysterious girl and get down to his own business. Han-sen taught Zero some more common sense and how to search information on the Skynet, asking her to search whatever she did not understand. Zero was indeed very smart. She almost understood everything after watching Han-sen do it, which made Han-sen feel more assured. This way she will not create any trouble staying here. Does it count as keeping a mistress? Han-sen touched his chin and thought to himself. Considering that Zero looked only about 15 years old, not even an adult yet, Han-sen felt his thought was too evil. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The next morning, Han-sen left to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, which was the last important matter he needed to tend to before serving. It was very crowded in the certification bureau. All the service windows had long lines in front of them, but the majority of the people were there for the certification as mutant evolvers and primitive evolvers. Although the mutant evolvers also had the status of aristocrat, their status was significantly lower than sacred blood aristocrats. Men were doing better and better in First God's sanctuary, and more people were able to kill a super creature. However, those who could max out on sacred geno points were still quite limited. Seeing how crowded it was, Han-sen joined a shorter line and waited there. The line was moving rather slow, and there was nothing Han-sen could do other than keep waiting. Because some tests must be run, there was no way for him to apply online. Han-sen had to come in person and wait. "Brother, you are so young to become an evolver. You must be less than 23. Someone in front of Han-sen, who looked around 30 years old, was quite talkative and started to chat with Han-sen, seeing that the line was not moving. "Almost." Han-sen smiled. In fact, he had not even had his 21st birthday yet. "You must have maxed out on your primitive geno points already?" the guy asked again. "My primitive geno points are maxed out, yes." Han-sen nodded. "The young people nowadays are so great, maxing out on primitive geno points at such a young age. Back when we started, there were very few master fighters. Every time we killed a primitive creature, we had to work together, and a few of us would always get hurt." The guy felt nostalgic. "Brother, you must have maxed out on mutant geno points?" Han-sen quickly asked. The guy straightened up his back and said contently, "After so many years, I have eventually maxed out. Brother, you should stay there for a few years more. There is a huge difference between maxing out on mutant geno points and primitive geno points. The status of mutant aristocrat could make your life much easier." A lot of people near them started to cast envious glance at the guy. Maxing out on mutant geno points and becoming an evolver around 30 years old was something heavenly for ordinary people. After all, for modern humans, 30 years old was just a beginning with a bright future ahead. For mutant evolvers, 30 years old was young. There were many patient people who would wait to max out mutant genopoints when they were 40 or 50 years old. Since evolvers had a lifespan of 300 years old, it was okay for someone to become a mutant evolver when they were 50 or 60. Of course, there were many young people who could not wait, and many of them would choose to evolve with just primitive genopoints maxed out. People had different strategies and plans about life, and there was no right or wrong about it. What is to brag about? Isn't it shameful to evolve on mutant genopoints when you're already 30 years old? If I were you, I would not even show face in public for the shame, snorted a young man waiting in line, annoyed at the guy's words. The guy suddenly flushed and exclaimed madly, "What's wrong with 30 years old? I am a mutant evolver after all, which is much better than a primitive evolver like you." "Who told you I'm a primitive evolver? You think everyone is as dumb as you and evolve so late? Have you ever seen a 20-year-old guy who had already maxed out on mutant genopoints? I am a decade faster than you are," said the young man with his nose in the air. The guy suddenly became silent. His face flushed and fists clenched. However, he felt powerless to argue. Other evolvers in line all felt envious about the young man, hearing he had already maxed out on his mutant genopoints. A few girls even started to wink at him. A mutant evolver as young as 20 years old had a bright future ahead of him. Successful men like this were very popular among girls. "Friend, you can't put it that way. If there were no previous generations that had fought and learned about the creatures in God's sanctuary, if it were not for the meat and beast souls that they brought back, how would we have meat to eat, beast souls to depend on and experience to learn from? And how could you have maxed out on mutant genopoints so soon? We are only making these achievements on the shoulders of them. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't disrespect them," Han-san couldn't help saying. Thanks to the previous generations, humans were able to make today's achievements. The earlier people entered God's sanctuary, the more they had suffered. People in first God's sanctuary these days were already very blessed. "Brother, well said," said the guy. The older people all felt touched by Han-sen's words. 2 or 3 decades ago, the environment of first God's sanctuary was much worse than it was at this point. At that time, not to mention sacred blood creatures, people would even need to take tremendous risks when hunting mutant creatures. Circumstances had been much different. As long as one was patient, it would be easy for someone to max out on mutant genopoints at 30 to 40 years old. The weak or the weak. Cut the crap. What's the point of acting nice when you are just a primitive evolver? The young man gave Han-sen a stare and said, disdained, "No matter strong or weak, you must have basic politeness. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those creatures?" Han-sen said quietly. The young man's expression changed. He felt embarrassed and said with his eyes fixed on Han-sen, "Scums always have all the excuses in the world. If you're capable, we should argue this out with fists. If you can beat me, you can say whatever you want. Otherwise, shut up." Han-sen shrugged and said nothing. He had been through so much that he was no longer interested in such meaningless argument. Not interested in wasting a single minute on this young man. Han-sen would never fight him physically. Seeing that Han-sen had not responded, the young man felt Han-sen must be scared of himself. He made some sarcastic remarks, and Han-sen ignored them. The guy could not stand watching any longer and wanted to argue with the young men. However, Han-sen pulled him aside and said, "Brother, it is almost your turn. Just focus on the business and did not get serious with a kid." "Scums are full of excuses," the young man said sourly. Han-sen did not pay him any mind. People like this young man only dared to be so arrogant in the alliance. Was put on the gladiator, he would definitely have some punching coming. If he acted this way in the God's sanctuary, he would probably have died already. The young man seemed to feel uncomfortable under such public attention and did not say anything more. Everyone went back to waiting. After a long while, the guy in front of Han-sen had finished his certification as a mutant evolver, and it was Han-sen's turn. It so happened that the young man in the line next to them had also come to the window. He walked up, raised his voice on, and said to the staff, "I am here to be certified as a mutant evolver." After that, the young man glanced at Han-sen provocatively, as if he were saying, I am a mutant evolver and what are you? Han Sen did not even bother to say anything. He simply walked to the window, handed in his identification card and whispered to the staff. Would you please handle my request to be certified as a sacred blood evolver? Although Han Sen's voice was low, the young man quickly changed his expression. People around them also looked to Han Sen in surprise. The staff member who had been working long hours also raised his eyes and checked Han Sen out. Seeing Han Sen was so young, the staff member repeated incredulously, "Are you applying to be certified as a sacred blood evolver?" A sacred blood evolver was still quite rare at this point. On a small planet such as Raka, 3 to 5 sacred blood evolvers per year would be considered a significant number already. In addition, Han Sen was way too young. He seemed to be around 20 or even younger, so it was hard for anyone to believe he was a sacred blood evolver. Yes. Han Sen nodded. The staff member quickly retrieved Han Sen's identification card. After scanning it, the AI showed Han Sen's information. The staff member gasped and said, 20 years old, graduate of Blackhawk Military Academy, and a major. As he said that, the young man and others were in doubt looked at Han Sen in a much different way. Blackhawk Military Academy was a top school in the eyes of ordinary people. A graduate of Blackhawk was undoubtedly the elite among the elite. And those who could graduate with the rank of major were so few that they could be called the dragon of a man. People like this were beyond the level of ordinary people, with a wide gap in between. The face of the young man turned purple. He wished he could hide in a hole somewhere. Everyone else looked at Han Sen with admiration, and girls and women even started to wink at Han Sen. A sacred blood aristocrat of such a young age, an elite who graduated from the top school, and on top of that, a good-looking guy with skin so smooth that all women coveted. Even the widows were swallowing. Major, this way. We need to do a procedural test. The staff member called Han Sen by his rank directly with a lot of respect. Han Sen entered the testing device under everyone's watch. All the items were quite regular. As long as he could reach the minimum of a sacred blood evolver, he could finish the certification. That was of course not difficult for Han Sen at all. He even needed to control his power intentionally to keep his numbers under 30, otherwise it would be too abnormal. After Han Sen finished the test, everyone else was watching him as if he were a star. Many people were filled with admiration, while the young man had left secretly at some point. This is the true elite of the Alliance. A sacred blood aristocrat of 20 years old. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish to marry him. I don't mind if I only have one night with him. I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with him for a night. A few days later, in a spaceship, Han Sen was reading materials of ancient languages using his comlink. He should report to Daphne, but the location for reporting was in a remote galaxy called Dongyin. It was already the periphery of the Alliance. If people went beyond Dongyin, there was no Shura, but many undeveloped galaxies. Han Sen did not know what Daphne's mission was to be located so far away. However, Han Sen had smelled trouble. If the warships were serving in some special regions, the traffic would become an obstacle for him to return home. Many people serving special missions would not even return home once during the entire service. Although Han Sen did not care where he served, he would feel terrible about not being able to see his mother and sister for several years. However, there was nothing for him to do at this point. He had to report. Because Galaxy Dongyin was located on the border of the Alliance, which was very far away, it would take him a long time to arrive there. Han Sen was sore in his eyes after reading the ancient language for a long time and got up to the holographic hull of the spaceship, ready to move around on the Gladiator platform. It had been a long time since he last logged in Gladiator. Han Sen first checked his friend list, wishing to see Queen there. He had improved significantly in fitness, so maybe he would last longer with her. Unfortunately, Queen's name was grayed out. His only friend online was QHC. Han Sen used to be very interested in fighting QHC, but he started to feel bored at this point. The fitness level of QHC was around 40. Even if he had grown as well, it was hard for him to reach Han Sen's level. Beating QHZ would mean nothing to Han Sen, because they were not similar in strength anymore. In front of the absolute strength, techniques could make very little difference. It was like however good the sniper was, he could not resist an atomic bomb. When Han-san was ready to close the friend list and request a random match, QHZ sent him an invite. Han-san hesitated and clicked yes. Some time ago, QHZ did not refuse Han-san because he was too weak and practiced with him for a long time, so Han-san felt he should return the favor. Qian Hejin was talking to a middle-aged man at this point. The man was named Lu Bin, a prominent figure in Ares Martial Hall and even the entire martial hall industry. Although Lu Bin was just an evolver, he had great talent in leg skills. Killer kicks invented by him was masterful and had been designated as one of the routine skills in the Alliance military. The reason the leg skills were impressive was that Lu Bin himself was a veteran who had been through a lot of combats against Shura and suffered numerous injuries. The killer kicks was a set of leg skills refined in blood and fire. It was not just great skills, but also experience gained from risking one's life. Because Lu Bin did not have a good background, he only evolved with mutant genopoints maxed out. Until he retired, he was only a colonel. However, his honor and glory and had earned him great reputation among many veterans who gave him both thumbs up not only for his leg skills, but also for his bravery. After retiring, Lu Bin was hired by Ares Martial Hall as an instructor to teach leg skills, since killer kicks was one of the top leg skills for unevolved persons. However, because most students had never been through life and death situations like Lu Bin, it was very hard for them to understand the essence of killer kicks. Even Qian Hejin, who was very talented and instructed by Lu Bin personally, was not able to grasp what killer kicks truly meant. The skills were meant to kill in a war, so it could only be practiced at life and death moments. Since Qian Hejin had not experienced that, it was not easy for him to have the epiphany. Seeing Han-san logging in the platform, Qian Hejin, who was a bit depressed that he did not get the skills right, suggested a break to Lu Bin. With Lu Bin's consent, Qian Hejin invited Han-san to fight. Lu Bin was watching on the stands. Initially, he did not really want to teach someone like Qian Hejin. Qian Hejin was so well protected that killer kicks was not the right skills for him. Killer kicks was more designed for a veteran on the battlefield, with many daring moves that put the user's life at stake. It was something only the battlefield could produce. The brave one always wins the fight. On the battlefield, even hesitation of a millisecond could get one killed. Cowardice and hesitation meant death. Therefore, the essence of killer kicks was only one word, which was bravery. The bravery that made one kill enemies fearlessly while putting one's own life at stake. Qian Hejin did not acquire the essence of killer kicks, so he was still using the hyper-geno arts that he was used to when fighting Han-san. Han-san controlled his strength at the same level as Qian Hejin, but he still felt awkward when fighting the guy. It was not because Han-san had lowered his power. With Han-san's ability to control his own body, he could use his strength well no matter which level his strength was. However, fighting Qian Hejin like this made Han-san feel awkward. Although he had lowered his fitness level, Han-san still had his judgment. In Han-san's eyes, Qian Hejin had too many weaknesses, which made Han-san lose the desire to win. Even if he lowered his strengths, Han-san could still see too many opportunities to beat his opponent. It was simply too easy to win. Han-san could not reduce his judgment, so a fight like this made him feel bored. Han-san did not hesitate to end the fight immediately. Initially, Qian Hejin wanted to relax himself by fighting Han-san, but his fight against Han-san was surprisingly depressing. In other words, Han-san was giving him too much pressure. Although Han-san had always been strong, he was never able to bring such pressure to the room, which made Qian Hejin feel alarmed. The next moment, however, Han-san quickly moved his fists around, punching at Qian Hejin as fast as lightning bolts. It turned out Qian Hejin was not even able to dodge the attacks but had to block them. Although Han-san had reduced his strength, the fists were still carrying endless fierceness, hitting at Qian Hejin. From the first punch to the last, Han-san directly eliminated Qian Hejin, who was not even able to return one punch in between. Qian Hejin was forced to the corner from the middle of the stage, and then a storm of fists made his body explode, costing his virtual life. Qian Hejin was dumbstruck for a while, unable to believe he had lost the fight like this. When he used to fight Han-san, he had almost never lost. But after this short period of time, He was beaten easily by Han. Senator Qian Huzhen could not accept such result and was ready to invite Han Sen again. However, Lu Bin stopped him and said, "No need to continue. You are not his match." Qian Huzhen was not persuaded. As he was about to argue, Lu Bin continued to say, "His fitness was too much greater than yours. Haven't you noticed that he had intentionally suppressed his strength to fight you? That is impossible." Qian Huzhen suddenly paused. Reflecting on what had happened just now, he felt like what Lu Bin said did make sense. Otherwise, he would not have that kind of pressure. "I'll show you." Lu Bin did not explain anymore but sent Han Sen an invite. In fact, after watching the fight between Han Sen and Qian Huzhen, Lu Bin felt an urge to fight. He was a veteran who had survived 1,000 deaths, so he had very sharp senses. The only did he see that Han Sen was suppressing his own strength, he also saw that Han Sen was not an ordinary person. All his skills must have been practiced between life and death. For someone like him who had seen so many deaths in his life, he was not even able to tell Han Sen's murderous intent when the two young men were fighting, which was shocking to him. In order to kill someone, you must be determined. With that kind of determination, the murderous intent would be natural. If you tried to hide your intention to kill, your determination must be hindered. And if you did not have the determination, your moves would not be as swift. However, Han Sen's moves weirdly combined the self-contradicting elements perfectly together. Although he was very swift, he did not leak any intention to kill. That kind of ability was impressive. Even Lu Bin, who had been through 1,000,000 fights, had only seen that kind quality in two persons. One of the two was himself, and the other was a Shura fighter who was black-horned. Although the Shura was only a black-horned fighter, that was the worst fight Lu Bin had ever been through. In the end, although Lu Bin was able to survive, he suffered too bad an injury to keep serving, which was why he left his favorite place, the military. Suddenly seeing someone else with the same kind of ability, Lu Bin was reminded of the bloody fight and felt an itch. Invited by a stranger, Han Sen did not think that much. Since he would have chosen random match anyway, he simply accepted the invite. Han Sen entered the Colosseum, looked to the opposite direction, and saw his opponent smiling at him. Han Sen couldn't help feeling nervous, because he also smelled someone like himself. Seeing Lu Bin enter to fight himself, his friends and students were all quite surprised. Many people chose to observe the fight and the stands were soon filled. Although Lu Bin would log in Gladiator from time to time, he seldom fought. Most of the time, he was just instructing his students. It was not because Lu Bin felt he was invincible, but because the simulated fights could not give him enough thrill. That was why Lu Bin was not at all interested in fights like this. In reality, however, he was even less likely to use killer kicks. Therefore, Lu Bin's students rarely saw him in the fight. Many of his old comrades had not seen him using his best skills in a long while. Who is so good that even Lu went up himself? Wang Daqing was surprised to see Lu Bin in the fight himself. No idea. His opponent was using the face blur function, so we can't tell who he is. But I bet he is quite somebody, otherwise Captain Lu Bin would not go up himself. Another person said in surprise as well. Haven't seen killer kicks in so long. I wonder if I had the luck to see it today. You know how Lu is. Since he is in a fight, he will do his best. Then we should all thank this soldier on warship. I hope he lasts longer so that we could enjoy the fight better. I will bet $1,000 to say the guy would not last 7 kicks. You give him too much credit. I'll bet you 20,000 for 4 kicks. 1,500. Count me. I will bet 2,000 as well. Shit. No way you're doing this. Everyone is betting on Lu Bin. There is no way this will work. Lu Bin's friends were all quite excited, and his students were more curious. It was a fresh experience for them to see Lu Bin using killer kicks. Only Qian Huzhen was looking at Han Sen with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Friend, which troop were you at? Before the fight started, Lu Bin did not rush to begin, but smiled and asked. He thought Han Sen should also be a veteran, otherwise it was unlikely he would have this kind of ability. In fact, that was why Lu Bin felt close to Han Sen in the first place. Military secret, Han-san said calmly. He was not being arrogant, but it was really a military secret. At least that was what it said on his assignment paper. He also signed a non-disclosure agreement. If Han-san told anyone about it, he would be sent to a military court. Leaking military secrets could be a misdemeanor or a felony. Han-san did not want to have any offense in this regard. Hearing Han-sen's words, Lubin smiled and said, "Do not show any mercy later." "Of course," Han-sen nodded and said. "Then let's begin." Lubin suddenly became very calm and made a side kick as sharp as a blade at Han-senator. He was so fast and fierce that it was nerve-wracking. The scarier part was that the kick was so sudden that no one saw it coming. That's what killer kicks looked like. Many students who had been instructed by Lubin could not help but doubt whether they had learned the skills correctly after watching Lubin do it. They could not reach Lubin's level at all. When they made the kicks themselves, it was not as sudden or fierce. "Lu is serious this time. I don't believe the boy could even take this one kick," Wang Daqing said with his eyes wide. He did not realize that Lubin would be so serious, as if he was treating his opponent as a shura in the battlefield. Boom! After Wang Daqing said that, a soldier on warship suddenly raised his arm to block Lubin's kick. Although he took 2 steps back, he only lost 2 points in health. Quite an opponent. He was able to block Lubin's kick in time. I wonder who he is. Lubin's comrades all felt unexpected. However, no one could answer this question. Even Qian Hezhen did not know a soldier on warship was. Lubin suddenly looked exhilarated, as if the blood in his body was brought to a boil. He roared and kicked at Han-san repeatedly, every kick faster and fiercer than the last. Lubin's leg skills were not flamboyant, but every kick he made was life-threatening, with no additional moves. Many moves he made were practical yet unexpected, which was very inspiring. Han-san was forced back by the kicks and had to take defensive positions with his arms and legs moving. Although he was able to block Lubin's attacks, he was at an absolute disadvantage, like a small boat in surging waves, likely to sink any time. This is the true killer kicks. So fierce. Coach Lu is absolutely amazing. What kicks? 5 kicks in a row. So strong. How did he achieve that leg whipping? The angle was simply impossible. Captain Lu did not forget any of his kung fu. Every move is a killer move. This is the leg skills of a true man. I've decided. I will sign up to learn this after I go back. The audience were all dazed by Lubin's moves. They wished they were Lubin himself to make those kicks. However, the true evolver masters among them couldn't help frowning. The leg skills of Lubin were indeed very impressive to the point that it was shocking. Even if they were competing against Lubin themselves, they did not dare to say they could block his life-threatening attacks for sure. However, his opponent was able to block all Lubin's attacks, though in an awkward way. Until this very point, Lubin was not able to break his defense. The points his opponent lost in health were mostly the automatic defense loss generated by the system, which were merely 1 to 2 points each time. Who is Lubin's opponent? He is able to take so many kicks from Lubin. Those who knew Lubin well started to become dumbstruck. They knew everything about Lubin's leg skills, which were the skills to kill enemies in battles. Most of the time, the 2 persons at the fight had to fight with life when Lubin used the skills. If the opponent was able to beat Lubin, his friends would not be as surprised. However, the fact that the opponent was capable of blocking so many kicks was quite alarming. Han-sen also felt very excited. He did not expect the stranger who sent him an invite was an expert killer with excellent leg skills. Even Han-sen felt it was hard to predict Lubin's kicks in the beginning, which was why he was having a hard time defending himself. Gradually, Han-sen felt that it was not because Lubin did not have the intention to kill, but because Lubin's intention to kill was too strong. If there was one lamp in a room, then it would be easy to tell where the light was from. However, if the room was filled with lamps, there was little point in figuring out the source of the light. Because Lubin's intention to kill was off the chart, his opponent could no longer discern his intention, because it was everywhere. Initially, Han-san was trying to figure out the source of Lubin's intention to kill, but he soon gave up. Under such scorching murderous intent, there was no point to figure out anything because it would not make a difference. When fighting someone like this, there was only one way to win. May the brave one live. Boom! Han Sun no longer stepped back, but made a kick himself, his leg hitting Lu Bin's and making a loud sound. Lu Bin's leg skills were practical, which meant the skills not that unusual. Having learned Panorama, which was an encyclopedia of all kinds of commonly seen skills, Han Sen felt it was easy to mimic Lu Bin's killer kicks. In fact, many people could easily imitate the skills, but the true difficulty was how to use it well. Depending on one's capability and mentality, the same leg skills were different when used by different people. It was especially true when it came to these kicks that were designed for life and death battles. Small difference could realize in completely different result. Han Sen was someone who knew the intention to kill very well. In fact, it was what he started out with. The only thing he needed to do different was that, unlike the past when he needed to hide his inventions, he should fill himself with such intentions in this fight. Boom, boom, boom. Han Sen and Lu Bin became almost the same person standing opposite each other. Kicking at each other in madness, they were making sounds that gave people goosebumps. Although the audience knew it was a simulated fight, they were still afraid that the two fighters' bones might be broken. This is it. Hiding back is not a soldier's way. Lu Bin yelled in excitement, his legs kicking again as swiftly as wind. Killer kicks against killer kicks. Although only two persons were fighting, the audience felt there were two troops present, making them thrilled and terrified at the same time. A few faint-hearted girls could not help yelping, forgetting it was a simulated fight. Kill, 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 kill. The long legs went up and down like blades, making sounds like metal. Every exchange made the heart of the audience tremble. It was hard to imagine that it was just a simulated fight. Killer kicks. He is also using killer kicks. Wang Daqing finally realized that and could not help exclaiming. Others suddenly realized Wang Daqing was right. A soldier on warship was also using killer kicks. He was able to use killer kicks in front of Lu Bin and did not seem to fall short. Everyone suddenly had a weird expression on their faces, watching the two going at each other like lunatics. Who is a soldier on warship? Is he also a veteran? Everyone suddenly had such a doubt. They could not imagine what kind of person you must be to use killer kicks as well as Lu Bin. If he was not a veteran, how could he use killer kicks that well? Qian Hejin was dumbfounded. He just understood that Lu Bin was right. A soldier on warship was much stronger than him in fitness. Just now when they were fighting, a soldier on warship did not use all he got at all, but was trying to suppress his strength. How is that possible? How long has it been? How could he have improved his fitness by so much? Qian Hejin looked at Han Sen, feeling complicated. Kill! Lu Bin suddenly roared and jumped up, his leg hitting at Han Sen like an axe. 7 kill! Wang Daqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The majority of killer kicks was common skills, so the focus was on mentality rather than techniques. Only 7 kicks of killer kicks were exceptions, which were called 7 kill by Lu Bin. The 7 kicks were the last moves in killer kicks. One must jump in the air to make 7 consecutive high kicks from above. It was so difficult that it was even rare among leg skills designed for evolvers. It was difficult for anyone to make 7 kicks in one jump, let alone make all 7 kicks fierce and swift. Even many top evolvers could not master 7 kill. The 7 kicks were almost finished in one moment without any pause. One should manage to kick 7 times in one breath. It was extremely pleasing to look at, like a battle axe splitting the earth. For the viewers, it was even hard to imagine that 7 kicks had been made when the fighter had already landed. It was so smooth that it looked like one hard kick. Boom! Han Sen was unable to block 7 kill and fell back immediately. His health went down significantly, almost reaching the bottom instantaneously. Victory! Wang Daqing was excited, and others started to cheer already. However, the cheers only lasted a second. A soldier on warship was already on the ground suddenly stood up. His health bar was almost empty, with only a hair left. The number was down to 2%. Great leg skills. What's the name of it? Han Sen asked Lu Bin seriously. 7 kill. Lu Bin laughed and said, "This is my very best work. It is impressive that you could block 6 kicks. 7 kill, noted. Han Sen repeated the name of the skill and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Staring at Lu Bin, he said slowly, "Let's do this one more time." "As you wish." Lu Bin could no longer resist the murderous urge. He dashed and jumped up with no hesitation, kicking at Han San as if his leg was the battle axe that split heaven and earth. Han San did not move, his eyes fixed on Lu Bin. When the kick was about to fall on his head, Han San suddenly moved. A magnificent step. Using Sparticle, Han Sen made an incredibly fast step. In the meantime, his body was also moving subtly, making him swing like a lotus leaf in the autumn wind. Swoosh! Lu Bin's leg came down and turned into 7 kicks. However, all of them hit the air, while none hit Han Sen, who was swinging. Lu Bin landed, with his eyes fixed on Han Sen incredulously. 7 kill! Han Sen exclaimed, jumping up like Lu Bin did and kicked at his opponent. Lu Bin also roared, his kicks going up from the ground, meeting Han Sen's kicks in the air, making sonic booms. Boom! The strength of the kicks from above was too strong for even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill. After taking 5 takes, Lu Bin could hardly lift his legs. The stubbornness of the veteran made him raise his arms, trying to block the 2 last kicks with his teeth gritted. Boom boom! With 2 loud sounds, Han Sen's last 2 kicks were also blocked by Lu Bin. However, Lu Bin's arms were broken in the process and fell limp. At this point, Han Sen was about to land. Lu Bin, who knew everything about 7 kill, knew it was the perfect moment for a comeback. Han Sen had used up all his force and had not prepared a new move. In addition, he was in the air, so there was no way he could fight back. Disregarding his broken arms, Lu Bin and used the other one to kick at Han Sen as hard as possible. Boom! However, before Lu Bin's kick was made, Han Sen, who was in the air, made another kick, hitting right at Lu Bin's chest, making Lu Bin fall back immediately with an incredulous look on his face. "The 8th kick!" gasped Wang Daqing. The reason 7 kill was called that was because after 7 kicks, one's force would be used up and there would be nothing left to make the 8th kick. However, a soldier on warship kicked the 8th times in the air, which was unbelievable. Not only Wang Daqing but all those who had seen and learned 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, because there was no way for one to leverage on anything in the air. However, a soldier on warship accomplished that, which was beyond imagination. Han Sen landed and kicked at Lu Bin, who had already lost balance, without pause. Side kick, high kick, crossing kick, leg whipping. Han Sen's leg skills were dazzling, with killer kicks fully integrated in his moves. Lu Bin did not have any chance to fight back until he was eliminated. Although Lu Bin was trying his best to find an opportunity, Han Sen was a master in holding back, so he did not give Lu Bin any chance to make a comeback. The stands were silent. No one could believe that Lu Bin was beaten with killer kicks and that the 8th kick was possible. Who is he? Everyone was staring at a soldier on warship, who gradually faded away and left the gladiator platform. The audience could hardly contain themselves. They were either Lu Bin's friends or his students, so they all knew how hard 7 kill were. Many people could not even accomplish 7 kill, let alone the unbelievable 8th kill. "Captain, who is that person? Is he one of your students?" Wang Daqing ran to Lu Bin and asked. He could not imagine someone could use 7 kill like that unless he was taught by Lu Bin himself. "I can only even make 7 kicks myself, so how can I possibly teach that kind of student?" Lu said and asked, "Did you record the fight just now?" "Yes." Wang Daqing nodded and said quickly. It was rare that Lu Bin would participate in a fight himself, so his friends got the video down. Many students of Ares Martial Hall also recorded the fight. Initially, they intended to learn from it and did not expect to be able to record such a mind-shattering fight. "Play it. The 8th kick after 7 kill. I wonder myself how he achieved that," Lu Bin said. Everyone was dazed. Even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill, did not understand how a soldier on warship made the 8th kick. The video was played again and again. They found that, after the 7th kick, the soldier indeed had used up his force. However, after that, He had leveraged on the air and made another kick which was unbelievable to watch. Lu Bin himself watched repeatedly, but still failed to understand how the soldier leveraged on the air. Some attention-seeking audience uploaded the video to the Skynet and named it Killer Kicks, 8 kill against 7 kill, attracting a lot of people who had practiced killer kicks. Initially, they all thought it was some kind of a bluff because everyone who had practiced 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, which was why 8 kill was out of the question. However, after watching the video of the fight, many people became shocked as someone had really made the 8th kick, beating the inventor of 7 kill, Lu Bin. The video soon became popular, especially in the military. The soldiers and officers who had practiced 7 kill were all in awe. Many had tried to make the 7th kick as well, but they all failed with no exception. 7 kill was the limit, and after finishing that, it was impossible to make the 8th kick. Unless one had already become a surpasser and could ignore the limits of human body, it was simply impossible for one to make the 8th kick no matter how strong one's fitness was. In fact, it was normal to fail at the 8th kick, but abnormal to succeed. The reason that Han Sen could make the 8th kick was not that he was better at 7 kill than Lu Bin. In fact, in terms of 7 kill, Han Sen was still weaker. The reason was simply that Han Sen had studied 7 twists of the Chens, which allowed one to leverage on the air for 7 times if one practiced it well. Han Sen had seen 7 twists used by Chun Zichen and Zhu Ting and was very interested in that martial arts. However, Han Sen did not find anything similar after a lot of research. In the end, he found a way to leverage on the air briefly. However, that cannot be compared to 7 twists at all. Han Sen was only able to accomplish that based on his understanding of 7 twists, which was his limit already. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to learn 7 twists, but the family secret like this was so hard to get his hands on. Plus, Han Sen had never had the opportunity. At the same time, on a warship, a few soldiers in the cookhouse were watching the video of Lu Bin's fight together. A fat soldier saw the 8th kick from a soldier on warship and exclaimed, "That is impossible! How could this be?" After traveling through half of the Alliance in spaceship, Han Sen arrived at Galaxy Dongyin. When he saw Daphne at a space harbor, Han Sen was dazed. Initially, Han Sen believed that since even a soldier of its cookhouse was a major, Daphne should at least be an advanced warship, if not the best in the Alliance. However, the Daphne he saw was more like a small escort ship. Although it looks advanced, it did not look like the main ship shows you call the loop on all lump the shabby no matter what. In addition, Han Sen had never heard that a warship would be docked at a civil harbor. In conclusion, Daphne was a weird spaceship. However, Han Sen did not have any choice but to report to Daphne. The interior space of Daphne was indeed luxurious, equipped with lots of device that Han Sen did not recognize. Only by the warframes assigned to the soldiers on board, Han Sen knew the place was unusual. All ordinary soldiers were equipped with military super-biological warframes made by the renowned Digong. The military line was much better than the civil line. These friends were on the same level as Silver Killer, and the performance of SKTS not even be compared with them. And these warframes were already the worst on board. The procedures for the report was very complicated. Han Sen went through a lot of tests before he get his clearance. It seemed the security level of displaced was indeed very high. After almost a day, Han Sen eventually went to the cookhouse. New soldier Han Sen is here to report to the cookhouse. Han Sen saluted to the squad leader of the cookhouse. The squad leader was around 30 years old and quite fat. He was almost as wide as he was tall. Han Sen felt that was the perfect expression to describe him. So rare that we have someone new in the cookhouse. The fat squad leader looked Han Sen up and down and smiled. "Have you learned to cook before?" "I have only learned how to deal with the meat of creatures briefly at school, sir," answered Han Sen. "The cookhouse is not like other places, so you could relax a little bit. Since you are new here and have not learned how to cook, just try to make yourself useful," the fat squad leader said as he cooked. Just like that, Han Sen settled down in the cookhouse. In addition to Han Sen, there were 5 people there. Fat squad leader Luo Sanxin, vice leader Lu Mingliang, dessert cook Su Go, assistant cook Li Jin, and a handyman same as Han Sen named Cho Chung, who was there 1 year earlier than Han Sen. The entire staff of the cookhouse were easygoing. Because of what they did, they were not as uptight as other soldiers and had less training as well. However, after Hansen reported, Daphne left the harbor and went directly to the remote galaxies, which made him quite disappointed. Almost all soldiers would be equipped with nutrition solutions that were easy to carry and store. The role of the cookhouse was more like nutritionist in this day and age. Hansen did not have much to do every day, because most of his job was computerized. If he had the time, Hansen could even use the teleport device on the warship to enter God's sanctuary. However, since Hansen just got there were many things he needed to learn, so he had not the time yet. After a few days of learning, Hansen had already learned the main responsibility of Daphne. Daphne was an exploration ship. Its main job was to look for habitable planets in remote galaxies and the rulings of other species. The universe was almost infinite. The space occupied by Shura and humans were just part of the world known to people. There remained to be many unexplored galaxies. In addition, there were various species in the universe. Although at this point humans and Shura were the two most prominent species, before them, there used to be other glorious civilizations. The mission of Daphne this time was to look for a remnant of crystallizer civilization. Before humans even entered the interstellar era, the crystallizers had built an empire in the universe. They used to be the master of a dozen galaxies, but they eventually became extinct for some reasons no one knew. People could only feel how great they were from the relics they left behind. When humans entered the interstellar age, crystallizers had already become a legend. Unlike humans and Shura, crystallizers were a different life form. Their whole bodies were made up of crystals, looking like giant diamonds without any limbs. However, crystallizers all had strong mental power. The superpowers often depicted in human movies, such as moving something with one's mind, that were simply a piece of cake for crystallizers. Of course, this was only the conclusion humans had arrived at after consulting the information left behind by crystallizers. Because no one had ever seen a living and breathing crystallizer, no one was certain if that kind of mental power was real. In addition to the legend about the mental power, crystallizers had a lot of treasures. For example, in their record, strong crystallizers could even control a planet and change its orbit to turn it into their warship. Of course, these were just legends. However, one thing was for sure. The memory crystal technology humor was using currently was largely generated from the study of crystallizer science. The Alliance had spared no effort in developing crystallizer ruins. Their research results were always highly confidential. For commoners, they had merely heard of the name of crystallizer. Because interstellar travel took large amounts of time, soldiers could enter God's sanctuary freely if there was no specific mission, as long as they returned on time. Especially the cookhouse, except for some special days, they actually had a quite flexible schedule and more time to enter God's sanctuary than other soldiers. Hansen had just come back, so he should not leave immediately, given there was a lot of things that he was not familiar with. What are you looking at? After a couple of days, Hansen had become friends with the soldiers of the cookhouse. When he was taking a break, he saw the fat squad leader holding his comlink watching a video and felt curious. What else other than the video of 8 Kill? Our fatty has a grand vision. He would love to become a fatty who could fly. Vice squad leader Lu Mingliang joked. What 8 Kill? Hansen glanced at the video and couldn't help opening his mouth. Because the video the fat squad leader was watching was exactly the fight between Lu Bin and himself. Fuck off. I just want to learn killer kicks, grunted the fat squad leader. Seeing his round body and short legs, Hansen could not imagine what it would look like if fat squad leader jumped in the air to make 7 kicks. Hansen had not been to the warship for long, so he had not met the captain yet. Taking the document to the captain's cabin, Hansen had been wondering who it was. In order to become a captain of such a high-level warship, one had to be at least a general, even though this warship was not that big. This is the nutrition plan for next month, and we need the captain's signature. Hansen came to the sanctuary's desk and showed her the document. Sure, the captain had told me about it. She's busy right now, so you can just go ahead and put the file there. The secretary checked the document and said to Hansen. Okay, Hansen replied, turned around and walked to the captain's cabin with the document in his hand. He knocked on the door, but there was no one answering. Since the secretary told him to put it inside, Han-san pushed the door open and entered the room. However, after the door was pushed open, Han-san saw someone leaning against the desk opposite the door smiling at him. Han-san was suddenly dumbstruck, and then became overjoyed. He shut the door close, threw the document away, dashed to the person, and held her tightly in his arms. Ji Yanran, who was wearing white captain's suit, was standing right there, gorgeous as always, but more handsome than when she was a student. "I'm sorry. I brought you here without your consent, and I could only arrange for you to become a soldier in the cookhouse. However, this is everything I could do. Although I know it's not fair to you, I could not stand another day without you being close to me. I am selfish and wanton, but would you forgive me?" Ji Yen ran through her arms around Han Sen's neck and hung herself on him like a koala bear, her tone full of guilt and love. "I love that you are selfish and wanton." Han Sen quickly kissed her on the lips and spanked her ass a little. Ji Yenran's face became pink. Embarrassed, she said, "Don't mess around. There is a surveillance camera here." "No way. There is a surveillance camera in the captain's cabin?" Han Sen said incredulously. Ji Yenran blinked and said, "Daphne is warship that carries out exploration missions. Even as the captain, I do not have the absolute power. In fact, I am only in a supportive role. Those who are really in charge are the experts and scholars on crystallizer civilization." "So, you're just a driver of a flying bus?" Han Sen said, not letting Ji Yenran go. She did not mind people watching. He did not care because it was more than natural for him to kiss and hug his wife. Ji Yenran curled her lips and said, "That's one way to put it. My main mission is to send the scholars and experts to their destination, provide them with staff members and help. When it comes to excavation and fieldwork, it is completely up to the experts." Ji Yenran paused and said apologetically, "I know it is not fair for you to be just a cookhouse soldier, but the exploration of crystallizer ruins is crucial to the Alliance and the clearance level is very high. I did everything I could to put you here. What's so important about the crystallizer ruins that the Alliance puts so much effort on them?" Han Sen asked curiously. "You should have heard that the mental power of crystallizers is so powerful that they could control objects with their mind?" Ji Yenran thought about it and said, "I've heard something about it." Han Sen asked curiously again, "Is that all true?" "Maybe, I don't know for sure. But one thing was certain, crystallizers have many crystal technologies. The most commonly seen is a sort of memory crystal. Humans with strong mental power could put their memory inside the memory crystal and read from it. That is much more advanced than our AI, Ji Yenran explained. That is very impressive. What else is there? Han Sen was very interested. There are many things like that, but most of them require mental power to operate. Human had much weaker mental power compared to crystallizer. Even we get our hands on some memory crystals, we could only read some fragments from it. Even so, we have already been able to improve our memory chips significantly. If we could figure out the majority of the crystallizer civilization, our science and technology would very likely to have another huge leap. Ji Yenran then picked up a crystal the size of a fist and shoved it in Han Sen's hand. "Put this on your forehead. See if you could feel anything." "This is from the crystallizers?" Han Sen took the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was like a purple gemstone of a random shape. There did not seem to be anything special about it. "Yes." Ji Yenran smiled and nodded. Han Sen knew that Ji Yenran would never harm himself, so he put the crystal on his forehead, ready to perceive anything. The next second, Han Sen suddenly felt electricity was generated from the crystal and penetrated his scope, making his brain a bit numb, which scared him into taking the crystal away from his forehead. "What is that?" Han Sen stared at the crystal and asked. Ji Yenran smiled and said, "Feel it. Is there anything different?" "What would be different?" Han Sen did not know what Ji Yenran meant. In addition to the shock, he did not feel much different, nor was he injured. Ji Yenran took a file from her desk and placed it in front of Han Senator. She turned the pages over quickly and asked Han Sen to look at the contents. After going through the entire file, she closed the file and put it back, asking, What is the sixth word on the third line of page 13? You were so fast. How could I possibly? As Han-san was about to say how could he possibly remember, he suddenly had the memory of that page in his mind. He remembered clearly that the sixth word of the third line was black. How is that possible? Is it the crystal? Han-san looked at the purple crystal in surprise. After the evolution, although his memory was enhanced, it was not this good. However, when Han-san looked at the purple crystal again, it was already full of cracks. Han-san moved his fingers and the purple crystal was suddenly shattered. The fragments of the crystal fell on the floor. This kind of crystals excavated from crystallizer ruins had a special power that could enhance the functions of human brain. The effect was the best in the beginning, and then it gets weaker and weaker. However, a small part of the enhancement was permanent, which was great for the development of human brain, Ji Yanran explained. Han-san looked at the shattered crystal on the floor, shocked. When humans were still living on planet Earth, only scientists at that time believed that human brains were only developed 10%, with lots potentials to tap into. However, with the development of science and technology, the theory had been proven absurd. Each part of human brain had its unique function, so there was no underdeveloped area at all. In order to enhance the ability of the brain must further evolve. The evolution human went through in God's sanctuary could make one's brain evolve as well. Therefore, in this day and age, people with higher degree of evolution would have a stronger brain, which made them smarter. However, compared to the evolution of the body, the evolution of the brain was significantly slower. The fact that the crystal from crystallizer civilization could accelerate the evolution of the brain was amazing. At least until this point, human had not been able to manufacture any medicine or device that could directly stimulate the brain to evolve. This technology alone showed how magnificent crystallizer civilization was. What was more puzzling was what made such an ingenious species had disappeared in history. There are many great things like this in crystallizer technologies. However, the crystallizer ruins were too dangerous, so we have not been able to get a lot from it. In addition, there are some objects from their civilization that we do not understand yet. Ji Yanran then told Han-san more about crystallizers. These must be highly confidential. Is it okay you're telling me? Han-san asked Ji Yanran. These are indeed confidential, and you do not have the clearance yet. However, you're my boyfriend and I am no selfless captain, just a woman. But don't tell anyone about these, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ji Yanran spit out her little tongue. Didn't you say there is a surveillance camera? Ha! How dare you play me? You are so done. Han-san suddenly understood that he was played by Ji Yanran, grabbed her, held her down to the desk and spanked her hard. I did not lie to you. There is really a surveillance camera. It's just I turned it off temporarily. I know you would be so promiscuous. Trying to ignore the sensation on her ass, Ji Yanran whispered. All right, I will show you how promiscuous I could be. Han-san suddenly pulled Ji Yanran's white captain pants down. No. When Han-san left the captain's cabin, he felt very refreshed and relaxed. The thought of the captain's suit and tender skin of Ji Yanran gave Han-san an urge to return to captain's cabin and stay there forever. However, that was quite unlikely. Ji Yanran had already told Han-san some information about Daphne. Although Ji Yanran was the captain, she was too young and inexperienced. If it were not for her family, she would not even be recognized as the captain because she was just a rookie evolver. In addition, Daphne was a special warship. There was a professor that had the same power as Ji Yanran, so she had to obey him at times, since the main mission was to explore and research the ruins. Almost all members of the expert panel had high social status, so they always had a say in the operation of the ship. There were many things that Ji Yanran could not decide on her own. Therefore, as much as Han-san would like to sleep until he woke up naturally every day with his girlfriend in his arm, it was not realistic. In addition, if others knew Han-san was Ji Yanran's lover, and that he was on the ship because of her, they would probably think even less of Ji Yanran, making it harder for her to stay in the management role. Han-san knew it was not easy for Ji Yanran to get him on board, so he was unwilling to see her getting in trouble because of him. So, for the moment, He had to keep his relationship with her a secret and perform his duty as a cookhouse soldier with his head down. Fortunately, the two of them were both on Daphne. When there was no one around, they could call each other using the special comlink on board. Occasionally, they could even meet each other in secret, to which Han-san was looking forward. Feels like a clandestine love affair. Han-sen thought to himself contentedly and started to hum a little song. Boom! Han-sen was still thinking about the romance just now. Because it was on the warship, he let his guard down completely and wasn't paying attention. As he turned around the corner, he bumped into someone immediately. Han-sen had just been through some strenuous exercise, so his legs were still limp. Not paying attention, he stepped backward immediately. Fortunately, Han-sen reacted fast, steadied himself, and did not fall on the floor. Which department do you belong to? Why are you walking around here and humming? It was a man in uniform between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from his badge, he should be a colonel. The fat squad leader was also a colonel, so this guy was likely to be some squad leader as well. However, since Han-sen did not work for him, there was no need for Han-sen to explain anything. Without even looking at the man, Han-sen simply walked over, as if he did not exist. You're lucky that I'm in a great mood, so I will just let you off the hook for the time being. Han-sen continued to walk forward joyfully. What's wrong with you? I was talking to you. Did you not hear me? Which department are you from? The man became mad and quickly grabbed Han-sen. What does it have to do with you? Han-sen frowned and said. Although he was being careless, he was not walking fast. There was no way he would bump into someone directly. The main reason that the guy bumped into him was that the guy did not change his course at all after seeing him. Otherwise, with Han-sen's reflex, there was no way they would bump into each other so hard. That guy was doing it on purpose. You don't even look like a soldier. Stand straight. The man snorted. Whether the cookhouse soldiers look like soldiers, it is up to me instead of the Warframe department. Colonel Wong, please mind your own department's business. The fat squad leader suddenly appeared and said to the guy coldly. Colonel Luo, I can't even point it out when your soldier is bumping into people and humming songs. Is that what you're saying? Wang Ho stared at fat squad leader coldly. Yes, that's our hobby. Bite me. The fat squad leader's reply even surprised Han. Senator Wang Ho's face suddenly turned purple, as he was rendered speechless. Why are you staying here? The fat squad leader said to Han Sen and took him away. Wang Ho bristled. When the fat squad leader and Han Sen walked far, Wang Ho murmured to himself, why did Ji Yanran keep a cookhouse soldier in her office for so long? If it were not for the stupid fatty, I should have fished more information. Great job, Colonel. After returning to the cookhouse, Han Sen gave the fat squad leader a thumbs up. Great my ass. I asked you to send a nutrition plan. What took you so long? The fat squad leader said, upset. After the captain reviewed the plan, she asked me a few questions. Since I'm new here, I know nothing and gave her all the wrong answers, which was why it took so long. She even scolded me a little. After that, I bumped into Colonel Wang. You are such a saver to be there on time. Han Sen had thought his excuse out for a while. Do not cross Wang Ho in the future, said the fat squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Although Han Sen was not afraid of Wang Ho, it was a troublesome situation. He was very grateful that the fat squad leader took him away. Ji Yanran had told him that everyone on Daphne had a complicated background, so he should not take anyone lightly. You are one of mine, so I will not let anyone else touch you. If you need to be disciplined, I'll be the one to do so. The fat squad leader hit Han San on the back and said, go to your job, because it was about 3 months until they could reach the planet where the ruins were. Han San swapped a few shifts and applied to enter God's sanctuary. This time he teleported to God's sanctuary. He was still in the ice cave. This time, however, there were 7 to 8 people in the ice cave, chatting with each other. So you was also there. Han Sen, what took you so long? Here, I will introduce everyone to you. So you introduced Han Sen to the rest of the group with enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the difficult living conditions, everyone knew the benefit of help each other. The majority of the group were very easygoing and easy to talk to. Genius. You are here as well? The young man suddenly exclaimed at Han-sen. You are. Han-sen regarded the young man and found his face did not ring a bell. My name is Lu Feng. I also graduated from Blackhawk 1 year before you did. But my grades were just average, so it makes sense that you don't know me. Lu Feng smiled and said. What genius! Lu Feng. Han-sen is your schoolmate, so you asked in surprise. Lu Feng told the group about Han-sen's needs at Blackhawk. He seemed to have paid a lot of attention to Han-sen and even knew he graduated with the rank of major. The rest of the group looked at Han-sen in surprise. After a long while, Suyu lamented, I did not realize that you are a graduate of a top school and even graduated as a major. You should have a much brighter future than this. This place would make it so difficult for you to go any further. Not necessarily. As long as we occupy that spirit shelter, we will have everything. Han-sen smiled and said. There was teleport device in the spirit shelter, so if they could occupy the place, they could turn that into a human shelter. All they needed to do was to withstand the attacks from creatures nearby. Young man, this is much more difficult than that. This is Second God's Sanctuary, not a military school where kids hang. You can really die here. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s curled his lips, squatting in the corner. He then said, Don't think that you are going to conquer everything because you are somebody in a military school. I will give it to you if you hunt any creature back. You don't even need to take the spirit shelter down. Genius. Don't pay him any mind. He used to be quite talented and evolved with sacred genopoints maxed out but ended up here and was trapped for nearly 20 years. He did not even have many mutant genopoints, so he had lost the will to fight, said Suyu. Han-sen looked to the middle-aged man, surprised. A sacred evolver 20 years ago that was much harder to achieve than a sacred evolver today, and he must be truly something. Even that kind of person became this way, which made Han-sen feel sad. The middle-aged man kept silent, squatting in the corner, taking one puff after another from the cigarette in his hand. With so many people here, why don't we go hunting? Han-sen asked. We are waiting for Uncle Qing. I told you last time he was the strongest among us. If we go together with him, it will be safer. Uncle Qing looks after the young. I will introduce you later. You can hunt with us today. Right? How come I never saw the girl from the other day? Did she give up? I'm not so sure. Han-sen knew he was talking about Zero. After Han-sen boarded Daphne, he could no longer use his private comlink to contact anyone. So Han-sen had told Zero to enter God's sanctuary in 2 months to meet him. Han-sen did not expect to be able to enter God's sanctuary so soon, and he had no way to tell her to come. So he will have to wait until the agreed time. I will walk around myself to get familiar with the environment first. Han-sen walked outside directly, not planning to hunt together with the rest of the group. If he made no efforts, he would not be shared the gains. If he made efforts, it would be very suspicious for someone who just evolved to have his fitness. Therefore, Han-sen decided to hunt on his own, not following the rest of the group. Haven't I told you already? You are not familiar with this place, and it's too dangerous outside. Even if you want to hunt yourself, you should follow us for a few times and go along later. Otherwise, it is truly too dangerous, said Suyu. Yes, genius. This place is very dangerous, Lu Feng also said. Han-sen knew they meant well, but he had his own concerns and did not want to waste time on meaningless stuff. I have already looked it up on the Skynet and learned something about this place. I will just take a walk and be back in a minute. There will be no dangers, Han-sen explained casually. When Suyu was about to say something, the middle-aged man sneered. He is looking forward to being killed. Why are you stopping him? For someone so arrogant, it serves him right to be killed. Han-sen did not pay him any mind, waved to the rest of the group and walked out of the ice cave. The weather was no good this day as well. A snowstorm welcomed Han-sen as he walked out of the cave. Han-sen walked toward the spirit shelter in the storm. With his ability, it should be easy for him to beat mutant creatures and aristocrat spirits. Even if he could not occupy the spirit shelter for now, it would be nice to experience the creatures and spirits in Second God's Sanctuary. When Han-sen was far from the ice cave, he summoned Meowth to run to the mountain. Before long, he suddenly heard a beast roar. A white creature with ice-like armor covering its back was growling at Han San and Meowth. "Is this the ice-armored beast Su Yu was talking about?" Han San gazed at the creature, which looked a lot like what Su Yu had described. As Han San was thinking, the ice-armored beast rushed toward Han San, growling. Its speed was even faster than the sacred blood beast creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Han San stepped back, while Meowth had already thrown itself at the ice-armored beast. Boom boom! The two beasts started to fight in ice and snow. Meowth only had a slight advantage, and it would take a while for Meowth to beat its opponent. Han Sen frowned secretly. The ice-armored beast was just a primitive creature, but it already had the same strength as Meowth, which was a sacred blood beast from First God's Sanctuary. Indeed, Second God's Sanctuary was not the same thing as the first. Wherever covered by the ice armor on the ice-armored beast, Meowth's claws and teeth could not penetrate. Meowth could only choose the places covered by white fur to attack, making the ice-armored beast all bloody and miserable. Meowth itself also suffered some scratches, which were not serious. Han Sen had a brief understanding about the ability of the ice-armored beast and was ready to kill it himself. However, the ice-armored beast suddenly roared, and all its injuries started to heal quickly. In the meantime, the ice armor also spread to cover all its body. It turned into a crystal statue. Even its claws became transparent. Although it looked the same, the ice-armored beast had a completely different aura. It suddenly turned from an average beast to a super boss. Berserk! Han Sen was both surprised and overjoyed. Unlike First God's Sanctuary, some creatures could enter a berserk state in Second God's Sanctuary. The state was like the hyper-geno-arts that could change the structure of body cells. In the berserk state, the structure of creatures' body cells would change significantly, enhancing the creature's strengths and ability to fight. Of course, if one were able to hunt a creature at the berserk state, the beast's soul gained would also be at the berserk state, which would be much stronger than an average beast of the same level. Han San did not expect that the first creature he met in Second God's Sanctuary was a creature that could switch to berserk state. Obviously, the berserk state of the ice-armored beast strengthened its defense significantly. After its whole body was covered with ice armor, even the claws of Meowth could only leave a few shallow marks. The ice-armored beast suddenly became fearless, ignoring Meowth's attacks, going crazy and trying to devour the pet. Han San took Meowth back, because it was no longer the match of the berserk ice-armored beast. In addition, Han Sen wanted to try for himself how strong the berserk beast was. After losing its target Meowth, the ice-armored beast fixed its eyes on Han Senator with a growl. It quickly ran toward Han San on all four hooves. When it was 50 feet from Han San, it suddenly jumped at him. "Careful, Han Sen!" A yelp came from somewhere close. A woman wearing Arctic suit started to run to Han San while exclaiming. Han San turned to look at the woman and was suddenly dazed, unable to believe his eyes. It turned out that Yang Monli was here as well. After she evolved, she was also randomly sent to this place. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Just run." Yang Monli saw that Han Sen turned to look at herself at such a critical moment and became shocked and anxious. If her shout did not save him but harmed him, then it would be the worst thing ever. Watching the berserk ice-armored beast almost at his face, with its claws reflecting cold light, Han San was still staring at Yang Monli, which made her scared and mad. However, she could not even make it in time if she wanted to save him. At this point, Yang Monli regretted that she came out directly after hearing Han Sen was here as well. If she did not do that, Han Sen might be able to dodge these attacks. However, he was now doomed. She came much earlier than Han Sen did and knew how strong ice-armored beasts were. In addition, this one was a berserk beast. Even a sacred evolver could not take one blow from a berserk ice-armored beast before having his neck snapped. Watching the ice-armored beast making the attack, Yang Monli almost wanted to close her eyes. However, the next second, she stared her eyes wide. Han San was staring at her blankly but punched at the incoming berserk beast without even looking at it. The punch ended right in the beast's face. Boom! The berserk ice-armored beast that looked very fierce was blown away like it was a puppet, crushing a huge chunk of iceberg and then sliding on the ice for a dozen feet, plowing deeply in the snow. Blood was everywhere, and the beast stopped moving. Yang Manli froze up, staring at Han San, as if she was looking at the ghost. She did not move for a long while in the storm. Killing a berserk ice-armored beast with one blow. Yang Manli could not believe that this person was Han San, who had just become an evolver. Berserk ice-armored beast killed. Beast soul of berserk ice-armored beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han San smiled. A beast soul gained from the first creature he killed in Second God's Sanctuary. This was definitely a good sign. Yang Manli, I did not expect you would be here as well. Is there a special squad here? Han San did not mind the body of the beast and asked Yang Manli. Yang Manli had just come to herself, looking at Han San and the body of the beast, and said, "Before you come, I am the only special squad member. When I just heard you are here, I did not believe it. It turns out you are really in this shithole as well. You know where this is? What is the closest human shelter?" Han San asked. That was what he really wanted to know. I don't know. I don't even know where in Second God's Sanctuary we are. At least so far, no one was able to walk out of here to find other people. Yang Manli shook her head and said, "This place is all right. If there are not a lot of people, no one could steal creatures from us." Han San shrugged and walked to the body of the berserk ice-armored beast. "But first you need to." Yang Manli was trying to say that you first need to kill the creature, but thinking of Han San's punch, she swallowed the rest of her sentence back. Han San summoned the golden growler, put the body of the ice-armored beast on its back, and then rode on it himself. He waved to Yang Manli and asked, "Is there any place nearby that we could hide from the storm? Let's take a break and eat some meat." Yang Manli hesitated, but jumped on the golden growler's back, guiding Han San to a cave nearby. Han San dissected the ice-armored beast's body with the cursed wolf dagger, took out the tools to make fire, and started to barbecue some meat with a beast soul arrow as the skewer. He used a pot for making soup as well. Did he really just evolve? Yang Manli was still thinking of the punch Han San used to kill the berserk ice-armored beast. As a sacred evolver, she could not achieve that at all. Even she punched the beast 100 times. There was no way she could kill a berserk ice-armored beast, let alone one punch. For in an ordinary ice-armored beast, maybe she could kill it. However, she could never break the armor of a berserk beast. In comparison, Han San's punch directly broke the armor together with this goal of the ice-armored beast, which did not look like the strength that belonged to an evolver who had just evolved. "Have you heard of the name Han Jingji?" Han San looked at Yang Manli and asked casually. Hearing the name, Yang Manli's expression suddenly changed. Although she quickly came back to normal, Han San still noticed it. "Which Han Jingji?" Yang Manli frowned and asked. "Instructor Han Jingji of Blue Blood Special Force, the Qigong Master," Han San replied. "You know about Han Jingji?" Yang Manli's expression changed again. She was surprised that Han San knew the name Han Jingji. So, she knows about Han Jingji as well. Han San thought and said quietly, "My great-grandfather is also named Han Jingji." "What? Instructor Han is your great-grandfather? That is impossible," Yang Manli exclaimed. "What's with the reaction? I only said my great-grandfather's name is Han Jingji, but I did not say he is that instructor of Blue Blood Special Force." Han San smiled at Yang Manli. Yang Manli suddenly became silent, watching Han San while biting her lips. If Han San was really the descendant of Han Jingji, it was not strange that he had that kind of power. However, in Yang Manli's eyes, it was simply impossible, given that Han Jingji did not have any children to begin with. It was just that the fact that Han San knew Han Jingji's name and his amazing power made Yang Manli confused. Initially, Yang Manli thought Han San was just an ordinary guy with some talent and luck, but she did not think that anymore. "Which family are you from?" After a long silence, Yang Manli could not resist asking. "Which do you think?" Han San looked at Yang Manli, smiling. Yang Manli suddenly shut her mouth. Silence fell again. Han San handed a meat skewer to Yang Manli, but Yang Manli did not reach out her hand. She bit her lip and said, "I did not make any contribution, so this is not mine." Hansen smiled, put the arrow in her hand and said, "You used to be my subordinate, and I expect you to keep following me. I can't guarantee anything else but food." Yang Manli looked at the skewer, wanting to give it back to Han San in a dignified way, but her hand did not move. She was looking down on Han Sen in the first place. After Qin Xian left, she gave the position of the head of the special squad to Han San instead of Yang, which made Yang Manli even more upset about Han Sen. Although later on, Yang Manli realized Han Sen's abilities. As an arrogant lady, she was not willing to bow her head to him. If it was before, Yang Manli would have thrown the meat back to Han Sen's face on hearing his words, because there was no way that Yang Manli would willingly take orders from Han Sen. However, after a long time spent in Second God's Sanctuary, Yang Manli had suffered a lot and came to understand how hard it was to hunt anything in this place. If she kept going like this, Yang Manli could see no hope, and maybe one day, she would give up on herself. Although Yang Manli did not want to be ordered around by Han Sen's performance made her understand very well how large the gap was between the two of them, which also made her see hope. Yang Manli stared at the meat in her hand for a long while and suddenly took a bite. While she was gobbling on the meat, her eyes became wet. Hansen smiled at Yang Manli without speaking. When she finished, he handed her another piece of meat. Yang Manli did not even look, took the meat and started to eat. After eating 4 pieces meat and drinking a bowl of soup, she then stopped, gritted her teeth, and asked Hansen, "Tell me, what do you want? Don't act as if I am going to rape you. I just want you to become my subordinate and do some things for me." Hansen looked at Yang Manli, not knowing what to say. The look on the woman's face was like some heroine who was going to sacrifice herself for her country. "What can I do?" Yang Manli paused. Such an arrogant person like her had lost all her confidence under the harsh reality. "There are many things you can do. For example, you could manage the spirit shelter after I conquer it, collect some protection fee, sell some meat, and recruit a couple of people." Hansen pointed at the spirit shelter on the big mountain. Yang Manli could not help saying coldly, "You are ahead of yourself. Don't expect to conquer the spirit shelter just because you could kill a berserk beast. There are at least a dozen mutant creatures and an aristocrat spirit inside the shelter. Do you have any idea what kind of beings they are? Any mutant creature has a fitness level of at least 50, and the stronger ones among them would be 70 or 80. A dozen mutant creatures, coupled with a highly intelligent aristocrat spirit with an equally strong physique. Even if you have already maxed out on ordinary genopoints and primitive genopoints, there is no way that you will conquer that spirit shelter. Is that right?" Han Sun did not argue with her but said lightly. However, anyone would be able to tell his contempt from his expression, which was what troubled Yang Manli the most. A bit worked up, she said, "I admit that you are strong, much stronger than I am. However, the comparison of the power is right there. You could not conquer that spirit shelter alone. The best thing to do is to use your ability to kill as many primitive creatures as possible to sell them to others. This way, you could make money and strengthen everyone's ability at the same time. When all of us have maxed out on ordinary genopoints and primitive genopoints, we can work together to conquer that spirit shelter, which is the only way to go. You are right, and thinking in the right direction. However, I don't have so much time to waste. That's why I want to conquer that spirit shelter in 1 month, Han San said calmly. 1 month. Yang Manli stared at Han San, as if he was a lunatic. Yes, 1 month. Hansen nodded and repeated. In fact, he was already being quite conservative. With his current strength, he could totally attack the spirit shelter on his own. Because he had a fitness level of 80-something, no mutant creature could be stronger than him. However, there were a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter. In case there was a berserk mutant creature, it would be quite complicated. In addition, Hansen had never fought a spirit before, so he did not want to take much risk. Currently, he could scrape by. However, after a month, when Zero was here, it would be a piece of cake to conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. However, for Yang Manli it was unbelievable. In her eyes, Han Sen's words were simply naive, which should not come from a rational adult. Yang Manli kept silent. She started to regret the choice she made. Following someone who bragged like this made her feel unsafe. Hansen did not say anything more. He had never tried to persuade Yang Manli anyway, nor did he plan to take Yang Manli together with him to conquer the spirit shelter, which would expose his real abilities. Hansen only planned to ask Yang Manli to take care of the shelter after he took it down. After all, he knew her very well and sort of trusted her. In addition, there was no one for him to rely on at this point. Take the remaining meat and go back first. Hansen ate some barbecued meat, but because the ice-armored beast was too big in size, the meat he ate did not even bring him a single primitive genopoints, so he simply decided to stop eating. Hansen wanted to kill some smaller creatures, which would give him more thrill of the increase of genopoints. Other creatures might be a stretch, but primitive creatures were very easy to kill for Hansen. Me? Bring this back alone? Yang Manli looked at Hansen incredulously. Initially, she thought Hansen would ask something in return for giving her such benefit. Otherwise, should I ask you to join me to conquer the spirit shelter? Hansen looked at her with a smile. Yang Manli became flushed, squeezing her fists tight without saying a word. Although Hansen did not say it, she found that she had become a burden, a useless burden. Moreover, it was in front of someone she used to despise, which made Yang Manli so ashamed that she wished she could disappear in a hole. Wait for me to come back. Hansen naturally did not understand what she was thinking. In his view, Yang Manli was someone trustworthy in the shelter, so he simply wanted to get her assistance. He did not have any other thoughts. Hansen had long forgotten about those things in the past, because Yang Manli did not really do anything to him. To the contrary, she even taught him archery. Hansen packed his stuff and waved goodbye to Yang Manli, walking out of the cave and disappearing in the storm. Watching Hansen leave, Yang Manli's expression became complicated. She did not realize until this very moment that each time she saw Hansen, he was changing. At this point, she could only look up to him. At one time, she used to tell Hansen to come to Second God's Sanctuary earlier, because this was the true stage. However, she just realized that she was nothing in front of Hansen despite the fact that she had entered Second God's Sanctuary a lot earlier than he did. All she could be was his subordinate. Hansen marched toward the big snow mountain where the spirit shelter was located. It would be the best if he could take it down himself. If he was not lucky, he could at least do some hunting and wait for Zero to come. Although the path to the mountain looked straightforward, it actually took a lot of time to reach. When Hansen had rode on the Golden Growler for more than half a day, he had not reached the mountain yet. In front of him, there was suddenly a huge ice cliff more than 1,000 feet wide in front of him. Looking down the cliff, Hansen couldn't see the bottom of it. The deeper it got, the narrower it was. Gradually, it became a black line that looked like the entrance to hell. When Hansen was about to summon the Golden Rockworm King to carry him over in the air, he suddenly heard a weird noise from deep down the cliff. Crack, crack. The noise was consistent and rapid, as if someone was chiseling the ice repeatedly. Hansen looked down the cliff, and the noise became more and more clear. Before long, Hansen saw what was making the noise. On the ice wall of the cliff, a huge furry white spider quickly climbed up the ice cliff, waving its sickle-like claws. It seemed that it had noticed Hansen and thought of him as its prey. You could have survived, yet you have to commit suicide here. Let me get rid of you first. Hansen backed off a little, waiting for the huge spider to climb out from the cliff. Momentarily, the spider had already climbed up. Its body was like a snowball, and its 8 legs were very sharp with white barbs, looking quite scary. Hansen looked at it carefully and thought it looked like a king crab. He wondered if its meat was as delicious as the crab. Although it seemed impressive, the white spider should be just a primitive creature. After a few blows, the Golden Rockworm King cut the white spider into pieces. Primitive creature Snow Spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hansen was pleased. Although the snow spider was huge as a spider, it was just slightly larger than a basketball. Although its legs were long, Hansen did not think there was much meat in them, so it was very easy to eat. Looking at the cuts made by the Golden Rockworm King, Han-san saw jelly-like transparent meat and couldn't help swallowing. Based on his years of experience, this was the best kind of meat, tasty and sweet. As Han-san was about to collect the body of the spider, he quickly felt something was wrong, because the crackling sounds did not disappear, but became more rapid. Han-san looked up and saw that waves of snow spiders were coming out of the ice cliff like an avalanche. Han-sen was not afraid of these snow spiders at all. No matter how many they were, they could only make his meal better. However, when Han-san was about to take action, he suddenly saw a white leg as thick as a utility pole dotted with foot-long barbs reaching above, followed by a few spider legs equally huge. Han-sen almost jumped on the back of Golden Rockworm King without thinking, rising in the air on the back of his pet. Looking down, he saw a giant snow spider coming out of the ice cliff. It was so big in size that it could probably swallow a man with one bite. Han-sen did not know whether the huge spider was a mutant creature or a sacred blood creature. He would not be afraid of a mutant creature, but a sacred blood creature might pose a challenge. When Han-sen was observing the giant snow spider, it suddenly opened its mouth. A white rope as thick as a baby's arm flew at Han-sen and the Golden Rockworm King. Damn it! Run! Han-sen wanted to order the Golden Rockworm King to fly higher, but it was too late already. The white robe had already caught one of the Golden Rockworm King's claws. The Golden Rockworm King quickly tried to cut the rope with its other claws. However, its sharp claws turned out to be glued together by the white rope. The snow spider tugged on the white robe hard. Although it was quickly flapping its four wings, the Golden Rockworm King could not resist the strength of the spider and was pulled down toward the spider by the white robe. Sacred blood creature. Han-sen was shocked. He did not have the ability to kill a sacred blood creature yet. It was unnecessary to risk his life. Seeing that he was about to be dragged toward the spider together with the Golden Rockworm King, Han-sen no longer dared to hesitate and summoned the desert bird and cursed wolf dagger. The desert bird flapped its wings and turned into a red and golden fire bird, hovering over Han-sen's head, giving the cursed wolf dagger and Golden Rockworm King a golden red glow. With the effect of the aura from the desert bird, the Golden Rockworm King's wings became stronger. Flapping its wings hard, it was trying to get rid of the spider's tugging. However, strength like that was obviously not enough. The Golden Rockworm King was still dragged toward the mouth of the spider, only at a lower speed. Han-san was standing on the back of the Golden Rockworm King and quickly shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, his entire body was filled with incredible strength all of a sudden, his muscles shaking and heart pounding. Cut! Han-san slashed the cursed wolf dagger at the white rope. He felt that the dagger was stuck in something stiff and sticky, but he could not let go at this point. So he had to make the slash even harder. The white robe was deformed significantly and broke eventually. The broken rope bounced back to the mouth of the giant snow spider. Han-san quickly took back the Golden Rockworm King that had just regained its freedom, landed on the snow, and quickly ran away. Sacred blood creatures should have a fitness index at least above 80. Many sacred blood creatures even had a fitness level above 100. This giant snow spider clearly had surpassed 80. Han-sen did not want to take the risks himself. Even if he wanted to kill it, he should wait for Zero to come. Seeing Han-sen was running away, the giant snow spider opened its mouth again, and another white shadow came at Han-sen. Han-sen was nimble enough to dodge the white rope and quickly ran forward. Snow spiders chased after him like an avalanche. The giant snow spider was especially fast, coming forward 100 feet with each move. Han-sen could not outrun it with all he got. In addition, the giant snow spider was constantly spitting spider silk at him, which Han-sen had to dodge as well. When stuck, he would be in trouble. Gradually, the primitive snow spiders could no longer catch up with them. Only the giant snow spider was still chasing after Han-sen. Didn't they say there were only an aristocrat spirit and a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter? How come there is a sacred blood spider? Han-sen felt quite upset. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The aristocrat spirit couldn't not control a sacred blood creature, so it was only natural that the giant snow spider was running wild. Han-san could not get rid of the giant snow spider. After running for a while, there was no way to go anymore. Cliffs were everywhere. Han-san wanted to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him over, but he suddenly heard a shrill bird song from under the cliff. With sounds of flapping, a giant black-feathered bird as dark as ink flew up from the cliff, its wings 100 feet across. "Shit! God, you don't need to play with me like this. Can we be friends or not?" Birds were the type of creatures that Han-san feared the most. Back in the days, he was almost killed by a silver bird and had to escape by jumping into a river. Running into a huge bird again, Han-san felt ominous. Indeed, the black bird immediately threw itself at Han-san after coming up. Speed was like a black tornado, fast and fierce and scary. Even if he were thinking with his butts, Han-san would know this was a sacred blood creature, given the bird dared to snatch food from the giant snow spider. Judging by the speed of the black birds, Han-san knew it must be something extraordinary. Lamenting his bad luck, Han-san had no way to go with the giant snow spider chasing him in the back and the black bird blocking the road in the front. If he were to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him into the air at this point, he would be feeding himself to the blackbird. No matter how fast the Golden Rock Worm King was, there was no way it could be faster than this sacred blood creature. Han-san decided not to escape. After shape-shifting into the Fairy Queen, his golden pupils started to sparkle, taking in every move of the giant snow spider and black bird. The moment when the blackbird dashed down, Han-san quickly moved away from its claws. As the spider silk was thrown at Han-san, he managed to dodge it as well. Han-san did not go back but moved forward at the giant snow spider. The 8 sickle-like spider legs quickly crisscrossed, trying to split Han-san, who was under the spider's belly, apart. Han-san was calm, his heart pounding and legs unleashing unbelievable strength, moving up and down the 8 spider legs, dodging all the attacks. The black bird tweeted and clawed at Han-san again. With the spider and bird hunting Han-san together, he had no way to escape. Han-san did not want to run away anyway. When he used all he got, his fitness index was also more than 80. Even if the 2 sacred blood creatures were both equipped with physique more than 100, they did not have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, the situation was too risky, so Han-san did not dare to summon the desert bird, afraid that it might be killed by the 2 sacred blood creatures. Otherwise, his fitness level should be even higher. Even so, under the siege of 2 sacred blood creatures, Han-san moved left and right, but did not seem to be too awkward. He managed to dodge all the attacks from the 2 sacred blood creatures without getting hurt. If Yang Monli was there to witness that, she would probably stare her eyes out. Among evolvers, maybe only those who had a fitness index above 100 could achieve that. Although Han-san did not have the physique as strong as the creatures, he was a human equipped with intelligence and techniques. As long as the difference was not too huge, it was not hard for him to face these creatures. Han-san had used Sparticle to its extreme. More importantly, the kiting skills he learned from Queen turned him into a Go player, leading the 2 stronger sacred blood creatures into his traps. Ever since he had learned kiting skills from Queen, Han-san had been studying it in depth. Although his skills were not as good as Queen, he had achieved something and become more and more skilled at it. Every step, every turn, and every pause were made with a strong sense of purpose. Although it might be too early to tell, the benefits were becoming more and more obvious. The spider silk did not touch Han-san, but caught the claws of the blackbird. Flapping desperately with its wings, the blackbird did not manage to hit Han-san, but hit the giant snow spider, which was led there by Han-san instead. There had been more and more coincidences like this. The 2 sacred blood creatures did not manage to hurt Han-san, but injured each other quite a lot. Gradually, the 2 sacred blood creatures became mad at each other and ignored Han Senator as they were fighting themselves. Han-san took the opportunity to run away, watching the 2 creatures fighting from afar, while thinking contently, if Queen could see my kiting skills, she would probably compliment me on that. At this point, Han-san was in no rush to run, but observed the 2 creatures fighting it out. Their fitness levels were definitely both over 100. With their fierce movements, The ice walls and rocks were smashed as they went, with crackling and booming everywhere. The blackbird was entangled with the spider silk everywhere and became slower and slower. The giant snow spider was also pierced in several places by the blackbird, its transparent blood flowing nonstop. Go on, go on. You better kill each other so that I can have some free Geno points. Although you two are big in size, I don't mind have some extra meals. As Han-san was cheering for the two creatures, he thought, the meat won't get bad in such low temperature, right? I can even store it up for a couple of days. Initially, Han-san thought the blackbird would be more fierce, while the spider silk was so tough that the blackbird gradually lost its ability to move around when it was covered in the spider silk. Very soon, it was about to be devoured by the giant snow spider. As Han-san was hesitating whether he should give the blackbird a blow, the blackbird quickly plunged into the ice cliff. Because the snow spider had expended too much spider's silk on the bird, it was dragged along down the cliff. Han-san was dazed and quickly ran toward the edge of the cliff. It was foggy down the cliff, so Han-san could not see what was happening there. Nor did he know what had happened to the two sacred blood creatures. He waited for a while but did not hear anything fall. There was no screaming either. The fog was not moving. What is happening? Han-san could not decide what to do, looking at the cold fog. The two sacred blood creatures should have all been injured seriously, so there was an opportunity for him. However, Han-san was not sure whether they were alive or dead, nor did he know what was underneath, which was why he did not dare to go down. However, some God-sent fortune would be lost if he did not go. That's it. One needs to be daring to survive. These are two sacred blood creatures, so there is no way I should miss this. In addition, I am quite capable myself. Even if there was still a sacred blood creature remaining, I could at least escape even if I could not kill it. Han-san gritted his teeth and summoned the golden rockworm king, flying down the ice cliff on the back of his pet into the cold fog. Even Han-san, who had practiced jadeskin, could not help shivering. The fog was chilling and moist, even worse than ice. If he were an average guy, he would probably need to lie down for a couple of days after traveling through the fog. Luckily, jadeskin had special effects when it came to resist the cold. Han-san sat still on the back of the golden rockworm king with his eyes fixed on the bottom of the cliff. However, the fog was so thick that Han-san could not see what was underneath. After a while, the thick fog began to disperse. Han-san could vaguely see something was down there, but he was not sure whether it was the giant snow spider or the blackbird. Han-san ordered the golden rockworm king to fly down 100 feet more, and he was eventually able to tell what was underneath. Han-san stared his eyes wide. Both the snow spider and blackbird were almost dying, but it was not because their previous opponent. Under the huge ice cliff, there was a pond of iced water, from which emerged a monster that looked like a squid with lots of tentacles. Both the snow spider and blackbird were caught by the tentacles. Although they were struggling because of their previous injuries or the fact that they were weaker than the monster, they were not able to get rid of the tentacles. Instead, the tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Very soon, the creatures were about to be killed. Fortunately, the monster did not seem to have any other means to attack other than tightening its tentacles. It could not strangle the two sacred blood creatures immediately. However, it was still just a matter of time. Han-san was dumbstruck by the fact that there were 3 sacred blood creatures, each scarier than the last. It seemed that this area of ice and snow was far more dangerous than Han-san had thought. Initially, Han-san thought if he could take down the aristocrat spirit shelter, he could do whatever he wanted to this area. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Han-san stared at the blackbird and the giant snow spider that were about to be strangled to death. If he gave them a blow at the right moment, he might be able to get himself a sacred blood beast soul. However, before Han-san found the perfect opportunity, there was a beast roar from the other end of the ice valley followed by loud hoofbeat. Is there another sacred blood creature? Han-san was shocked. Very soon, Han-san found he made a mistake. There were no sacred blood creatures, but arrays of ice-armored beasts running his way like trained soldiers. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The ice-armored beasts threw themselves at the monster with tentacles, biting the tentacles. The monster swept its tentacles across and got rid of a few ice-armored beasts, but more came up to attack it. After the ice-armored beasts, Hansen saw giant polar bears, unicorn wolves, and wendigos. Each creature looked very strong and fierce. At the end of the force was a red-striped white tiger on the back of which sat an elegant woman in glamorous priest robe. The woman had purple eyes and hair, holding a short staff that seemed to be made of crystal. Her eyes fixed on the monster, black bird, and snow spider. The priest lady pointed her staff at the monster. The polar bears, wolves, and wendigos roared loudly and threw themselves at the monster. By nature, creatures of lower levels had fear toward creatures of higher level than them, so they would not dare to fight a more advanced creature. However, those polar bears, ice-armored beasts, and wendigos that seemed like mutant creatures had no fear toward the sacred blood monster of tentacles. Under the command of the priest lady, they took death calmly and fought the monster together. Spirit! Hansen was hiding behind an ice wall, watching the priest lady in surprise. The spirit had almost transparent skin. Her eyes were like cats and her ears were pointy. There was no way she would be mistaken for human. Hansen only knew there was an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter on the mountain, which should be her. The creatures also looked similar to what Hansen had heard. However, Hansen had no idea what she wanted to do. Judging by the number of the creatures, she should have used all the force of her shelter. Although there were a lot of creatures on her side, they were not the monster's match. The ice-armored beasts could not even break the skin of the monster. The attacks from the mutant creatures only left some shadow marks on the tentacles, which did not seem too effective. To the contrary, once the monster swept its tentacles across, a few ice-armored beasts would be blown away and injured seriously if they were not killed already. As Hansen was wondering why the aristocrat spirit did this, she suddenly raised her crystal staff. The crystal staff issued ripples which gradually wrapped her body. Momentarily, all of the runes on her robe were brought to life and started to glow, surrounding her with light. As the light gradually became dim, Hansen saw what she looked like and stared his eyes wide. At this point, the aristocrat spirit was covered in a suit of crystal armor imprinted with red patterns. The armor looked mysterious and glamorous, making her look even more divine. The crystal staff had now turned into a crystal spear with red stripes. The aristocrat spirit held the spear backward on the side of her body, her eyes fixed on the monster of tentacles. "Kill!" the aristocrat spirit shouted coldly. Her mount, the red-striped white tiger, quickly ran toward the monster of tentacles and reached it immediately. Holding on to the two sacred blood creatures and under the siege of so many mutant creatures, the monster of tentacles could not focus, although it was not injured. It failed to see that the red-striped white tiger had already come at its head. Riding on the tiger in the air, the aristocrat's spirit gazed at the monster's head coldly. The moment when the tiger brushed by the monster, the spear in the spirit's hand eventually moved. Like a cold lightning bolt, the crystal spear was stabbed into a squinted eye of the monster. With a growl, the monster suddenly waved a dozen huge tentacles madly, whipping the two sacred blood creatures and the mutant creatures away. However, the aristocrat spirit stayed still. Her tiger leveraged on the monster and charged the monster again. Boom! This time, nothing was distracting the monster, so it noticed the tiger in time. A tentacle suddenly blew the red-striped white tiger away. The moment the tiger was hit, the glamorous aristocrat spirit moved her long legs covered in armor. She stepped on the back of the tiger and sent her curvaceous figure in the air. Seizing the red-striped crystal spear, she stabbed at the other eye of the monster. Roar! The other eye of the monster was stabbed as well, so it issued another painful scream. This time, instead of using its tentacles, it quickly shrank into the ice-water pond, carrying the aristocrat spirit with it, making a huge splash. Hansen was dumbfounded. The aristocrat spirit was even stronger than he thought. She should have a fitness level around 80, which made her a top aristocrat spirit. More importantly, the aristocrat spirit was extremely skilled at martial arts. When she was fighting, she had top-notch footwork and spear skills, comparable to any human evolver. Shortly, the pond became calm. With another splash, the aristocrat's spirit emerged from the cold pond, dripping all over. Her purple hair was soaked, stuck to the crystal armor, making her look attractive in a different way. Han-san saw very clearly that the aristocrat's spirit had only hurt the weakness of the monster, which is its eyes. The monster was only forced back into the pond. She did not have the ability to kill it. The snow spider and the black bird, which were severely injured, tried to escape in the chaos. However, the creatures from the spirit shelter threw themselves at the two sacred blood creatures, preventing them from leaving. If it were under any other circumstances, either the snow spider or the black bird could easily fight or even killed these creatures. However, they had just been severely injured and almost killed by the monster, which made it hard for them to even breach the siege of the creatures. The aristocrat's spirit did not pause at all, attacking the snow spider with the spear in her hands. Han-san suddenly understood that the aristocrat's spirit had the same plan as he did. She wanted to get rid of the monster in order to pick up some easy gains. Go ahead. I wonder who the real winner would be. Han-san watched the fight from behind the ice wall and chuckled inwardly. Although both the snow spider and blackbird were dying, they were, after all, sacred blood creatures. With her primitive and mutant creatures, the aristocrat's spirit still suffered a great loss trying to kill them. Bodies of ice-armored beasts were lying everywhere. More than half of the ice-armored beasts had been injured or died. Several mutant creatures were also killed and injured. The aristocrat's spirit did not change her expression, as if she did not care about the death of the creatures at all. She was focused on looking for the weaknesses of the two sacred blood creatures. It was easy to tell that the aristocrat's spirit's purpose was not to kill these two sacred blood creatures. Otherwise she would have done so already. The snow spider and blackbird were injured too seriously. Wrapped by the spider silk, the blackbird could hardly move. If the aristocrat's spirit meant to kill it, she had had the opportunity a long while ago. Obviously, it was not what she wanted. It seemed that she wanted to enslave the two sacred blood creatures, which was why she did not want to kill them. The two sacred blood creatures had been injured really bad. It looked like they were about to die. The snow spider had a weaker physique, so it could barely stand at this point. Bleeding all over, it was about to die at any minute. Squeak! The snow spider suddenly made a weird sound at the aristocrat's spirit, taking back all 8 spider legs, and lay on its stomach. Seeing the behavior of the snow spider, the aristocrat's spirit immediately brandished her spear to signal the creatures to stop their attacks on the snow spider and turn to the black bird instead. The aristocrat's spirit walked up to the snow spider and held the spear horizontally. With ripples passing her body, her armor turned into the priest rope again, and the red stripes disappeared from the crystal spear, which then turned to a staff. She held the sparkling crystal staff high and touched the head of the snow spider with the gemstone sitting on top of the staff. The snow spider shivered, wanting to get away from the sparkling staff, but in the end, it only squeaked softly and accepted. Seeing her staff was about to touch the head of the spider, the female spirit could not help smiling. However, at this very moment, she quickly changed her expression. Moving quickly to the right, she was already too late. A figure suddenly flashed past the aristocrat's spirit, holding a dagger that looked like a wolf tooth backward and slashing it at her neck. The aristocrat's spirit stepped back, her staff falling to the ground. She covered her snow-white neck with both hands, staring at the grinning man with the dagger in his hand. Blood was welling between her fingers. "Thank you so much for your help. I will never forget you. I will go to your place another time to thank you by asking for your service," Han-san said to the female spirit with a smile. Without any pause, he jumped to the kneeling snow spider and stabbed his dagger into its face. Squeak! The snow spider squeaked painfully, trying to stand up, but it was too late. Han-san moved the dagger to slice the spider's head open, and blood and brains squirted from the injury. The snow spider fell to the ground. Sacred blood creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han-san lamented the fact that he did not gain a beast soul when hearing the voice. Seeing that Han-sen killed the sacred blood snow spider, The aristocrat's spirit bristled and tried to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, blood jetted out, and she turned into scattering sparkles with no words left. "Rest in peace," Han Sun said quietly, running toward the other sacred blood creature, the black bird. The creatures that followed the aristocrat's spirit scattered and they ran away after she was killed. Han Sun did not have time to pay them any mind. Both primitive and mutant creatures were always abundant, which he had plenty of opportunities to kill. However, it was very hard to find a sacred blood creature, so he could not let this chance go. The black bird was no stronger than the snow spider. It did not cost Han Sun any efforts to behead it. Young sacred blood creature evil-blooded condor killed. Beast soul of evil-blooded condor gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen was so thrilled that he almost jumped. A sacred blood creature beast soul. That was his first sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary. A sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary was much stronger than a super beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Without the ability to kill super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary yet, this was already the best beast soul Han Sen could get his hands on at this point. The other creatures had all run away, and Han Sen was in no mood to chase after them. He could not wait to see what type of beast soul his newly gained one was. Han Sen was looking forward to having a shape-shifting beast soul the most, or a beast soul armor would do as well. The former could enhance his ability to fight to a great extent, while the latter could increase his survival rates significantly. They were both great options. Type of beast soul of evil-blooded condor. Glyph. Seeing the introduction to the newly gained beast soul, Han Sen was dazed. What kind of beast soul is a beast soul glyph? Because there were too many types of beast souls, all they learned in school was some common types. As human became stronger and stronger in God's sanctuary, more creatures had been killed and more types of beast souls were known. There were many newly discovered beast souls that one had to explore oneself. Of course, if one reported the discovery of a new type of beast soul to the Alliance, some rewards could be claimed after the type was verified. Han Sen did not have any recollection about a beast soul glyph, so he had no idea what it was used for. He tried to summon the beast soul glyph of evil-blooded condor, and the condor suddenly appeared as a black shadow. The shadow then issued a scream before it disappeared in Han Sen's body. Han Sun looked at his body carefully and saw that he had a new tattoo of black condor, which was spreading its wings and ready to attack. The condor looked so fierce and gloomy that he almost felt like it was real and would claw out someone's heart at any minute. The tattoo stretched from the back of Han Sen to his chest, taking up the better half of his upper body, making him look like a badass fighter. Han Sun tried to make a punch but did not feel any enhancement in his strength. Nor did he feel anything odd about his body. The glyph did not have any burden on his body like shape-shifting beast souls either. What is this glyph for? Han Sun frowned slightly, unable to figure it out at the moment. He had to look something up when he was back on the warship Daphne. Checking the bodies of the snow spider and evil-blooded condor, Han Sen was ready to summon the golden growler and take the meat back, in case the monster with tentacles came back. However, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his mind, as if something was broken. Han Sen was dazed and suddenly remembered something. He looked to his mind and saw the cocoon of light that the holy angel turned into had been broken. The cute Lolita walked out with the black crystal in her hand, looking exactly the same, without any change. That was fast. Han Sen was quite surprised, wanting to check on the holy angel. However, she suddenly left the black crystal and flew out of Han Sen's mind on her own, throwing herself at the body of the snow spider. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Han Sen quickly stopped her. The holy angel held onto the leg of the snow spider, pleading with her eyes full of tear. Although she could not speak, her vulnerable look made Han Sen soften his attitude. "All right, you go ahead." Han Sen thought that the snow spider was so big in size that it would take him several days to gain a sacred geno point, so it was much easier for her to eat it. After all, it was just a sacred blood creature instead of a super creature. He will have plenty of such opportunities in the future. In addition, there was also the body of the evil-blooded condor, which would take him at least 2 or 3 months to eat as well. The Lolita gained Han Sen's permission and became so excited that she immediately opened her mouth and bit at the leg of the snow spider. Han Sen was in no mood to watch her eating and quickly checked her current status. Super Beast Soul Archangel. Pet. Can further evolve. Seeing such a simple introduction, Han Sen felt completely dumbstruck. Archangel sounded a lot more impressive than Holy Angel, and there was no problem with the Super Beast Soul status, or pet, or the note can further evolve. However, the problem was that the pet no longer had her transformed state. So, has she now returned to her original state and could no longer be transformed? Must I feed her all over again until the transformation happens? Han Sen was dazed. If that was true, Han Sen would probably cry out loud. It took him so much effort for the pet to transform, while she had now returned to her initial state. Was it all a waste? Han Sen thought about it and felt something was wrong. There was no way for the Holy Angel to return to her original state, and her name was also changed to Archangel, which was completely different from what it was. Maybe she had turned into a super beast soul of Second God's Sanctuary? Thinking of that possibility, Han Sen's heart started to race. If that was true, it was to say that he already owned a super beast soul of Second God's Sanctuary. As long as he made her transform, he would have the ability to kill a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary. There were many horrendous beings that had fitness levels above 100 among the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, so there was no telling how strong a super creature could be. Han Sen was not sure himself when he could kill a super creature. The Archangel was undoubtedly a guarantee that he could hunt super creatures one day. Of course, it was not easy to feed her until she transformed. With his experience of raising pets in First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen was in no rush. Little girl, don't let me down. Han Sen turned to look at the Lolita and found her already eating the meat of the condor. The gigantic evil-blooded condor was devoured almost completely, with only a leg left. The snow spider was long gone. Stop it! Han Sen quickly exclaimed. He was only lost in his thought for a little while, yet the Lolita had already almost finished 2 sacred blood creatures. How efficient! Luckily, Han Sen stopped her in time and saved himself a bird leg, which probably weighed a few hundred pounds. He did not need to worry about food in a long while. The little girl stood next to Han Sen looking upset and dissatisfied, her eyes glancing at the bird leg from time to time, licking her pink lips. You foodie! This bird leg is mine and you don't get to take another bite. Han Sen squeezed her tender cheeks and sent her back to his mind. At the same time, he summoned the golden growler in its biggest form, putting the bodies of the ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures on its back. Han Sen then took the piles of trophies back to the teleport device. There was so much meat that Han Sen could not finish it himself. The bird leg alone would provide food for him in months. It would be nice if he could sell the meat to Su Yu and others for some nice stuff in the alliance. Like Yang Monli had said, it would only benefit him if humans got stronger in general. As for the spirit, Han Sen had already learned how strong she was. He estimated that she was more or less as strong as himself. However, Han Sen did not know how many mutant creatures there were in the spirit shelter, so it would be a bit risky for him to go there alone. Spirits were different from creatures in that they were intelligent. Han Sen made a sneak attack to kill the spirit just now, but a real fight would not be that simple. In addition, Han Sen needed to sell the meat at this point and search the information on the beast soul glyph in the alliance, so he was in no hurry to go to the spirit shelter. As Han Sen walked to the ice cave where the teleport device was, he was wondering which beast soul he should feed the black crystal to next. He was not so sure about the function of the black crystal at this point, so he was not able to make up his mind. Since the holy angel became archangel and returned to its untransformed state, did it mean that a beast soul that was not a pet would simply evolve? Han Sen looked at all the beast souls he owned and finally had his eyes on the blood snail beast soul. It was a super pet armor, but it was no longer that effective in front of a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen decided to try the black crystal on it as an experiment. The super beast souls were all surrounding the black crystal, while the archangel had lost her interest in it. Han Sen could not tell whether it was because the black crystal was no longer useful to her, or that she had not transformed yet. With Han Sen's command, the blood snail quickly moved to the black crystal with joy, swallowing it entirely. Similar to the angel, light started to form a cocoon that wrapped the blood snail up. Han Sen was in no hurry. It was obvious that feeding a beast's soul was much faster than feeding a creature. In the case of the angel, it did not take long. For the blood snail, it should take probably a month. Han Sen had significant expectation. If what he thought was real, that would be fantastic. In the ice cave, the berserk ice-armored beast that Yang Monli took back made quite a splash among the old-timers. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary was able to kill a berserk ice-armored beast, which was simply unbelievable. Some people were saying how impressive the young people nowadays were, while others thought it was just good luck. Yang Monli did not explain anything. Even if she said that Han Sen killed the berserk beast with one punch, these people would not believe it. Actually, no one would believe a fresh evolver could kill a berserk ice-armored beast with just one punch. Even a sacred evolver could not achieve that. As people were still talking about Han Sen and the berserk ice-armored beast, they heard loud noises that sounded like an earthquake. Did the creatures find this place and come here to attack us? Many people were shocked, going close to the teleport device, ready to leave God's sanctuary in case of any danger. After a while, the rumbles stopped. They heard a voice shouting, "Monli, give me a hand." Yang Monli clearly could tell that it was Han Sen's voice. She quickly walked outside the ice cave. Others were also wondering what was happening, so some of them also followed out. When they came out of the ice cave, all of them stared their eyes wide. They could not believe what they were seeing, and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. A golden lion that looked like a small hill was carrying piles of bodies of ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures such as giant snow wolf and ice bear. On top of the bodies stood a young figure. It was Han Sen, who disregarded people's advice and went hunting alone. "Han Sen, brother, these are all yours?" Suyu asked with his voice trembling. This was so hard to believe that he could not register the fact even though he had rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone else had almost the same reaction. Many of them had been here for more than a decade, but none of them had witnessed so many gains. In addition, there were even bodies of mutant creatures. Many of them felt unreal like Suyu, feeling they were in a dream. Otherwise, how could there be so many bodies of creatures? And how could there be such a gigantic amount? Yang Monli looked at Han Sen with a weird look, feeling complicated inside. She just said that Han Sen couldn't take down the spirit shelter, but he returned with so many bodies of even mutant creatures in such a short amount of time. Maybe he really conquered the spirit shelter? Yang Monli looked at Han Sen and did not know what to think. The young man who she used to despise had grown so fast that he had fully exceeded her expectation and even comprehension. "You can say that." Han Sen told them about how he encountered the sacred blood snow spider, evil-blooded condor, monster of tentacles, and aristocrat spirit. However, he was telling them the adapted version, in which he only witnessed a fight between the four and grabbed some gains when they were all seriously injured. "Look, this is the bird leg of that blackbird bitten off by another creature. Unfortunately, it still ran away, so I only have this leg." Han Sen raised the bird leg that was the leftover of the archangel, as if he was showing off. Everyone looked to Han Sen admiringly, saying that Han Sen was so lucky that he collected so many bodies of ice-armored beasts and mutant creatures, and even a sacred blood bird leg. Lady Luck was really looking after him. No one suspected what Han Sen said. Some people had been here for decades, and many of them had seen the snow spider and the blackbird. Some people had even seen the aristocrat spirit. For someone who just came here to know these details, Han Sen must have seen them with his own eyes. Otherwise, how could he possibly know? "Brother, such luck." Suyu looked at the piles of bodies lustfully. "What do you plan to do with these? You can't eat all of them make yourself. How about you sell some of them to us, and we can give you a good price?" As Suyu said it, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Senator. These people had a lot more desire toward the meat of creatures than ordinary guys, especially for those mutant creatures. Many people had been so excited that their eyes turned red, wanting to take a bite right away. "Yes, of course they're for sale," Han Sen said assertively. I'll give you 100,000 for an ice-armored beast. 150,000. As Han-san just gave his answer, many people were starting to shout price already. The scene looked like a bunch of rich people who did not know how to spend their money, waving their checks at Han-san. I am going to sell these creatures, but only to the insiders. If anyone else wanted to buy them, they have to double the price. Also, I only accept St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions beyond A-class, said Han-san quietly. He did not bring all the meat back just to gain some money. Brother, would you mean? Everyone was dazed, and Suyu asked eventually. I am going to set up a gang. Whoever in the gang could purchase meat with the insider price, and they can also use their points, Han-san said casually. In the future, he would definitely conquer the spirit shelter. It would take more than just himself to rule the spirit shelter, because he could not stay there all the time. He would rather recruit every master fighter at this place to follow him and guard the spirit shelter for him. This way, in the future, no matter how many people were teleported to this place, they had to follow his order. If we do not join your gang, how much do we need to pay for an ice-armored beast? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s asked Han-san. An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Han-san said determinedly. What? An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level for an ice-armored beast? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The man shouted madly immediately. Many people also accused Han-san of being shameless. Some even tried to snatch a body on the back of the golden growler. This was just human nature. Many people could go through hardship with you together, but could not share your wealth, let alone watch you become fortunate. Ouch! Han-san made a sudden move, and the cursed wolf dagger suddenly cut off the hand of someone who had touched the golden growler to snatch a body. The shrill scream made everyone feel dumbstruck. They all stopped moving and looked to Han-san, and the man with a broken arm was rolling around on the floor. Without my permission, I dare you touch my properties. If your hands touched it, you would lose your hands. If your feet moved, you would lose your feet. If your head came close, you would lose your head. Han-san said coldly with the blood the cursed wolf dagger. Damn it. He got some nerve to use violence. Let us kill the bastard. You injured our friend. Are you even a human being? Kill this animal. Son of a bitch. Han-san suddenly became the person whom everyone hated, as if he was so guilty that everyone would kill him the first chance they got. Suyu and a few others tried to stop the rest of the group because they were so few. 4 or 5 persons had already thrown themselves at Han-san, who were all old-timers who had been in this place for more than 2 decades. Of course, they were not trying to avenge the person who had lost his hand, but to take all the bodies for themselves after getting rid of Han-san. In their eyes, Han-san was no more than a brat who got lucky. Since he had just entered Second God's sanctuary, there was no way that he was their match. It would be a piece of cake to kill Han-san. Those people summoned their beast souls and tried to kill him with each move, ready to take Han-san's life. These bodies were so attractive, especially to those who had not seen so much mutant meat in decades. On top of that, there was even a sacred blood bird leg. Lust had gone to their heads. Han-san did not change his expression at all. Smiling coldly, he had thought of this possibility when he brought back the meat and did not feel surprised at all. It was not even necessary to get angry. Yang Monli's face became stern. She summoned a bow and arrow, ready to help Han's senator. These people were the ones she despised the most. Because most people could potentially gain some benefits, they became self-righteous in grabbing what belonged to others. These people were nothing different from robbers, and even worse than robbers. At least robbers got the bad name that they deserved, while these people tried to justify their behaviors. However, before Yang Monli could even shoot an arrow, Han-san suddenly moved. Instantaneously, he dashed between the first 5 people who made their attacks. Ouch! 5 screams were made at the same time, so they sounded like it came from the same person. The first 5 people who threw themselves at Han-san all lost their right hands, which were holding their weapons. Blood jetted out, and the 5 persons were rolling around on the ground with their left hands covering their broken arms, pleading and crying. Everyone was dumbstruck by Han-san, who had a straight face, and the 5 screaming persons, shocked at what had happened. Those 5 people had been in Second God's sanctuary for more than a decade. They were all quite experienced. Although it was hard to get some meat in this place, their fitness level must be over 40 after so many years. However, after one move, all of them lost their right hands, which made everyone shocked. Who else want to take my life? The cold gaze of Han Sen swept across everyone's face. Those who were trying to kill Han Sen or snatch some meat all felt a chill and stepped back involuntarily. Young Monli looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression, as she had not expected that Han San would be so aggressive. Uncle Qing is here. Uncle Qing, you must help us. This bastard hurt his own kind. Uncle Qing, we have always helped each other. And he is cruel even to one of us. He's just an animal. A middle-aged man in his 70s or 80s came from the ice cave. For an evolver who had a lifespan of 300 years old, 80 years old was indeed just middle-aged. Seeing the man called Uncle Qing, young Monli became nervous, put down her bow and arrow and said hastily, Uncle Qing, don't listen to them. They were trying to steal Han Sen's. Before young Monli even finished her words, Uncle Qing gestured her to stop. Seeing Uncle Qing's behavior, the rest of the group became excited and blamed Han San for everything with exaggeration, as if it was a felony for Han San not to share his gains with them for free. Their behavior of stealing was also beautified as a move for justice. Yang Monli looked upset. Uncle Qing should be the first person who was teleported to this place. He had been here for a few decades and had the most geno points among the group. He was also the only person who had killed a mutant creature. According to Uncle Qing himself, his fitness level was around 60, but Yang Monli believed it should be more than that. In addition, Uncle Qing had also practiced strong hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so he was not any average evolver. It was fair to say that Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group. Although Han Sen was strong, he had just entered Second God's sanctuary. If Uncle Qing was trying to harm Han Sen might be killed. Uncle Qing, this is not all Han Sen's fault. Su Yu gritted his teeth and said in Han Sen's favor. However, Uncle Qing gestured him to silence as well, and walked to Han Sen. Yang Monli's face became even more grim. She quickly walked to Han Sen, showing her attitude. The rest of the group were celebrating Han Sen's mishap with expectation and greed. As long as Uncle Qing got rid of Han Sen, they should be able to split the meat. Uncle Qing had always been generous, so they should all be able to get some. Seeing Uncle Qing walking straight to Han Sen, many people were shouting inwardly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Although Han Sen had some extraordinary performance and an impressive dagger, no one believed he could beat Uncle Qing, who was absolutely stronger than him. When Uncle Qing was less than 6 feet from Han Sen, under everyone's watch and expectation, he drew a Z-steel knife that looked ancient, with the surprising, suspicious, puzzled, confused, uneasy, and frightened looks from different people. Uncle Qing wielded the weapon and cut off the heads of the 5 people who were rolling around and screaming. Then, Uncle Qing bowed to Han Sen reverently. Young Master Han, Ning Qing has come too late. I deserve any punishment from you. Everyone was shocked at the moment. Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group, the only one who had killed a mutant creature, acted as if he was Han Sen's servant. Everyone felt they needed more brainpower to understand that. The Nings of the Starry Group? Han Sen frowned slightly. That was the only Nings he knew of. Uncle Qing said respectively, "Yes, I am the eldest among the 6 sons of the Nings, also the most useless one. My 2 nephews did not know who you were and had acted inappropriately. My father wanted to apologize in person but was afraid that you did not like to be disturbed, so he did not go. However, he told us that no matter which one of us in the family had the luck to meet you, we must treat you as our patron. Whatever you need, we would support you no matter how much it costs." As Uncle Qing said that, the rest of the group were completely shocked. Everyone had heard about Starry Group, which was one of the largest corporations in the Alliance. No one had thought that Uncle Qing was one of the Nings. What was even more unexpected was that even the Nings had to treat Han Sen this way. Everyone was wondering what was Han Sen's background. Many people got scared and became pale at this point. They wanted to rob someone whom even the Nings needed to be reverent to. If Han Sen wanted to get his revenge, it would be so easy not only in God's sanctuary, but also in the Alliance. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and felt their legs were limp. You did not know that before, so it was okay. We will talk about the future later, Han Sen commented neutrally. He knew that the reason for Uncle Qing to treat himself like that was not because of who he was, but the potential relationship between him and Han Jingji. Han Sen could not tell whether Uncle Qing meant what he said, so he did not feel happy at all. In the future, whatever young Master Han needs, please let us know. The Nings will not disappoint you. Uncle Qing did not say anything more but showed his loyalty. Han Sen nodded and turned to Yang Monli. Yang Monli, I will give this much meat to you. Organize our gang as soon as possible, but it will not be necessary to recruit some of these people. Han Sen had no doubt in Yang Monli's ability. She used to manage a big gang like Steel Armor Gang really well. There were not a lot of people present, so even if they all joined the gang, it would be still a piece of cake for Yang Monli. Okay. Yang Monli counted all the bodies and felt puzzled. Since the Nings treated him like this, maybe he was really related to Han Jingji? However, thinking about it, Yang Monli felt it was unlikely. Everyone knew that Han Jingji did not have a wife or kids. Han Sen did not mind what Yang Monli was thinking. After giving everything to her, he teleported back to the Alliance, wanting to figure out what was the use of a beast soul glyph as soon as possible. Han Sen, when did you come back? Cho Chang said hi to Han Sen while heading out the moment Han Sen went back to the dormitory. I've just come back. Where are you heading? Han Sen asked casually. Where else than the drill? It is the end of the month, and at this time there is always a drill going on for everyone to join. Whoever gets the first place will be rewarded by Vice Captain Chun. I'm just gonna check it out. Your timing is perfect. Let's go together. Cho Chang dragged Han Sen out. Initially, Han Sen did not want to go. However, since everyone was getting along pretty well in the cookhouse, he did not want to turn Cho Chang down and followed him to the training hall of the warship. Han Sen had heard about Vice Captain Chun from Ji Yenran. He was a strong surpasser. Initially, the captain of a warship like Daphne must be an advanced surpasser who was also a general. However, because of the special background of Ji Yenran, she became the captain of Daphne. And the vice captain was selected based on the standards of an official captain. Chun Shoshan, a strong surpasser. Ji Yenran said he was close to the JIS, but even if she did not say that, Han Sen would know that he was, because if he was not working for the JIS would not let Ji Yenran work on Daphne. In addition to the vice captain, there were two more surpassers on Daphne. Director Lin Haifeng and Quartermaster Zhao Ping. These were the people who worked for Daphne. As for the expert panel, there should also be some surpassers. However, they were beyond Ji Yenran's power. Even in Ji Yenran's team, because of the complicated relationships, it was hard for Ji Yenran to make arrangements from time to time. Many things she did would be potentially challenged. Han San and Cho Chang came to the training hall, which was almost full of soldiers already. It seemed that many people were interested in the drill. Since everyone in the cookhouse was present, Cho Chang and Han San sat next to them. Han San took a look at the training hall and found the training field was a closed one. Also, he found the training item familiar. Isn't this the device called Sprint that Professor Yen designed? Han San saw the metal walls in the training field and felt surprised that the device was put into use so soon. A soldier was quickly jumping and running on the metal walls, but he did not even make it halfway before he got shocked and fell, rolling out of the device. Who else wants to give it a try? If you can pass this test at level 10, I will reward you with an S-Class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Chan Shoshan said with a smile, sitting at the rostrum of the training hall. The reward was a lot, but none of the soldiers moved, looking at each other. Sprint at level X with a gravity of 40 added was simply too difficult. Many soldiers had already tried, and many among them were great evolvers. However, none of them was able to make it to even half the way. It was not only because of the gravity, but also because of the failure of the soldiers with a fitness more than 70 that no soldier dared to try again. Han Sen knew Sprint very well naturally. It was not something that could be achieved with strength alone. Strength, reflex, flexibility, and the ability to make judgments about the terrain all had huge bearings on the result. If one step was wrong, there was no way for one to make it no matter how strong one was. Warframe department, warship crew, coast guard, and medical team had all sent someone to try. Now only the cookhouse has not tried yet. I think we should give them a chance, someone suddenly said. Hansen thought the voice was familiar, looked to that direction, and found he was Wang Ho, the head of the Warframe department who he met last time. The fat squad leader became slightly pale. There had been many great soldiers who had tried the device and failed, so Wang Ho was clearly bringing the cookhouse up to set them up. However, there was no way the fat squad leader could argue with that. After hearing Wang Ho's words, Chun Shoshan looked at the fat squad leader and said with a smile, "That is right. Luo, you were having a lot of fun just now, so it's time for you to move around. I think you have a great team, so you will definitely do well." "Yes, Captain." The fat squad leader stood up and saluted, cursing Wang Ho inwardly. Although everyone in the cookhouse was an evolver with high ranks, they were not the best fighters because that's not what they did. They were only there to see other people train but did not expect to be set up by Wang Ho. Although the fat squad leader wanted to go himself, the rule regulated that no team leads shall participate. In addition, with his round figure, he would probably lose even worse if he were to participate. The fat squad leader looked to his team members and received pleading looks, meaning they were not confident at all. "Fatty, isn't there a new recruit in your cookhouse? Let him make an appearance. It doesn't matter what the result is. We just want to meet him." As the fat squad leader was hesitating whom to pick, Wang Ho spoke again. After that day, Wang Ho looked through Han Sen's profile. He did not see anything special about Han Senator. The greatest strength about this guy was probably the fact that he graduated with the rank of Major. However, that rank was nothing special on Daphne. Many soldiers had that rank and they were all more experienced than this new recruit, since a new recruit was unlikely to be assigned to this post. A mission like this required veterans. For Han Sen, who had just graduated from the military school, it was abnormal for him to be assigned to this place. Wang Ho looked into Han Sen's background a bit further and found he graduated from the same school as Ji Yanran. The two must have known each other. Naturally, Han Sen was counted as Ji Yanran's fervent by Wang Ho. He wondered how strong a fighter Han Sen was. Wang Ho had always thought he should take every chance to know his enemy better. The fat squad leader frowned and wanted to say something. However, Han Sen said calmly, "It's okay. I can try. I want to anyway." "Okay." The fat squad leader did not stop Han Senator after all. This was not a real drill. Since no one had succeeded, it was simply normal for Han Sen to fail as well. And worst case he would get shocked, which was nothing to a soldier. Han Sen got up, shot a glance at Wang Ho, and entered the training field. Although Daphne only had one Warframe department, it was an advanced department comprised of 15 Warframe soldiers, who were all carefully selected veterans. Basically, except for the cookhouse, every other department was elite units. For example, the warship crew had a lot of groups such as the repair group and others. Han Sen entered the training field, and the gravity trainer was turned up. He suddenly felt a lot more burden. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Han Senator, although they all knew this new recruit would fail. It was fun to predict when he would fail. In addition to Wang Ho, some other people were also observing Han Sen with scrutiny. Ji Yanran did not manage to hide the fact that she was the one who got Han Sen on the warship from Chun Shoshan. The fact that Chun Shoshan was helping Wang Ho get Han Sen up the stage was because he was also wondering what Han Sen could do to make Ji Yanran spend so much effort. Han Sen took a deep breath and walked to the first metal wall. Han Sen had asked Ji Yanran about Wang Ho in private, because as sensitive as he was, he could feel the hostility Wang Ho held against himself. That was abnormal. Han Sen was merely a new recruit and had not offended Wang Ho ever. He had not even met Wang Ho before. Han Sen did not feel that the hostility simply came from the bump. What Ji Yanran told Han Sen corroborated Han Sen's assumption. Wang Ho was connected to the expert panel. Although he was the head of the Warframe department, he was elected because of the suggestion of the expert panel. Wang Ho himself had selected all the soldiers in his department. It was fair to say that the Warframe department worked for the expert panel. There were many scholars and experts pissed at Ji Yanran, which was a known fact. After all, Ji Yanran had just become an evolver. Although she came from a prominent family, that did not help the fieldwork, which was why the expert panel did not like her very much. In addition, the old captain whom Ji Yanran had replaced was very close to the expert panel, so that had also added to the prejudice the expert panel held against Ji Yanran. Because of Ji Yanran's family, no one dared to say anything. However, if Ji Yanran herself made some serious mistakes, it would be natural for her to be removed from Daphne. Initially, Han Sen did not want any drama, and only want to finish his tasks while improving himself. However, since he was here because of Ji Yanran, many people would know that, if he acted poorly, Ji Yanran would be humiliated. It was not an option for his girlfriend to be humiliated. Not just that, he needed to make her proud. Otherwise, he would not call himself her boyfriend. Han Sen knew very well what Wang Ho was trying to do, but he did not care. You wanna watch? I'll let you watch. Han Sen made the first step on the metal wall, dashing on the white zone which was only 1 foot wide. Han Sen was very fast, unlike the previous soldiers who were trying to control their speed so that they had more time to observe and decide how to go ahead. Han Sen did the opposite thing. He was fast from the beginning, going forward on the randomly laid metal walls. A newbie is just a newbie. Going like this, he would fall in seconds. Many people were thinking in their head. Watching Han Sen going as fast as this, Wang Ho could not help but feel surprised, wondering if Han Sen was a true idiot or trying to fall as fast as possible. Even Chun Shoshan frowned slightly. If this was all he could do, it would be a waste of Ji Yanran's energy. Chun Shoshan was quite disappointed. Just a dozen seconds later, almost every soldier widened their eyes. Han Sen was jumping up and down on the carefully placed metal walls, fast and steady. He managed to fulfill many actions that looked extremely scary flawlessly with a sense of rhythm. As he stepped on the leaning or reversed metal walls, he was so smooth that people almost forgot that it was sprint at level 10. When the difficulty and speed reached a certain level, it was credible to watch someone go like this. Going through one challenge after another at such high speed made people's blood boil. Everyone wished they were in the moment with Han Sen. Very well done, Han Sen. The fat squad leader was so happy that he could not close his mouth. With such performance, even if Han Sen could not follow through, the cookhouse had already been honored. No one would dare to call the cookhouse a troop of the dinner table again. Wang Ho's eyes became cold and he chuckled inwardly. This guy is indeed something. However, he is just too naive to show everything at this moment. Go ahead and tell us who you are, so that in the future we could get rid of you much easier. As a surpasser, Chun Shoshan could see even more than Wang Ho. Han Sen's performance was surprising to him as well, not just because of his physique. Physique was just a part of what it took to go through sprint. What was more important was the ability to see the big picture, make judgments, and act in emergency. Han Sen's performance in all aspects was beyond Chun Shoshan's expectation. Han Sen had not made a single mistake from the beginning to the end. He was simply acting like the tutorial the AI simulated. This new recruit is great. Being someone close to the JIS, Chun Shoshan was happy to see Han Sen's performance and smiled. Quartermaster Zhao Ping also nodded and said, "Great indeed." Director Lin Haifeng said, "What a great newbie. It is such a shame that he was sent to the cookhouse. With his talent, it is just a waste." Momentarily, Han Sen had already gone through half of sprint without even lowering his speed. He kept running forward as if he could not stop himself. All the soldiers had become extremely excited. With the fat squad leader leading them, they started to clapping to cheer him up. As they were clapping, Han Sen's moves felt even more arithmetic. Each of the step was on the beat, which was great to watch. Shit, this is no drill, but a performance. Cho Chang was so excited that he shouted. Many soldiers felt the same as Cho Chang. Before Han Sen, all the soldiers seemed to be at training, but when it was Han Sen's turn, it was like an acrobatic performance and even better. When Han Sen finished sprint on the last metal wall, the clapping became applause. Many soldiers even stood up. Even Chun Shoshan, Lin Haifeng and Zhao Ping stood up to applaud, for Han Senator soldiers were straightforward like this. Seeing someone capable, soldiers would not hold back their emotions or their compliments. Amazing. Very nicely done. You deserve the reward. Here is the S-Class St. Hall license. Chun Shoshan walked to Han Sen and gave him the license. Thank you, Captain. Han Sen took the license and saluted. No need. You deserve it. Chun Shoshan patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled. You have very nice moves. Have you practiced this before? Sir, the system called Sprint is one of the products developed by Professor Yen from Blackhawk Military Academy. I am his student and one of the testers of the system, Han Sen said truthfully. That is why. So you came from a famous teacher. Then tell us about the system, Chun Shoshan said with approval. Chun Shoshan himself was the student of a famous professor, so he liked someone with Han Sen's background. Moreover, Han Sen was someone discovered by Ji Yanran. However, if Han Sen himself was not that good, Chun Shoshan would not do him any favor. Han Sen's performance was beyond Chun Shoshan's expectation, which made him feel a lot better about Han Senator. Therefore, Chun Shoshan cared less about the fact that Ji Yanran used her power to get Han Sen on board. Han Sen introduced this system Sprint to the soldiers as he was told to. He was someone who had used the system since it was developed, so he knew every detail about the system. After his introduction, the soldiers had a more profound understanding about the system and was less fearful of the challenge. After Han Sen's explanation, several soldiers felt excited to try again. Chun Shoshan asked them to feel free to try and indeed saw great progresses. In the first 5 people who had tried, one almost went through. Han Sen's reaction, which was quite decent, made Chun Shoshan feel even better about him. He nodded and said, Indeed, he graduated from a good school. Wang Ho gazed at Han Sen, who was content among the crowds, with a cold look, curled his lips and said contentedly, Dumbass, show off as much as you could. The more you show, the faster you will die. Wang thought he had seen through Han Sen's strength, so he felt quite content. In the eyes of Wang Ho, who had passed 80 in his fitness, Han Sen, whose fitness should be only around 40 or 50, was nothing. Because of the good education he had received and good habits, Wang Ho was still observing Han Sen carefully, trying to find his weaknesses. Although Han Sen had not glanced at Wang Ho, it was easy for him to predict what Wang Ho was thinking. However, Han Sen did not care at all. Maybe in Wang Ho's eyes, this was all Han Sen got. However, for Han Sen, this was just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was far beyond Wang Ho's imagination. If Wang Ho was really trying to do something to Han Sen, then Han Sen would feel really excited. At that time, Wang Ho's expression must be very interesting to watch. Fitness over 100. This is quite troublesome. It seems that I need to speed up gaining geno points. I should at least fill up ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points first. By that time, I would definitely be over 100 in fitness. Han Sen was thinking to himself, I need to conquer the spirit shelter as soon as possible. With my own shelter, I could gather more people to hunt. If I could gain the allegiance from the aristocrat spirit, that would be even better. I wonder if King Spirit is really what it says. Han Sen did not purchase any hyper-geno art on the evolver level before he reported to Daphne, because he had no idea he would end up in such remote areas and lose the access to the St. Hall. Although on Daphne there were also hyper-geno arts provided to soldiers for free, Han Sen was not interested in the ordinary stuff. This S-Class St. Hall license was different from an ordinary license in that he was able to use it on Daphne to trade for the hyper-geno arts and geno solutions stored on the warship. Han Sen did not hesitate and chose hyper-geno art. When he was picking, he had a slight trouble. Because Daphne was not the St. Hall, only 3 to 4 types of S-Class hyper-geno arts were stored on board, so Han Sen had not too many options. Normally speaking, hyper-geno arts on the evolver level were all focused on changing the structure of one's body cells. Alloy fist, alloy leg, alloy body, and other hyper-geno arts were all in this category. Some focused on enhancing a certain body part, while others enhanced the whole body. It was easier to practice hyper-geno arts that were focused on a certain body part. However, aside from that body part, other parts of the body would be weaker. Although it was balanced to strengthen the entire body, it took longer to practice. Many hyper-geno arts would take 3 to 5 years to practice or even longer. Moreover, the body of the evolvers could not stand the long-term change of body cells. When using the hyper-geno arts, evolvers must make a pause once in a while in case their whole body turned to metal. The better one's fitness, the longer one could stand the change. Hansen had learned about the limitations quite well. There were 4 types of S-class hyper-geno arts design for evolvers stored on Daphne. Hansen was considering 3 of the 4, because one of them was simply focused on the back. Jade Fist, Metal Kick, and Microcrystal all had their own features, which made Hansen hesitate. Jade Fist was a hyper-geno art that focused on one's fists. It could turn the muscle and bones of the fist into jade so tough that it could destroy anything. One would be able to break a Z-steel metal sheet with bare hands after practicing Jade Fist. So it was an amazing hyper-geno art. In addition, it was rather fast for one to practice this geno art. It would probably take 1 to 2 months for one to get somewhere and put it into use. Metal Kick was focused on the legs of the user. It could turn the 2 legs into heavy metal. When used well, the legs could function as 2 weapons to kick everything into pieces. However, it took much longer for one to practice Metal Kick. If one were to make the legs entirely metal, it would take one at least 6 months. As for the third option, Microcrystal, it was a hyper-geno art that could change the entire body. It could turn human body cells into microcrystal. When practiced well, the user's entire body would be turned into crystal. No weapon could injure the user, not even laser guns. In fact, most modern weapons would be useless in front of someone who practiced microcrystal. Of course, was very difficult to practice microcrystal. Without 3 to 5 years, one could not even get started with the hyper-geno art. Normally speaking, it took 1 to 2 decades to achieve anything. The reason that Daphne was carrying microcrystal and many crew members were practicing it was that microcrystal also gave its users some resistance against the destructive weapons in crystallizer rulings. That was why it was specially selected to be placed on Daphne. Many people who had been studying crystallizer ruins would practice microcrystal. However, because it took too long to practice it, only a few people had made some achievements with the hyper-geno art. Although there were not a lot of people who could go far with microcrystal, many experts and scholars in the expert panel were better at microcrystal, since they had practiced 2 or 3 decades or even longer. From a practical perspective, Jade Fist was definitely the obvious choice, because it could be put into use in 1 to 2 months. However, after some thoughts, Hansen used his license on microcrystal. The exploitation of a single crystallizer ruins often took years or even decades. Hansen did not know if he would spend his entire service excavating crystallizer ruins, so it would not hurt to practice microcrystal. After all, it was something the Alliance prepared for missions related to crystallizer ruins, and he might not be able to get this hyper-geno art elsewhere. In addition, Hansen had always tried to practice something that could change the structure of his body cells of all parts, which was why he always had a thing for microcrystal. As for other hyper-geno arts, he believed he could always trade for them later. Since he had many Asked-class licenses, he could always trade with someone in God's sanctuary, which was troublesome but feasible. After Hansen chose microcrystal, Wang Ho got the news very soon. But he only snorted contentedly. What's the use of microcrystal at this point? He will not get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. There is no way he could use it. Wang Ho felt Hansen's choice was too stupid. People who made choice like this were often perfectionists or obsessive. Although the future seemed to be bright, the practical value was so little that it was basically useless. Microcrystal was far less useful than Jade Fist. Hansen had no idea of what Wang Ho was thinking. After he got his hands on the microcrystal, he started to study it and saw the tutorial for 3 times. After having a brief idea about what it was, Hansen drank a bottle of Geno solutions designed for microcrystal and started to practice it. Feeling his body cells motivated under the effect of microcrystal, Hansen felt quite surprised. It was clearly stated in the tutorial that if he could feel something in the beginning, it meant the hyper-geno art was fit for him. However, even so, without 1 to 2 years, he would not see any effects. It was a hyper-geno art that took a long time to practice. If the progress was too great, the body would not be able to undertake the sudden change of the body cells, which would lead his health to collapse. Han-sen watched every single detail according to the tutorial and ran the hyper-geno art through his body entirely. When he was ready to do it for the second time, something suddenly happened. Jade skin that Han-sen had always been practicing suddenly became active at this point and joined microcrystal. More precisely, it swallowed microcrystal, making microcrystal a part of the coolness it was creating. When Han-sen started to practice jade skin, he was too old in age. Since the foundation was not laid when he was a boy and he had practiced the hyper-geno art for a short time, Han-sen was not able to make a big progress with it. Without the help of Geno solutions, until this day, he still was not able to make the first breakthrough with Jadeskin. Han-sen was stuck in a bottleneck and failed to make the breakthrough. However, when he drank the Geno solutions to practice microcrystal, Jadeskin was activated unexpectedly and was pushed to the first breakthrough. Han-sen only had one feeling at this point. Cold. Piercing and thrilling cold. The cold did not come from the outside but seemed to come from within. It was as if every single inch of his body was giving off the coldness, making Han-sen feel like he was going to turn into an ice statue. He wanted to stop activation of Jadeskin, otherwise wondered if he would be frozen to death. However, Jadeskin was like a wild horse that did not follow his control at all. The cold got worse and worse, making Han-sen become unconscious. I can't sleep. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I will not wake up ever. Han-sen knew very well what would happen to someone who fell asleep in the snow, so he was striving to be lucid. However, it did not help a lot. At this point, he could not even move his fingers. His entire body was incredibly cold, and even the temperature in the room fell. The thermostats did not seem to sense the drop in the room temperature, so it was not working. Damn it! How come the thermostats is broken at this point? Is God trying to kill me? Han-sen wanted to smash the damned machine, but unfortunately, he could not even move. Suddenly, an idea crossed Han-sen's mind, which made him widen his eyes. No way. There is no such a coincidence. The reason the thermostats did not change only meant the room temperature did not actually drop. The cold I am feeling is very likely just a hallucination rather than a reality. Thinking of that, Han-sen quickly gritted his teeth and told himself, I'm not cold. I'm not cold. Everything is fake. It's just my hallucination. Damn it, it's really cold. Han-sen felt like the psychological suggestion did not really work, because he was actually frozen to death. It felt like his heart was frozen and blood had stopped flowing and became ice. The coldness went to his heart. Gradually, the cold left him, and Han-sen started to feel warm. It was like sunshine in winter, making his trembling body feel better. Although it was not hot, it made him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned. However, Han-sen did not feel happy about it. He became even more worried. He knew that the cold did not go away. The warmth meant he was not far from death. As soon he was fooled by the heat and fell asleep, he would never wake up. When he was discovered by others, he would be a dead body. He tried his best not to fall asleep, but he felt more and more fuzzy. In the end, he could not help but fall asleep. Han-sen did not know how long he had been sleeping. When he woke up again, he felt so comfortable as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. What? I did not die. Han-sen raised his hands incredulously and pinched his cheeks. Feeling the pain, he yelped. Indeed, I did not die. This is not a dream. Han-sen was overjoyed. Before he fell asleep, he thought he was doomed. However, nothing had really happened. It was as if he had just gone to bed. However, Han-sen felt his body was somewhat different. Although he could not tell what was different, the feeling could not be mistaken. Han-sen could not wait to run jade skin in his body, trying to figure out what had happened. The moment he started, he saw his two hands had become transparent like ice or jade. These hands reminded Han-sen of Shuelongyan's hands the only time he met Shuelongyan. However, Han-sen's hands were even more fine than Shuelongyan's. It was hard to believe they were human hands. First breakthrough. I made the first breakthrough in jade skin. Han-sen practiced jade skin in excitement, turning his entire body into jade. Jade skin. This is what jade skin truly meant. I made it. Han-sen could not resist his excitement. Watching his translucent body, he almost laughed out loud. After insisting on practicing Jadeskin for so long, Han Sen eventually made the first breakthrough, which laid the most important foundation. Although Han Sen was still a bit too old to start, the fact that he had made the first breakthrough with the hyper-geno art made his progress fall into the normal range. Feeling endless power inside his body, Han Sen squeezed his fists. Although the muscles and bones looked translucent, they were as flexible as beef tendons. He did not feel hard to move around but felt his senses were heightened. Han Sen stopped the running of Jadeskin and turned his body back to normal. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw his skin became more tender and smooth. However, there was not much of a difference between now and then. His eyes were more watery like gemstones, which made him look quite charming. If I continue this way, I will be more and more like a gigolo. Feeling upset, Han Sen hoped he could look more masculine. However, that was no big deal. There was no need to care about the appearance. Han Sen ran microcrystal again, wanting to make sure that he was still able to practice this hyper-geno art. Very soon, Han Sen opened his mouth wide. After practicing microcrystal, he found that microcrystal was just a small part of Jadeskin. When he used microcrystal, Han Sen felt his body was toughened because the body cells were crystallized, making him look like a statue carved out of crystal. Microcrystal, I achieved it. Although Han Sen felt incredulous, the fact was the fact. He indeed succeeded in practicing microcrystal. HEW Han Sen looked was exactly what was described in the microcrystal tutorial. The hyper-geno art that took others 2 to 3 decades to practice was easily achieved by Han Senator. Even Han Sen himself could not believe that was happening. Shortly, Han Sen found that it was not really a fact worth celebrating. The effect of microcrystal was far worse than Jadeskin after he made the first breakthrough. The only good thing about microcrystal was that now he had an excuse to cover the fact that he had been practicing Jadeskin. After finishing his task on the warship, Han Sen had some free time again to enter God's sanctuary. Yang Monli had finished recruiting. 80 to 90% of the people living in that area joined Goddess Gang that Han Sen had formed and signed formal contracts. Although Han Sen needed to provide some meat at low costs, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. When he was ready to conquer the spirit shelter, all these people needed to play a part. Yang Monli told Han Sen that the recruitment did not go well initially. Because Uncle Ching was the first to join the gang, everyone else followed. Han Sen nodded and did not speak. The Nings were expressing kindness to him, but Han Sen did not dare to treat them as friends. He still knew too little about things in the past, so he could not decide whether the Nings were friends or enemies. Now that Goddess Gang is formed, what's your next move? Yang Monli asked Han Senator. She was quite reluctant to call the gang Goddess Gang, because there were less than 10 women in the entire gang, and none of them could be called a goddess. However, Han Sen insisted on the name. Since it was just a name, Yang Monli did not care. She did not know that in Han Sen's eyes, the gang members recruited at this point were all just the help. The Goddess Gang he was going to formulate was a group of spirit beauties. Wherever he appeared in the future, 3,000 spirit beauties would clear the way for him, which would be a dream coming true. Of course, the condition was that his super body king spirit could make spirits give their allegiance to him. Otherwise, his dream would just be a dream. Not to mention a group, he would not even be able to get a few spirits working for him. Let them gobble up the meat first, and then we will train them and select the best of them to form the backbone of Goddess Gang. Then we'll go conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen was waiting for Zero to come and take her to smash the spirit shelter, so he would spend the time to train these people. These people did not really take much training, because those who had entered Second God's Sanctuary were either veterans who had gone through the military service or current soldiers who were still serving. With some light training they could cooperate pretty well. Han Sen asked Yang Monli to pick a team which he will lead to hunt, so that he could check out if there were any talented people among them. Young master, if you want to hunt, I know exactly the place that suits the team, suggested Uncle Ching when he heard Han Sen was going to do that. Han Sen heeded his advice and asked him to lead the way. The team marched toward the glaciers Uncle Ching was talking about. Although it was an area of glaciers, avalanche or accidents rarely happened. Han Sen did not worry about that. All they had run into on the way was a few ice-armored beasts, so Han San did not bother to move. Riding on the back of the golden growler, Han San was reading as he ate the jerked bird leg of the evil-blooded condor while watching the team hunt. Han San looked through the database on Daphne for information about beast soul glyphs and indeed found something. No one had ever discovered beast soul glyphs in First God Sanctuary, but the beast soul type started to come up in Second God Sanctuary and above. In addition, only mutant or sacred blood creatures would produce beast soul glyphs. The functions of beast soul glyphs were very complicated. Each one had its own unique function. In conclusion, a beast soul glyph would give its user a certain ability. For example, there was a kind of bear glyph that could enhance one's strength, and there was a wind beast glyph that would increase the user's speed. Since no one had hunted an evil-blooded condor before, Han San was not sure what kind of ability he would get. He had been observing for days and did not discover anything different when using the beast soul. So, what is the function of the evil-blooded condor glyph? Han Sen could not figure it out and had to put it aside. At this point, Han Sen finally understood how great it was to be a gang leader. Watching his subordinates killing creatures bravely, Han Sen knew that he would eventually gain the better half of their labor. There were not a lot of members in the gang at the moment. In the future, if the goddess gang had thousands or tens of thousands of members, he would be able to receive a significant amount of income from his cut of everyday hunting. It was equally beneficial to the gang members. Compared to hunting alone, it was much easier to hunt in a gang. At the same time, the income was equally good or even better. Their safety was also enhanced. Of course, because it was a tough area, and most places were unknown to man, it was still dangerous to hunt even in the group. Without a master fighter in the gang, everyone would die once they encountered strong mutant creatures or sacred blood creatures. They were not used to hunting blatantly like this for fear that there might be a group of creatures attacking them. Following Han Sen, however, they could quit sneaking around. Although they felt anxious, they felt much better than before. Young master, let's stay in this area. If we move further, there might be mutant creatures. Uncle Ching stopped and said to Han Sen, let's continue. Mutant creatures are even better. Han Sen commanded the team to go forward, because he was not that interested in hunting primitive creatures. Although they were following Han Sen's order, many people started to feel worried, looking left and right for fear that there might really be mutant creatures. The only person able to fight a mutant creature in this place was Uncle Ching. If others encountered mutant creatures, they were likely to become a meal of the creatures. Although young Monli wanted to talk Han Sen out of it, she knew it would not serve any purpose, because Han Sen would not listen to her at all. Yang Monli ended up saying nothing. Uncle Ching did not argue either, continuing to lead the way. It was as if as long as Han Sen gave his words, Uncle Ching would do anything for Han Sen. Han Sen continued to read his ancient language textbook. As long as he had time, Han Sen would still learn the ancient language, hoping to understand Dongxian Sutra as soon as possible. However, Dongxian Sutra was so archaic that Han Sen was only able to understand a small part of it at this point, and that was not even the important part. All of a sudden, they heard loud hoofbeat and beast roar. A giant elephant with white fur rushed toward them from afar, leaving one huge footprint after another. All the glaciers seemed to be shaking. Snowflakes were flowing everywhere. White mammoth! Someone suddenly exclaimed. The entire group scattered like a mob. Han Sen saw most people were running and only Yang Monli, Uncle Ching, and a few gang members stayed next to him, summoning beast souls and ready to fight. It was easy to tell that the gang members were all frightened, their hands on their weapons shaking. All other people were running fast, about which Han Sen was not surprised. These people had lost their confidence a long while ago, so it was natural that they reacted this way facing danger. Han Sen had considered them no good in his heart. In the future, he would not waste his time cultivating these people. To the contrary, Su Yu and other young people did not escape and remained on Han Sen's side, although they were frightened. Han Sen thought they could be further cultivated to become leaders, commanding the future forces in Goddess Gang. Although they were all quite young and probably had worse physique than the older people who had run away, these were no big deal. Han could easily use large amounts of meat to give them better genopoint counts. There was always a way to enhance one's physique and martial arts skills. However, one's character was not something could be cultivated. In Hansen's eyes, Suyu and other young people were all valuable assets. Clear! Han yelled, commanding the gang members to step back. He rolled on the back of the golden growler and charged the white mammoth. All the young gang members looked at Han in surprise. As a mutant creature, the white mammoth was a top one. Even someone like Uncle Ching did not dare to face a white mammoth head-on. But Han simply threw himself at the creature. Watching Han with a grim face, Uncle Ching murmured to himself in a low voice, "Is he really the descendant of Instructor Han?" Yang Monli drew her bowstring and aimed her arrow at an eye of the white mammoth, ready to support Han when necessary. However, the bow and arrow she was using at the moment were still sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary, which almost did not work at all on a mutant creature in Second God's Sanctuary like the white mammoth. The golden growler was going fast. In terms of size, the golden growler was no smaller than the white mammoth. As the golden growler ran, its body was quickly growing. The moment it was about to clash with the white mammoth, the golden growler was already as large as a hill, even bigger than the mammoth. Compared to the golden growler, the white mammoth suddenly looked mini, like a baby elephant in front of an adult elephant. Boom! The two beasts clashed together. Although the golden growler was bigger than the white mammoth, it was not at any disadvantage, but stepped back as well as the white mammoth. Roar! The golden growler growled reluctantly. It was the absolute king in First God's Sanctuary. No creature could fight it at all. However, it was forced back by a white mammoth, which made the lion very mad. The white mammoth also roared and ran toward the golden growler. Boom! The two huge animals were fighting it out again, making all sorts of horrendous noises. The surrounding glaciers were broken into pieces and there was snow everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The golden growler and the white mammoth became extremely mad at each other, so neither of them intended to step back. They ran into each other hard like two oxen fighting for a cow. The gang members were dumbstruck. They had seen many mounts before, but had never seen a mount that was able to fight the creature. It was simply beyond imagination. Normal mount would not attack at all. However, this giant golden lion mount was somewhat different. The people that had run away saw what was happening and slowed down, looking at the golden growler throwing itself at the white mammoth incredulously. That is a mutant creature. What's the deal of the mount? It's so strong that it could fight the white mammoth. Is that a mutant mount? Even if it is still just a mount and should not be able to fight a creature like this. Everyone had complicated emotions as they watched the golden growler. Indeed, like they were thinking, if it were any other mount, even a mutant mount from Second God's Sanctuary, it would not be able to fight white mammoth like this. A mount is a mount. Once the creature became a beast soul mount, no matter how fierce it was initially, it would become tame. It was like a lion turning into a herbivore. Except for its strong physique, it no longer had the instinct to kill. However, the golden growler was different. Although it was just a beast soul mount, it still kept part of its nature. In addition, he had great physique, which was why it could still defend itself with its instinct lost. Could not be compared to other mounts. Han sighed inwardly. After all, the golden growler was just a super creature from First God's Sanctuary. Although it was special because it was limited to its level, it was not as strong as the white mammoth. Watching the golden growler falling farther behind under the impact from the white mammoth and growling helplessly, Han could not help becoming silent. He was reminded of the large golden growler's fierceness. Between the heaven and earth, no one could stand one blow from its paw. This beast soul golden growler was indeed too sullen. If the black crystal could really turn the beast souls of First God's Sanctuary into the beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary, I would definitely choose the golden growler to evolve next. Hansen thought. He did not want to see a great king being a loser. Although he was thinking that, Hansen decided to make a move. The moment the golden growler clashed with the white mammoth again, Hansen jumped up from the head of the golden growler and dashed at the white mammoth like a meteor. The physique of the white mammoth was even better than that of Golden Growler. However, it still had to step back when the Golden Growler threw itself at him. At this very moment, Han Sen had already reached the mammoth. Holding the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen sent himself into the wheel-sized eye of the mammoth. Roar! The white mammoth lifted its front legs. Blood ran into rivers flowing from its eyes. The beast screamed loud. The next moment, the stomach of the white mammoth was suddenly slashed open. A bloody figure came out of it. Boom! The white mammoth quickly fell, splashing ice and snow everywhere. Without looking at the body of the white mammoth, the bloody figure walked to the rest of the team when cleaning the dagger casually. Almost no one was able to forget this moment. The gigantic dead creature and the bloody figure were written into their memory internally. After killing the white mammoth, Han Sen had established his prestige in Goddess Gang. People had officially recognized him as the leader. Many young people even saw him as an idol. The Goddess Gang had become more and more organized. Han Sen was very generous to the members that worked hard, awarding them with lots of meat. Han Sen asked Yang Monli to specifically cultivate the young men like Suyu who dared to risk their lives. Han Sen's arrival brought a revolution to the place. Although they still did not dare to hunt in remote areas or approach the spirit shelter, with Han Sen leading the team, they were able to kill lots of ordinary and primitive creatures at once in the mountains nearby. This gave some hope to the evolvers in this place. They no longer needed to hold their breath and count the days. Many people who had not entered God's sanctuary in a long time and lost hope returned to the place after hearing the news, wanting to see if the legend was real. Turned out they were ecstatic. The world of ice and snow was no longer silent like before. People were active everywhere. Although it could not be compared to large human shelters, the situation was not that desperate. More and more people had their hold back and joined Goddess Gang. More and more people told each other about the news, making those who had lost hope enter God's sanctuary again. Therefore, Goddess Gang became stronger and stronger. With lots of meat to trade, the rich had also started to appear. Trade became more and more frequent and there had been a lot of transactions. Because Han Sen rarely showed up, few people knew what he looked like. Most people only knew the name Han Sen. More people thought of Han Sen as a legend, a living legend. An evolver who had just entered Second God's sanctuary for a few months revived a place on his own and inspired lots of desperate people, which could only exist in a legend. Obviously, more people recognized Yang Monli, the right-hand woman. Many people assumed that Yang Monli was the goddess in Goddess Gang, and thought she was Han Sen's lady, the mistress of Goddess Gang. Of course, Yang Monli had also heard such assumption. In the beginning, she was shy and angry. However, it was impossible for her to clarify every time. After a while, she was tired of correcting others. Brother, it really is you. I finally found the organization. On this day, when Han Sen just teleported into God's sanctuary from the Alliance, someone suddenly ran at him and hugged his thigh full of tears. Zhu Ting. As Han Sen saw who it was, he could not help feeling dazed. He had no idea that he would run into Zhu Ting here. How dare you show your face? You really think I will not kill you, don't you? Han Sen's face became stern. Brother, it is meaningless to live in such a spot. Can I follow you? If I can't, I would rather die. Just kill me. Zhu Ting would not let go of Han Sen's leg. Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought to himself, this guy is quite unlucky to be assigned here. He must have gone through many hardships. It looks like he's going mad. When did you arrive here? How come I never saw you? Han Sen brought Zhu Ting to a quiet place and asked. After I ran away, I came to Second God's sanctuary directly. God knows I would be sent to this damned place. Every time I tried to kill a primitive creature, I would be risking my life. After such a long time, I have not even maxed out on ordinary geno points. This is no way to live. 2 months ago, I went out to hunt and was almost killed by a mutant creature. I ran so far away that I only came back the day before yesterday. Since hearing about Brother Yu, I have always been waiting for you near the teleport device. Zhu Ting complained tearfully. Naturally, Han San would not take Zhu Ting's words too seriously. This guy was quite sly and full of ideas. He could also use poison well. Shameless and murderous. Zhu Ting was definitely a dangerous person. However, Han Sen did not want to kill Zhu Ting yet. Although this guy was dangerous, Han Sen did not think of him as a risk. In addition, Zhu Ting knew a lot of things that Han San was dying to know about, such as things about Han Jingji. Zhu Ting was a bastard son of the Chens. It seemed that the Chens also knew about what happened in the past. Han Sen wondered what role they had played. Han San suspected that someone of the Chens was also a member of Unit 7 of Secret Service. So, you want to follow me? But why should I agree to that? Han San looked at Zhu Ting with half a smile. No matter what Zhu Ting wanted, Han San would like to collect something from him first. Brother, no matter what, I should be much more useful than those ordinary people, right? Zhu Ting blinked and answered. And much more dangerous, Han Sen replied quietly. Zhu Ting said with a wry smile, Young master, big brother, you are the descendant of Instructor Han. How do I dare to harm you? If I really did something to harm you, even my father would beat me to death. The Chens is quite well informed. However, I don't remember any relationship between the Hans and the Chens. Han Sen was not moved at all. Everyone claimed to be a friend of Han Jingji. He could not tell who was telling the truth, so he decided to ignore all of them. Didn't Instructor Han mention that my ancestor was also a member of the Secret Service? A colleague of his? Zhu Ting quickly said. I don't know. Han Sen did not want to comment. He thought to himself, indeed, the Chens was also a part of the mission. It's useless for you to say anything. Give me something solid. If you want to follow me, you must pay up front first, Han Sen said. Zhu Ting said with a sad face. After I came to this damned place, I have gained nothing and lost almost all the beast souls I brought from First God's sanctuary. Now I am so poor that all I have is money. Do you want money? Name a number, and I'll pay you no matter how much. Don't you still have 7 twists? Han Sen said abruptly. Han Sen had always coveted 7 twists from the Chens. Although he could fly with beast soul wings, the speed would be determined by the strength of the beast soul instead of his strength. Therefore, Han Sen was very interested in this technique that could send him in the air using what he got. However, 7 twists was the family secret of the Chens. No outsiders could be taught. With such an opportunity, Han Sen wanted to test if Zhu Ting could teach him 7 twists. Although 7 twists is the family secret of the Chens, there is a way for you to learn. However, since it runs in the family, there is a rule that the secret could not be leaked. If you want to learn, you will have to become a student of my family, said Zhu Ting. Although Zhu Ting did not say no, there was no way that Han Sen would agree to become a student of the Chens, which meant he could not learn the hyper-geno art. So, there is no way around that? Han Sen turned around and was ready to leave. Stop, listen to me. Even if I was willing to ignore the rules and teach you 7 twists, all I knew was the first 3 twists anyway. Without the special Geno solutions, there was no way you could succeed in practicing it either. Zhu Ting saw Han Sen was still leaving and said quickly, Brother, hear me out. When I was chased around by the mutant creature a while back, I found a great place which you would definitely be interested in. How about I show you the place? If you think it is interesting, just let me join Goddess Gang. If you think the place is no good, I will no longer bother you. What kind of a good place? Han Sen asked. A nest? Zhu Ting lowered his voice and said to Han. Senator Han Sun looked at him surprised. The fact that Zhu Ting found a nest meant he had found a sacred blood beast soul. What a lucky guy. Take me there first. Han Sen thought about it and said. He was not worried that Zhu Ting might have any tricks up his sleeve. Even if there was a sacred blood creature, Han Sen could protect himself. However, in the case that there was a sacred blood creature or even a super creature in the nest, it would be terribly difficult for him to break the egg. Zhu Ting took Han Sen out of the ice cave and entered the mountains. Han Sen felt they were going too slow and summoned the golden growler, asking Zhu Ting to sit with him. Brother, what a nice ride. Do you want to sell this mount? I could accept any price, Zhu Ting said admiringly, looking at the golden growler. I will not sell this one, but if you want to purchase a beast soul, I do have one. Han Sen suddenly had an idea. The berserk ice-armored beast soul that he gained the last time was useless to him. If Zhu Ting was willing to pay a high price, Han Sen would like to sell it to him. What beast soul? A mutant one or a sacred blood one? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in excitement. He had been suffering too much. It was so difficult to get a beast soul in such a place, and he had lost all the beast souls he brought here. Without a nice beast soul, Zhu Ting felt insecure. A primitive beast soul of ice-armored beast, replied Han Sen. Zhu Ting was slightly disappointed, but he still said, well, that is nice as well. It is beast soul armor, relatively strong among primitive beast souls. 1 million. What do you think? 1 million for a primitive beast soul was a lot, even though the beast soul was from Second God's Sanctuary. It was only because beast souls were very rare in this place. In a large human shelter, primitive beast souls would be worth about 1/10 the price. It is a berserk one, Han Sen added. Zhu Ting suddenly widened his eyes and said, brother, you got a berserk ice-armored beast soul? Among primitive creatures, only one in several dozen could become berserk. And it was even harder to gain the beast soul, which was why a berserk beast soul was much more expensive than the beast soul on the same level. Of course, a berserk beast soul was also much better than others. In the case of this beast soul armor, a normal beast soul could only cover 30% to 40% of the body, while a berserk one could cover more than 95% of the body. The defense was also enhanced in the berserk one, even comparable to a weak mutant armor, which made the value of a berserk beast soul much higher. What do you think? Han Sen summoned the berserk ice-armored beast soul, and his whole body was suddenly covered in a thick layer of ice. However, armor like this was not that useful to Han Senator. It was not even as strong as Han Sen's body, especially after he had practiced microcrystal. If the armor was a top mutant beast soul or a sacred blood one, Han Sen would probably keep it. Unfortunately, he had not gained one yet. Brother, name your price. Zhu Ting felt excited. I won't force you to teach me 7 twists since you are not allowed to. But your family must have an S-class footwork design for evolvers. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting and said. Zhu Ting suddenly became hesitant and said, well, forget about it. I don't really need a beast soul. Han Sen knew what he meant. A berserk beast soul of ice-armored beast was worth $10 million tops after taking into consideration of the scarcity of the beast souls. However, that was too little to trade for an S-class secret footwork. No one would make such a trade. Relax. I'm not trying to trade the berserk beast soul for your footwork. I will pay you an S-class St. Hall license of evolver level for the footwork. The berserk beast soul could be considered your service fee, Han Sen said with a smile. The Chens had phenomenal footwork hyper-geno arts, which were hard to purchase even in St. Hall. Since 7 twists was out of the question, Han Sen did not mind learning something else. If that is the case, I could think of something. Zhu Ting looked at the berserk beast soul armor Han Sen was wearing, gritted his teeth and said, the Chens have an evolver footwork treading cloud. If you're interested, I could give up my dignity and get it for you. Tell me about it. What kind of footwork is treading cloud? Han Sen squinted and asked. Zhu Ting demonstrated what it was like, which made Han Sen's eyes light up. Treading cloud was a footwork that emphasized leg skills. After it was practiced successfully, the body cells of one's legs could be enhanced. Treading cloud meant it was so easy to reach the sky after practicing this footwork. Although it was an exaggeration, it showed that the footwork emphasized explosive leg strength. To Han Sen's satisfaction, after practicing treading cloud, although he would not be able to leverage on the air 7 times, he would be able to leverage on the air once. Unlike what Han Sen had invented, this was a perfect leverage. Last time, when Han Sen leveraged in the air, he was only able to make 1 extra kick, which was because the leverage was not perfect. After practicing treading cloud, he would be able to leverage on the air perfectly and make another 7 kicks. Han Sen was very satisfied with treading cloud, which was a secret hyper-geno art that he could not even learn at St. Hall. It was worth it to pay an S-class St. Hall license and a berserk beast soul. Just like that, Han Sen and Zhu Ting agreed on the time of the trade. Zhu Ting could teach Han Sen the footwork himself, but he had to obtain the special Geno solutions from the Chens. Zhu Ting took Han San to find the nest. With the speed of the golden growler, it took them more than half a day to spot layering mountains formulating a life lotus, which was the entrance to the nest. Luckily, there was no creatures nearby. They climbed over the mountains and went down the entrance until they reached the green gold wall. The green gold wall was still intact. No one had entered. Although Zhu Ting found the place, he did not dare to enter. Zhu Ting was smart in that he knew what was within his ability and what was beyond, which was not something everyone knew. After all, men are animals of emotions, so it was hard for them to keep rational all the time. "Wait outside. I'll go check it out," Han San said to Zhu Ting and broke the green gold wall to enter. The omniscient green light made the large nest a scary space. Oddly shaped cells were everywhere, all intact. There was no way to tell which one had nurtured a creature. Han San slowly approached the cells, but because there were too many cells, they were all crammed together. There was no way to go through other than climbing over the cells. Han San did not dare to jump onto a cell. Staring at a 20 feet tall oval cell, he slowly walked ahead, feeling uncomfortable as if something was about to get wrong. Roar! When Han San was about 30 feet from the cell, it suddenly exploded. A black creature with 2 silver horns and bat wings that looked like a gargoyle suddenly rushed out from the broken cell. Han San only glanced at it before he started to run as fast as his legs could carry him. Although he had not fought the creature yet, judging by its speed, Han San was sure that the gargoyle was a sacred blood creature with a physique over 100. Han San was glad that it was the first thing that caught his eyes. If Han San ran into this creature when he had gone deep already, it would be much harder for him to run away. Han San only ran a few steps when the gargoyle caught up with him. Its arm as strong as a marble column quickly swung at Han San's back. On its claw, each of the nails was more than half a foot long, as sharp as a tungsten dagger. Even a body made of Z-steel would be broken by such nails. Without turning back, Han San moved his body like a snake away from the blow of the gargoyle, as if he had eyes on his back. Then Han San continued to run in a twisted route. Flapping its wings, the gargoyle was behind Han San immediately. However, its blow was useless again. Han San was as slippery as an eel, slipping through the gargoyle's arms again and again. Han San looked to the direction of the entrance and saw that Zhu Ting had left, faster than a rabbit. Having failed several times, the gargoyle quickly howled as Han San was about to run to the narrow path. The silver horns of the gargoyle suddenly glowed and the silver color started to bleed toward the gargoyle's black body. All of a sudden, the gargoyle became a silver statue, which looked strangely glamorous. "Damn it! A berserk sacred blood creature!" Han San exclaimed. The silver gargoyle almost instantaneously appeared behind Han San, clawing at Han San's head. The speed of the silver gargoyle was so fast that Han San had no time to dodge the blow. Although he was trying to use kiting skills as much as possible in front of the absolute speed, all his efforts were useless. Han San gritted his teeth and used jade skin. Reaching a hand at the thick arm of the berserk beast, Han San was not trying to beat the creature with his force. As the two arms clashed, Han San entangled the thick arm of the silver gargoyle like a snake and slid onto its body. Perfectly combining ghost haunt and diversion, Han San also used the flexibility he gained from practicing Jadeskin to reach this effect. The silver gargoyle tried to catch Han San, who was hanging on its back, while Han San had slid down to the gargoyle's crotch and hitting the part hard. Boom! Han San's jade-like fist hit the gargoyle's crotch hard, making it scream madly. The gargoyle quickly used both hands to claw at Han San. Han San turned his body around on the gargoyle's thigh and moved back to its back. Grabbing the gargoyle's wings, Han San quickly chopped his hand at its neck. Moving around on the gargoyle's body, the gargoyle tried to catch Han San in madness but kept failing. However, the physique of the berserk silver gargoyle was so strong that even after Han San used jade skin, he could only make its silver body swell a little. Han San did not dare to use the cursed wolf dagger, because it was not strong enough to break this body and because holding the dagger would affect Han San's movements. Han San even tried to claw at the gargoyle's eyes, but it was equally useless. Its eyes were as tough as its body, made of silver metal. Han Sen felt the time, which was less than a minute, was as long as hours. It was not an easy thing to fight the gargoyle this way. Han Sen had used his physical and mental power to his limit. Every slight movement was carefully calculated. Both his physical and mental strength was depleted. Even so, Han Sen was still facing worse risks. The berserk gargoyle became faster and faster. A few times, its nails had scratched Han Sen, making him bleed immediately. Han Sen was not shaken at all. He continued to slither on the gargoyle's body like a snake, but his moving range was smaller and smaller. Eventually, the berserk gargoyle pushed Han Sen so hard that he had nowhere to go. The gargoyle quickly clawed at Han Sen, was right on its body. As the sharp silver nails were about to stab into Han Sen's body, Han Sen quickly pushed the gargoyle's head and jumped in the air, avoiding its claw. The silver gargoyle had used up its energy with this move. After Han Sen dodged the blow, its claw did not stop and continued to hit its own face. The 5 nails, as sharp as silver daggers, stabbed into silver face, and silver blood suddenly jetted out. Han Sen took the opportunity to run out of the nest. He could still vaguely hear the roaring of the raging silver gargoyle. The physique of the silver gargoyle was so good that Han Sen could not kill it at the moment. However, since he had already learned that there was a sacred blood creature in this place, he could always come back when he had enough Geno points. "Brother, you are here. Are you okay?" Zhu Ting was waiting at the entrance, looking down from time to time. "Luckily, I ran out, but I could not kill that thing," Han Sen said and started to walk away. "How about me joining Goddess Gang?" Zhu Ting came up to Han Sen and asked. "If you want to, I'll permit it," Han Sen said casually. He would keep Zhu Ting around for the moment because he was still thinking about 7 twists of the chens. After leaving the nest, Han Sen went back to the Alliance and urged Zhu Ting to get the Geno solutions as soon as possible. It was almost time for Zero to return to the God's Sanctuary, so Han Sen thought it was time to conquer the Spirit Shelter. However, he would like for everyone of Goddess Gang to join the war against the Spirit Shelter. Otherwise, if he went himself, the gang members would not appreciate the gains they did not fight for that much. Of course, Han Sen was going to make sure he will get the Spirit Stone in the shelter. He did not care about anything else that much. After Han Sen returned to Daphne, he finished his own task and looked at his future schedule. In 2 days, he would join the cooking team to prepare food. Soldiers could only have food for 5 days out of a month. Normally, they would just take nutrition solutions. However, the expert panel was different. They ate every day, so the existence of the cookhouse was mainly meant for the expert panel. After resting for 2 days, reading and training, it was Han Sen's turn to work. Han Sen finally understood that the work of the cookhouse was difficult sometimes. Those experts and scholars were very picky about what they ate. According to the rules, each of them shall have 3 dishes and 1 soup per meal, and there must be meat. In addition, several professors in the expert panel could even order their own food, which was a privilege that even Ji Yanran and Chen Shoshan did not enjoy. Because of the emphasis the Alliance had placed on crystallizer ruins, these experts and professors enjoyed very high status. Among them, several professors were indeed quite knowledgeable about crystallizer civilization. Han Sen was not a great cook, so all he could do was to prepare the raw materials and transfer the food to the plates. "You must be the new cookhouse recruit Han Sen? I heard you pass sprint at level 10. A young researcher of the expert panel asked Han Sen while he was getting his food. "It was because I have seen it before. It's no big deal," Han Sen said casually. "You graduated from Blackhawk?" the young researcher asked. "Yes," Han Sen slightly frowned and replied. He glanced at the young researcher who was about 30 years old and quite good-looking. His lips were thin, which gave him a feminine look. "Not bad. When I was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk ranked about 100. I wonder how it's doing now," the young researcher said quietly. Han Sen felt the guy's tone was a bit off, squinted and said, "I'm not sure. I did not have many opportunities to see people from Alliance Central Military Academy. I was in an archery tournament against that school though." Oh, did you come out of it okay? The young researcher said contentedly. Speaking of tournaments, Alliance Central Military Academy was always the top-notch school. Almost in every single item, the school would get at least top 3, while Blackhawk was not that impressive among the famous academies. The two could not even be compared. Naturally, the young researcher felt Blackhawk would lose tragically. It was okay. Alliance Central Military Academy was quite impressive, so it took me some effort to get rid of them and gain the championship, Han-san said casually. He did not want to be nice to people like this. Haha, if you want to brag, there is still a limit. In what kind of tournament can Blackhawk beat Alliance Central Military Academy? Is it a bragging contest? The reply of the researcher made everyone in the expert panel laugh. These researchers mainly came from Alliance Central Military Academy, because there were not many academies that had the major of crystallizer ruins research. Most of the professors that focused on crystallizer culture taught at Alliance Central Military Academy, so the experts and professors in the expert panel were also mostly affiliated to Alliance Central Military Academy. As the graduates of the best military school in the Alliance, they were of course arrogant. Several researchers from the expert panel had also tried Sprint, but none of them passed level X. They all felt quite content when hearing a cookhouse soldier passed level X, because they knew Han-san was familiar with the system. There was no way Han-san was as strong as them. This researcher named Tang Xian was very pissed about this, which was why he provoked Han-sen. I'm so sorry. I have no idea Alliance Central Military Academy is such a big deal. Unfortunately, I have already graduated and could no longer participate in the games. Otherwise, I would be easier on them and make them look better. Han-sen shrugged and said with a smile. As Han-san said that, many researchers looked to him. Even several professors couldn't help glancing at him. Okay, so you say you beat Alliance Central Military Academy. So, tell me, where and when did you do that? Tang Xian snorted and said, because he did not believe Han-sen at all. I don't remember which game, since it's such a trivial matter for me. You could go search my name, and you will probably see it. Han-sen knocked the spatula on the edge of the plate. If you don't have anything else to say, please give way to others. They have to eat as well. Tang Xian was a bit upset. He had always been very proud of the fact that he graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy. Han-sen's treating his alma mater lightly irritated him. However, on this warship he could not do anything out of the line. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and walked to Professor Li Mingtang, pleading, Professor, could you look it up for me to see if he was telling the truth? On Daphne, ordinary people did not have the access to the Skynet. All they had was an internal database, which was why Tang Xian asked Professor Li Mingtang to look it up for him. Li Mingtang thought about it and said, we are all co-workers, so there's no need to get to the bottom of this. We can just laugh it out. Tang Xian did not want to let it go and said, Professor, as a graduate from Alliance Central Military Academy, I could not stand vicious words against my alma mater. I must clear it up. After he said that, Tang Xian stared at Han-sen fiercely, obviously upset. Researcher Tang Xian, that is not right. You have your alma mater, but don't we all have ours? You slandered Han-sen's alma mater first. The Fat Squad leader could no longer watch this and said, I was just stating a fact, not trying to slander anything. Tang Xian sneered. If we ask Professor Li Mingtang to look it up, we will naturally know who is stating the fact and who is slandering. The Fat Squad leader simply said, look it up. I believe that Han-sen would not lie. Professor, please look it up for us, so we could clear Han-sen's name. Since the Fat Squad leader said that, Li Mingtang had to connect to the Skynet, looking for the military school contests that Han-sen had participated in. Shortly, many entries appeared. All the researchers and cookhouse soldiers looked to the screen. Before long, his face became stern. At that time, almost every media reported the archery tournament between the Emperor and the monster. It was fair to say that the match was a historic one. The game ended Jingjiwu and Alliance Central Military Academy's rule in the league. The nickname of Han-sen Emperor was broadcasted in the league by all kinds of media. Any report would reflect how the game went down and how Han-sen performed. The media almost described Han-sen as a God-sent archer. Although it was exaggerated, there was no doubt that Han Sen did lead Blackhawk to beat Alliance Central Military Academy, which was the ruler at the time. As Han Sen had said, in that game, Blackhawk was the winner. The researchers suddenly changed their attitude about Han Senator, a cookhouse soldier. Even one on Daphne should not be too good a fighter. Otherwise, he would not end up as a cookhouse soldier. However, no one had expected for Han Sen, the new recruit, to have such a successful past. Being able to be called the strongest person in the entire league was an honor that none of the researchers who graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy had enjoyed, including Tang Xian. After all, when they were at school, they were not the strongest person on campus. Han Sen, I did not realize you were so good when you were at school. The fat squad leader was so happy that he patted Han Sen on the shoulder with his meaty hand. Some researchers had always looked down on ordinary soldiers, and Tang Xian was the worst of them. The fat squad leader was very happy to see his face slapped by Han Sen. I was not that good. It's just the opponent was too weak. Han Sen was not a pushover. Since Tang Xian had tried to bully him, he would punch back as well. Tang Xian's face became purple, the corner of his mouth twitching without making a single sound. He quit lunch and left immediately. Well done. Han Senator, that Tang Xian is such a snob. Mean and picky, as if he was better than all of us. The guy annoyed the hell out of me. I did not realize how great you were at the military school. When Han Sen returned to the kitchen, the vice squad leader also complimented him. All right, stop that. The fat squad leader closed the door of the kitchen and said to Han Sen solemnly, Han Sen, be careful in the future. That Tang Xian is a petty person. You are probably already on his enemy list. I am a cookhouse soldier and he is a researcher in the expert panel. What could he possibly do to me? Han Sen said with a smile. There is nothing he could do to you on the warship, but it is hard to say when we arrived at the crystallizer ruin. There are many weird stuff inside the ruin. We don't really know how they work. If he set you up, then it will be very hard for you to protect yourself. After arriving at the ruin, remember not to walk around alone. Just stay on the warship so that he could do nothing to you. The fat squad leader warned Han Sen. Others also gave Han Sen some advice. Since Han Sen did not want to worry them, he nodded. But then again, since you were so great in military school and got the rank of major, how come you came here to be a cookhouse soldier? Li Mingliang couldn't help asking. In fact, my dream is to be a soldier on the warship, even as a cookhouse soldier, which is why I'm here. Han Sen was telling the truth. However, he did not tell the whole truth. He wanted to be a soldier on the warship of Ji Yanran, that is. When Han Sen entered God's sanctuary again, he eventually saw the pretty face of Zero. It seems it's time to conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen found Yang Monli to summon everyone in God is again. Everyone, I decided to set out to conquer the spirit shelter tomorrow and use that shelter as the base of Goddess Gang. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time. I do not want to force you, so I will let you go with no strings attached. Han Sen's gaze swept across people's faces. Captain, is it too early for us to conquer the spirit shelter? There is an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter and many mutant creatures. We do not have quite the strength yet to do that. How about we develop our strength a bit further and do that when we have all maxed out on ordinary genopoints and primitive genopoints? In that case, we would have a much better chance. Yes, Captain. We should focus on cultivation now. We have no idea how many mutant creatures there are in the spirit shelter. Is it too big a challenge for us to go now? We have enough strength to kill primitive creatures in batches. How about we spend more time doing that and when? Han Sen glanced at the mob he was leading and said coldly, Today I am gathering you to tell you my decision. So all you need to do is to execute it or quit. I do not need your advice. However, there is one thing I must state clearly right now. If you quit at this point, Goddess Gang will never welcome you back, not now, and definitely not when we have conquered the spirit shelter. It's your own choice to stay or go. Han Sen's words brought silence to the scene. Very soon, someone stood out, gritted his teeth and told Han Sen, Sorry, Captain. We do not have enough resources to take down the spirit shelter. I can't risk it with my life. Bring me his contract. Han-san did not answer but asked Yang Manli to bring the guy's contract and voided it. With someone being the first, many more stood out to break off their contract and leave the goddess gang. Not many people believed that Han-sen could really conquer the spirit shelter. There were so many mutant creatures in the spirit shelter, and an aristocrat spirit who was basically immortal. Those were all huge troubles. Before destroying their spirit stones, the spirits were almost immortal in their own shelters. In addition, no one had any idea how many mutant creatures and primitive creatures there were. Goddess Gang had a total of 200 people, and many of them were still lacking in their primitive genopoint count. They could not even fight primitive creatures one-on-one. Spirit Shelter was simply too big a goal. Goddess Gang, which had 200 people, lost the better half of its members soon. Only about 36 of people remained. Han-sen was fully prepared in advance. However, he still did not expect to lose so many members. At first glance, most people who stayed were young people like Suyu. Only a few of them were older. To Han-sen's surprise, the middle-aged person who used to throw sarcastic comments at him was still in the team and did not choose to leave. Han-sen still remembered that his name was Zhang Guoxiong. He came to Second God's Sanctuary 20 years ago as a sacred evolver. However, he did not expect to end up in such shitty place. For 2 decades, he did nothing. When Han-sen established Goddess Gang, he joined the gang but did not show too much impressive performance. Brother, are we still going to conquer the spirit shelter? Zhu Ting did not leave either. He glanced at the remaining people and whispered to Han-sen. Of course, I said that we are going to set out tomorrow. That will not change. Go back and prepare. Gather here tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Han-sen asked everyone to go. The reason he would like to wait until tomorrow and did not leave immediately was that he wanted to test the rest of these people. Maybe they were excited and motivated at this point. However, after considering for an entire night, if they still dared to go, then it would mean they were truly rough diamonds. There was no way these people knew that Han-sen did not care how many people followed. As long as he and Zero were there, they could take down the spirit shelter themselves. The reason he was bringing people over was to select potential talents. After all, there must be someone to operate the shelter after they took it down. Are you really taking these people to conquer the spirit shelter? After everyone was gone, Yang Manli asked Han-sen seriously. What now? You also don't believe I could take down the spirit shelter? Han-sen looked at Yang Manli with a smile. Judging from pure strength, it is tough indeed. Yang Manli was not a woman who would be misled by others, and her answer was honest. So, will you go or not? Han-sen continued to ask. Yes. Yang Manli gave him an assertive answer. Then go back and prepare. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Han-sen smiled and said. The next morning they were missing several people. In the end, including Yang Manli, Uncle Qing, and Zhu Ting, they were 20 people in total. Let's go. Han-sen did not waste his words and commanded everyone to march toward the big mountain where the spirit shelter was located. When the group of people left, many people were watching them. They all felt that Han-sen must be crazy. How is it different from committing suicide taking such a small number of people to conquer the spirit shelter? Although Uncle Qing, who was the strongest fighter on Han-sen's team, he was only good against one mutant creature no matter how strong he was. Even if Han-sen was able to cope with 1 or 2 mutant creatures, what could the rest of them do? Most of them were young people who had not been to Second God's Sanctuary for long. Also, most of them were just mutant evolvers. Only 1 or 2 were sacred blood evolvers. There were even 3 young people who were primitive evolvers. No one would believe that 20 people like these could conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. Everybody believed they were mad. Watching the young men following Han-sen, many people even showed pity. Of course, more people were delighted to witness their departure. They even thought, coming from a prominent family with the respect from Starry Group, Han-sen became arrogant. He deserves to die in the spirit shelter. It's a pity though that we are going to lose a good man like Uncle Qing and those young people. People of worse characters even wished for Han-sen to die there and for Yang Manli and Zero to return safely, so that they would have a chance at the ladies. The 20 people marched toward the spirit shelter in heavy snow and soon disappeared on the vast snow field. Many people thought it was very likely that they were gone forever. Even many of the young people in the group felt pessimistic about the fight. However, because of their passion, they wanted to roll the dice, and maybe there was a future for them. However, even so, they felt worried. After all, it was an aristocrat spirit shelter. They had never been to a squire shelter or a knight shelter before. It was their first expedition, and their target was an aristocrat shelter. It was absolutely normal that they were nervous. The closer they got to the snow mountain, the more nervous they became. Even Uncle Ching put on a solemn look. Uncle Ching knew for sure that Han Sen was not a stupid man. However, in his eyes, they did not have enough to take down the spirit shelter. If Han Sen did not have any backup, they would be taking a huge risk. It would be hard for them to escape death. However, because of the blind trust in the name Han Jingji, Uncle Ching did not want to quit. "Are you cold?" In the fluttering snowflakes, Han Sen held Zero's hands and warmed them up with his breath. "No." Zero shook her head quietly. Han Sen then remembered that Zero had even better physique than he did. There was no way she would fear such weather. "This is the spirit shelter. Are we really going up?" Zhu Ting looked at the big mountain ahead of them and asked again. "Certainly." Han Sen urged the golden growler to step on the big mountain first. The rest of them looked at each other and then all followed Han Sen uphill. Many of them were walking stiffly with no expression on their face, staring at the spirit shelter that looked like an old castle. The spirit shelter was quiet. Except for the sound of snow falling, there was absolutely no sound. The shelter looked like a lifeless castle with no residents. Uncle Ching, Zhu Ting, and Yang Monli could not help frowning. This was obviously quite abnormal. Creatures and the spirit should have noticed them a long while ago. However, there was no noise at all. The gates of the shelter were open, but no creatures came out of it, which was simply odd. "Wait a second." Han Sen commanded the group to stop, summoned the Golden Rockworm King, and commanded it to fly into the gates of the shelter. Very soon, the Golden Rockworm King returned. The message brought back to Han Sen was that there was nothing in the spirit shelter, not a single creature. Nothing? Han Sen frowned slightly. The situation was clearly out of his expectation. The group marched toward the architecture and looked around vigilantly. However, they found nothing. It was as if the entire spirit shelter was empty. Having reached the destination smoothly, Han Sen pushed open the gates and walked into the hall that looked like a palace. Indeed, there was a spirit stone with an alluring glow set between the eyebrows of a huge statue of deity. Spirit stone. Su Yu and other young men became excited. As long as the spirit stone was destroyed, the spirit would be dead no matter where it was. However, before they even walked to the spirit stone, a figure suddenly appeared from the side of the room. It was an elegant woman dressed like a priest, holding an ice staff in her hand. It was the same aristocrat spirit that Han Sen had seen. "Attention!" yelled Uncle Ching and summoned his beast souls. Actually, even without Uncle Ching's wearing, everyone had already summoned their beast souls and looked around vigilantly. The spirit looked at the group of people, smiled coldly, and raised the staff in her hand. Light suddenly covered her body, turning her into an aristocrat fighter in ice armor with red patterns. The staff turned into an ice spear. Roar! Almost immediately, all sorts of creatures came to the empty castle. Hundreds and thousands of ice-armored beasts and other creatures besieged the hall, throwing themselves at the intruders. "Go deeper and destroy the spirit stone," Uncle Ching exclaimed and charged the statue of deity. However, before he made a move, a dozen creatures suddenly appeared from behind the statue, each of them a mutant creature. There were huge snow wolf and bears, as well as dark bats and all sorts of birds. Those mutant creatures completely blocked the path toward the statue. Also, they were led by the aristocrat spirit. Even Uncle Ching was shocked and stopped, finding it impossible to destroy the spirit stone directly. Groups of creatures had flooded into the hall from outside. Although they were all primitive creatures, they were so huge in number that even if the group of people wanted to kill their way out, it would take them a long time. In addition, they were in the spirit shelter and the gates had been closed. There was no way for them to go back even if they wanted to. Human, you will regret that you stole my pet. The cold face of the spirits was emotionless. She pointed at Han-san with her ice spear. After that sentence, the ice-armored beasts flooded into the hall and threw themselves at the group of people with no fear for death. However, the mutant creatures did not seem to be attacking. All they were doing was to protect the statue of deity. Clearly, they were trying to weaken the group using endless primitive creatures first. The spirit herself walked to Han-san with her ice spear in hand, wanting to kill Han-san with her own hands to get her revenge. Everyone else looked pale. They were trapped in this place. They could not run away or destroy the spirit stone. It seemed that they were in a dead end, and there was no hope of survival. Let's rush out. Maybe there is still a chance, Zhu Ting said loudly. You guard the door and I will go for the spirit stone, Han-san said and walked to the spirit. Everyone else lost their calm. With a dozen mutant creatures guarding the statue of deity, they could not approach it with all the people available, let alone Han-san himself. However, Han-sen had already gone toward the statue of deity. Other people had to block the door to the hall first, fighting the endless ice-armored beasts. However, there were so many creatures out there that there was no way they could hold up for a long time. Even if the creatures were willing to be killed by them, their hands would still get tired. Han-sen did not seem to be worried about the situation at all. He walked to the spirit and said, "You're very smart. I could even call you sly. You have successfully lured us into the trap you have set up." The spirit curled her lips and looked content. She said coldly, "The moment you decided to go against me, your death has been certain. Unfortunately, there is one thing you did wrong," Han-sen continued to say as he walked. "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the spirit asked with her brows knitted. "You should not let me come this far. Your favorite trap is your biggest mistake." Han-sen quickly rushed to the huge statue of deity with the spirit stone like a tornado. The spirit sneered and swept her ice spear at Han-sen, trying to stop him. However, Han-sen did not lower his speed at all. He used great strength with his legs yet put his upper body horizontal. Running forward but almost lying on the ground, Han-sen dodged the attack from the spirit in a weird pose and continued toward the statue at a high speed. The mutant creatures roared loud and threw themselves at Han-sen like demons from hell.